Welcome to the global maritime survival game. This is the apocalypse and the dawn of a new era. Please select your vessel. The harbor will sink completely in 1 hour. Newcomers have a 1-day grace period. During this time, sea beasts will not attack unprovoked. Gather supplies, upgrade your vessel. It is the only thing keeping you alive on the endless sea. A booming voice rang out across the heavens, jolting me fully awake from my daze. A second ago, I'd been buried in the bloody maw of a deep-sea behemoth. And now, just like that, I was reborn. I lifted my head and looked around in disbelief. It was a harbor too vast to describe, packed shoulder to shoulder with hundreds of thousands of people, every face etched with terror, confusion, and a thread of barely contained madness. All around stretched an endless ink-black ocean. No land, no cities. The only land was the harbor beneath my feet and the hundreds of thousands of boats moored there. Rafts, fishing boats, jet skis, canoes, sailboats, even a few luxurious white yachts. I was back. I was really back. My heart pounded. I'd returned to 1 year ago, to the very moment this damned survival game began, when we chose our vessels. The voice in the sky faded. The crowd detonated. Grab it. That yacht is mine. Anyone who fights me for that fishing boat, I'll kill you. No one doubted that any of this was real. A harbor materializing out of nowhere, hundreds of thousands of people teleported in. It had long since exceeded anything humanity could comprehend. Everyone charged forward like lunatics, aiming for the sturdiest, most luxurious boats. Fists flew. Someone pulled a folding knife and fought for their life. On the endless sea, a good boat meant a longer life. But I didn't move. Like a reef, the waves couldn't budge. In my last life, I'd been just like them, fighting tooth and nail to grab an above-average diesel fishing boat. With it, I'd struggled at sea for over a year, witnessed countless deaths and betrayals, and accumulated seafaring experience far beyond the average person. But in the end, I still died, in the mouth of a sea beast that was merely passing by. I never even got a clear look at the hull of it. Living a second time, I knew better than anyone what a truly good boat was. Sturdiness and luxury could both be upgraded with supplies. What truly determined a vessel's potential was the core hidden beneath it, the ship's soul. The vast majority of boats had no ship's soul. They were just ordinary tools. A boat with a ship's soul was 1 in 10,000. It was the foundation for survival on this sea, the only thing that could grow a little skiff into a colossal warship. Among the hundreds of thousands of boats in this area, no more than a few dozen had ship's souls. And I happened to know the birthplace of a legendary ship, a vessel with an unprecedented SSS-grade ship's soul. I moved against the frenzied tide of people, heading for the most remote corner of the harbor. Discarded ropes and broken parts were piled there, treated as garbage by everyone. What's that idiot doing? Running the wrong way. Scared out of his mind. There isn't even a floating plank over there. I didn't care, but my heart raced faster. Because I remembered it perfectly. In my last life, that SSS-grade vessel had been ignored at first and was finally discovered by an archaeologist. The old man publicly demonstrated the ship's soul's properties, drawing countless people to fight over it. In the end, the old man died, and the boat shattered to dust in the struggle. Because it wasn't a boat at all. It wasn't even a raft. It was just a rotted piece of wood, blackened from soaking in seawater and crawling with barnacles. My eyes swept rapidly across the trash heap. There it was. Beneath a broken oar and rotting ropes lay a piece of decayed wood, 2 meters long, half a meter wide, wildly irregular in shape. It was black all over, reeking of rot. No sane person would ever consider it a vessel. I strode over, brushed away the debris, and pressed my palm against it. Cold, rough, splintering against my skin. Hey man, you okay? Just because you couldn't grab a boat doesn't mean you should give up on yourself. There are still rafts over there. A young guy who'd snagged a canoe advised kindly. I ignored him. Every bit of my focus was on my palm. The next second, a ghostly blue screen that only I could see snapped open. Unclaimed vessel detected. Initiate soul bond. I suppressed my elation. Bond. Bond successful. You are now the captain of this vessel. Please name it. Hope. Naming successful. Vessel Hope created. Congratulations, player Jiang Chun. Your vessel Hope has activated its unique talent, SSS-grade ship soul, infinite plunder. Boom. A thunderclap exploded in my mind. The stats panel materialized. Vessel, Hope Grade, Unranked Durability, 2 out of 10, Extremely Fragile, Shatters on Impact. Speed, 0.1 knots. You swim faster than this. A Ship Soul, Infinite Plunder, SSS Grade Unique. Trait, plunders other ship souls to strengthen itself. Can lock in new traits or reinforce existing ones. Status, Rotted Wood, cannot carry passengers, cannot sail. First upgrade strongly recommended. Looking at these stats, so crude they were practically mocking me. I smiled anyway. Can't carry passengers? Can't sail? Didn't matter. As long as Infinite Plunder was real, forget a rotted log. Even a single leaf I could feed into a world-ending leviathan that ruled the endless sea. Decision made. I left Hope in that corner no one was watching and headed toward the densest part of the crowd. Come on. With 2 out of 10 durability, carrying it around meant it'd fall apart the second someone bumped into me. And who would I complain to then? There was still half an hour before the sinking anyway, and no one would pay attention to this piece of garbage. The priority now was finding fuel for Hope's first upgrade. I drew a deep breath, eyes scanning rapidly through the chaotic crowd. I didn't want a flashy yacht, nor an ordinary fishing boat. I wanted those vessels with ship souls. Soon my gaze locked onto a brawl not far off. 3 men were fighting to the death over a silver-white speedboat. One of them, a bleach-blonde guy, stood out, vicious in his strikes, his dagger flashing up and down, forcing the other 2 back step by step. It was him, Guijia. A flash of killing intent crossed my eyes. This blonde punk was an infamous scumbag in my last life. Ruthless and utterly without limits. He'd risen fast in the early game, robbing countless people of their supplies, his hands soaked in blood. Survival of the fittest was the norm in the apocalypse. If that were all, I wouldn't have bothered with him. But a year later, when the Dragon Nation's defenses fell, this animal actually defected to the Sakura Nation and turned his blade around, slaughtering countless of his own Dragon Nation countrymen. A traitor like that, everyone I see, I kill. What's more, the speedboat he was grabbing was exactly the Gale from my memory, a C-grade ship soul Windrider, its trait doubling speed. A tailor-made first supplement for Hope. Squelch. While I was still thinking, the fight was already decided. Guijia drove his knife into the belly of the last opponent and surveyed the area with a savage glare. This boat is mine. Anyone else want to fight for it? A few people who'd also been eyeing the speedboat retreated several steps, frightened by his ferocity. Guijia spat a mouthful of bloody saliva and was about to board. A figure beat him to it, landing steadily in front of the driver's seat. It was me. Guijia's pupils shrank. He'd just killed 2 people, the blood on his dagger not yet cold, and someone suicidal had actually come to snatch the prize. His vicious face instantly twisted. Kid, so many boats, and you pick mine? Tired of living? I didn't turn around. I just ran my fingers across the speedboat's sleek control panel. This boat, I'll take it. As for you, I said flatly, you can pick how you'd like to die. I'll show you cocky. Guijia was fully ignited. With a roar, he raised his knife and stabbed hard at my back. The crowd gasped, as if they'd already seen the blood splatter. But I had eyes in the back of my head. The instant the blade was about to touch my clothes, my body twisted eerily to the left, dodging by a hair, and my right hand shot out like lightning, clamping onto his wrist. Huh. Guijia froze, not expecting me to react so fast, and with shocking strength too. That's all you've got? I sneered. I had no weapon, and my body was just an ordinary person's. But don't forget, I was a veteran player who'd actually struggled on this endless sea for over a year. I descended into 10,000-meter trenches, broken into forbidden zones where sea beasts nested, fought countless people with schemes in their hearts. Dealing with a small-time thug who only knew how to bully people in the streets, it was a curb stomp. Let go. Guijia's other fist swung at me. I tilted my head, dodging easily, then wrenched the hand gripping his wrist hard. Crack. The crisp snap of bone, accompanied by Guijia's pig squeal of a scream. Ah, my hand. The dagger clattered to the ground. I didn't even glance at it, just drove my knee hard into his belly. Ugh, he instantly folded over like a shrimp. A flick of my toe sent the blood-stained dagger flying neatly into my hand. The whole sequence was dizzyingly fast. Guijia looked up and saw a pair of eyes utterly devoid of emotion. holding mountains of corpses and seas of blood. That gaze looked at him like he was already dead. Don't kill me. He was thoroughly terrified now. My face was expressionless. For a traitor who would one day slaughter his own people, I felt not a shred of pity. Next life, remember to be a good person. A flick of the wrist, a flash of cold light. The pleading cut off abruptly. He clutched his throat, blood gushing through his fingers, gurgled twice, and collapsed in unwilling defeat. Dead silence all around. From the moment I boarded to the moment he fell, no more than a dozen seconds had passed. A killer who'd been ferocious as a demon a second ago had been killed in return, just like that. If Guo Jie's brutality made them wary, my indifference to life chilled them to the bone. I didn't care. I kicked the corpse into the sea and stood quietly on the speedboat. 5 minutes later, the system prompt finally sounded. Congratulations on obtaining the unclaimed vessel Gale. Vessel, Gale grade. Bronze 3-star durability. 100/100 ship soul. Windrider C grade. Sailing speed increased 2x. Who detected that you already own Hope. Please choose. 1. Replace vessel. Hope will be permanently lost. 2. Disassemble Gale. Obtain core and materials. Disassemble. I leapt up, landing steadily back on the harbor's solid ground. Behind me, the silver-white speedboat was wrapped in a soft white light under the crowd's horrified gaze, the hull dissolving into countless points of light that condensed into several objects. A rhombus crystal flickering faintly with green light. A precision engine. A pile of metal plates, ropes, and parts. Disassembly successful. Obtained. Ship soul core, C-grade Windrider, ×1. Small fuel engine ×1. Metal plate ×20. Refined rope ×5. Basic parts ×50. The crowd erupted completely. He took the boat apart. That was a perfectly good speedboat. People would kill to get one. Lunatic. Grabs it, then says he doesn't want it, and breaks it down into scrap. What is he even trying to do? The waves of envy and complaint reached my ears loud and clear. I slowly turned, my gaze like a blade, sweeping toward the source of the voices. The people who'd just been muttering felt a chill sweep over them the instant my gaze locked on, cold sweat soaking their backs in an instant. You, and you. I pointed at the 3 who'd been the loudest. Carry the stuff on the ground and come with me. Anyone who tries something clever or loses a single part, figure out the consequences yourselves. I bent down, picked up the C-grade ship soul core, and walked toward Hope. The bloody scene from moments ago was still fresh in those 3 men's minds. They didn't dare hesitate in the slightest. Under the threat of death, they scrambled over, 1 hauling the engine, 2 frantically gathering the metal plates and parts, and followed behind me, faces full of terror. The crowd fell silent and automatically parted to make way. A god of death in front, 3 ashen-faced laborers carrying scrap behind. The image burned itself deep into everyone's mind. Back to the corner. Put it down. Get lost. The 3 were pardoned. They dropped the materials and fled in a blind panic. Quiet returned all around. I pressed my hand on the rotted wood, and the ghostly blue screen unfolded again. I went straight to Upgrade Modify. Hope. Upgrade to Raft. Bronze 1 star. Requirements. With 0 tints, rope 0/5 effect. Durability raised to 20. Size enlarged. Gains basic passenger and sailing capability. Vessel grades ran from low to high. Bronze, silver, gold. Within the same grade, stars were assigned by function and luxury. Normally, materials were hard to come by, and players could only climb 1 star at a time. But I was not in that category. I dumped every material from disassembling Gale into it all at once. Large quantity of high-grade materials and energy core detected. C-grade ship soul core Windrider detected. SSS grade ship soul infinite Plunder is active. Plunder and absorb Windrider. Yes. Plunder successful. Hope gains new trait. Windrider. Material quality far exceeds upgrade requirements. Initiating grade skipping enhanced upgrade. Estimated time, 1 minute. The decayed log suddenly burst into a blinding ghostly blue light. The engine, metal plates, and ropes beside it instantly turned into streaks of light, savagely sucked in by the blue glow. The rotted wood dissolved and reassembled within the light. First a smooth, sturdy keel, then silver-white metal plates layered on precisely, forming a streamlined hull. A helm, seats, storage compartments, all generated before my eyes. The engine fit perfectly into the stern, fusing with the hull. 1 minute later, the light faded. Where was the rotted wood now? In its place sat a brand new silver-white speedboat, smaller and sharper than Gale. I pressed my hand to it. A new panel popped up. Vessel, Hope, bronze 3-star. Dimensions, 3.2 by 1.8 by 1.1 m durability. 120/120th capacity. 2 power, small fuel engine, 60 horsepower, fuel 20%, speed, 30 knots, base, plus 30 knots, windrider, equals 60 knots ship soul, infinite plunder, SSS grade unique, the locked trait, windrider C grade, sailing speed plus 200%. I couldn't keep the corners of my mouth from lifting. It worked. A rotted log with 2 out of 10 durability had skipped grade straight to a top-tier bronze 3-star speedboat. Durability had exploded 50-fold, top speed soaring to 60 knots. In the early game, that was an overwhelming, curb-stomping existence. This was the terror of infinite plunder. With enough fuel, it could grow infinitely, in the most unreasonable way possible. Just as I was dreaming of the future, that vast, cold voice rang out over the harbor again without warning. Warning! Harbor sinking countdown. 10. 9. No. Give me a little more time. I won't be picky anymore. A raft is fine. Please. 8. 7. The people who'd been hanging back, picking and choosing, finally sank into the most primal panic. They no longer dreamed of fishing boats or speedboats. Anything that could float would do. But the countdown continued mercilessly. Countless people began an even more frenzied scramble than before. Some were trampled to death, some were shoved off the harbor and plunged into the deep sea. I stood quietly on hope, watching this human tragedy. There was no pity on my face, only cold indifference. Because this was the apocalypse. 3, 2, 1. As the last number fell, the world seemed to freeze for a second. Then, kaboom! An indescribable roar came from beneath my feet. The enormous harbor that had supported hundreds of thousands of people split open from the edges, massive cracks spreading like a spiderweb. No! Help! The cracks spread rapidly. The sturdy harbor disintegrated and collapsed with a thunderous crash. Thousands of people who hadn't yet boarded plunged en masse into the cold, silent, endless sea. The water's surface was packed dense with struggling figures. Save me. My boat's right over there. Pull me up and I'll give you half. Someone give me a hand. I've got compressed biscuits. I'm the VP of Dragon City Group. Save me and I'll give you 10 million. Please. Promises and screams blended together, turning this stretch of sea into a true hellscape. Some soft-hearted players showed expressions of distress and instinctively moved to help. But people beside them immediately shouted them down. The raft's already small. One more person and a single wave finishes us all. But what? They got greedy fighting for good boats. They deserve it. The game stocked exactly as many boats as there are people. They just didn't choose. More people chose to watch coldly, some even steering their boats farther away to avoid being dragged under. In the face of death, the pitiful little kindness in human nature was fragile beyond belief. Soon, the cries for help on the water grew sparse. Only a few could ever be saved. Far more were swallowed by the ocean in cold and despair. It wasn't until the sea returned to an eerie calm that the vast voice spoke again. Regional announcement. Vessel distribution in Region C, 9527 is complete. Initial players, 512,586. Surviving players, 503,548. The survival game officially begins. Regional chat channel and trading channel are now open. Notice, 200,000 initial resource crates have been randomly deployed across this region's waters. Gather resources and upgrade your vessel. In under an hour, nearly 9,000 people had died. The survivors' hearts clenched, and the regional chat channel instantly exploded. Almost 10,000 dead. What the hell kind of garbage game is this? This is a massacre. Good thing there's a one-day grace period and the sea beasts don't attack unprovoked, or we'd all be wiped out right now. Naive, the guy above me. 500,000 plus people. Only 200,000 resource crates dropped. They're clearly making us turn on each other. That one line plunged everyone in the channel still clinging to luck straight into an ice pit. It was true. No sea beasts, no natural disasters. But the most terrifying thing in the apocalypse had always been the human heart. I watched in silence, my face still as an ancient well. I'd long anticipated all of this. In my last life, this so-called grace period was called the blood-soaked 24 hours by players. No sea beasts, no disasters. The only enemy was fellow human players. Countless people ambushed, betrayed, and killed each other over a single resource crate. Some who grabbed good boats but didn't know how to keep a low profile were swarmed by desperados. Boat and life both destroyed, ultimately making the wedding clothes for someone else. In just one day, the player count would plummet by over 100,000, even more brutal than the harbor sinking just now. Called a grace period, it was in fact the bloodiest culling under the laws of the apocalypse. I had no interest in taking part. Even though this region had the most resource crates, better unclaimed boats to salvage, and a chance to stumble onto a vessel with a ship's soul, I knew clearly that once I got sucked in, even I had no certainty of getting out unscathed. What's more, there was an even more urgent goal in my mind, an against the heavens opportunity that could only be obtained on the first day of the game. If hope was the foundation of my rise, then this opportunity was the springboard that would let me leave everyone else in the dust. I hesitated no longer. I got my bearings and yanked down the engine starter lever with my right hand. Hum! The engine roared, and hope shot out in an instant, the spray from its stern drenching a swath of people along the way. Holy shit! What kind of boat is that? It's so fast. Why is that guy heading for the deep sea? Is he crazy? Shouldn't he be looking for resource crates? I couldn't be bothered to respond. The opportunity was extremely far away, and I had to get there before the grace period ended. Otherwise, once the sea beasts began attacking unprovoked, that stretch of sea would be a death zone. Every second counted. Full speed ahead. But a serious problem soon surfaced. Extreme speed brought astonishing fuel consumption. After less than half an hour of sailing, the 20% fuel had dropped to the 5% red line. I need to refuel. And something puzzled me. I'd been heading west the whole way, almost ahead of everyone else. And no matter how empty this stretch of sea was, there shouldn't be not even the shadow of a single resource crate. I'd planned to search as I went, and if I couldn't trade for fuel, at least grab supplies to trade on the channel. But now, I hadn't even seen a decent piece of floating debris. I had no choice but to slow down and open the regional channel. Cries for help, trade offers, and spam scrolled past quickly, until one message caught my eye. Linway, is there a kind big brother near? 122, minus 458? My boat ran aground on a reef, and I hurt my leg. I'm bleeding a lot. I have 2 resource crates I just found. Whoever saves me, the crates are yours. And if you don't mind, I can be yours too. Below the message was a photo attached, a long, slender leg wrapped in black stockings, fair skin faintly visible. Countless replies instantly piled up underneath. Black stockings, long legs. Don't be scared, little sis. I'm on my way. The coordinates are too far. Otherwise, I'd be all over this damsel in distress rescue. Don't get scammed. There's no such good thing in the apocalypse. It's definitely a trap. Guy above me's just jealous. What if it's real? Take the gamble. You might just win. I glanced at the coordinates, then at Hope's position, right in front of me, less than 5 kilometers away. So I wasn't the earliest one ahead. There were always people who grabbed a good boat right at the start and immediately left the trouble zone. The resource crates along my route had most likely been taken by this Lin Wei. 2 resource crates, and maybe more hidden away. The corners of my mouth slowly curled into a cold smile. I noted, I'm nearby, I can come save you, and requested a voice call. 2 rings, connected. A gentle female voice came through, tearful, yet deliberately restrained, carefully pitiful. Big brother, are you really willing to come save me? I keep my word, I'll satisfy any request. That voice, paired with that photo, was enough to make any man instantly drop 90% of his guard. Too bad she'd run into me. Don't worry, I'll come save you. A beautiful woman should be protected by me. Really? Big brother, you're such a good person. A trace of caution and shyness crept into the voice. Then, big brother, are you alone? Too many people would scare me. Just as I thought. Don't worry, it's just me. Such pretty long legs. How could I bear to hand them over to anyone else? Oh my, big brother, you're so naughty. In that case, I feel reassured. I'll send a new set of coordinates. The one in the public channel just now was wrong on purpose. I was afraid there'd be too many bad people. These are the real ones. Come quickly. The new coordinates arrived, off from the fake ones by about 10 nautical miles, in a cluster of reefs. 10 nautical miles away. 3 sampans hid in the shadow of an enormous reef, 3 burly men with menacing faces huddled together on board. The one with a scorpion tattoo on his neck, the most vicious-looking of them, hung up the call with me. The skinny tall one leaned in. Wei Ji did a fish bite. Obviously, the tattooed man smugly stroked his throat, his own voice returning. When I make the move, when have I ever missed? The fat one snickered lecherously and gave a thumbs up. As expected of Wei Ji, great choice of name. You even mimic a woman's voice like a professional voice actor. So sweet and coy. Get lost. The tattooed man's face darkened. Don't bring up the one thing you shouldn't. My name is Lin Wei. Wei as in mighty. When those 2 illiterate old bastards registered my name back then, they wrote it wrong. The fat one chuckled awkwardly and shut up. Lin Wei let out a cold snort and gave a stern reminder. He said he's coming alone. When the time comes, keep your eyes peeled and don't let the fish get away. In under 10 minutes, a sleek silver-white speedboat appeared on the horizon. He's here, the skinny tall one whispered. The 3 held their breath and stared. After confirming there really was only one figure in the driver's seat, savage grins spread across their faces. Move. The 3 sampans shot out from the reef shadow, forming a triangle that surrounded Hope as it entered the reef zone. Kid, stop the boat. Lin Wei stood at the bow, a fire axe pointed straight at me, his voice booming. I slowly decelerated, bringing Hope to a stop in the center of the encirclement, surveying the 3 men. There was no surprise on my face. Instead, an unusual calm. Which one of you is Lin Wei? I came to rescue someone. Wei your mother's way. Kid, lust comes at a price. Can't you read the situation? Hand over the boat, and I'll give you a quick death. Oh, I raised an eyebrow, sizing him up with interest, then feigned sudden realization. So you're Lin Wei. Nice name. But where are your black stockings? I came all this way, and you won't even wear the stockings. Isn't this fraud? Don't you know scammers' whole families drop dead? You're fucking asking to die. Lin Wei's veins bulged. Brothers, finish him. Before the words even fell, the 3 gunned their sampans at once, swinging their fire axes, closing in from 3 directions. The reef zone was already narrow, with 3 boats converging. Nearly all my escape routes were sealed. Looking at those 3 axes gleaming cold, I smiled instead. Robbing you directly would have given me at least a little guilt. But since you're the ones who set the trap, now I can kill with a clear conscience. Still talking tough with death at your door. Lin Wei was already less than 5 meters from me, picturing how he'd split my skull open. And in that moment, I yanked the engine power straight to maximum. The stationary speedboat instantly unleashed terrifying force, spinning and drifting in place at insane speed. Splush. Layer upon layer of violent spray, fueled by enormous centrifugal force, slammed hard into the 3 sampans. No good. Steady it. Steady the boat now. The 3 men's faces changed drastically. In their wildest dreams, they'd never imagined a speedboat could pull off a move like this. The sampans were stable enough in calm water, but faced with this sudden surge of waves, they instantly lost control. 3 screams. The 3 sampans capsized almost simultaneously, and the 3 men, caught off guard, were thrown one after another into the cold seawater. You son of a bitch. You dare pull a dirty trick on us. Once we climb back up, we'll skin you alive. The men in the water weren't panicked. As they saw it, their opponent was just one person who'd never dare get in the water and grapple with 3 burly men. As long as they swam back and righted the sampans, 3-on-1, the odds still favored them. But I simply swung the bow around slowly, then floored it, charging straight at the skinny tall one. The skinny one's pupils shrank, terror crossing his face for the first time. No. Wei Ji, save me. But in the water, how could he ever outrun a speedboat doing 60 knots? Crunch. A dull impact, accompanied by the crisp snap of breaking bones. The scream cut off instantly as the man was ground to pieces by the sturdy bow, blood staining a stretch of the sea red in an instant. That sight silenced Lin Wei and the fat one, still cursing a moment ago. Don't kill me. We were wrong. All the supplies are yours." The fat one was scared out of his wits, begging frantically. Lin Wei finally understood, too. What he'd hooked this time wasn't a fat fish. It was a giant shark. I turned a deaf ear to the pleading, expressionless as I swung the bow around again. Crunch, crunch. With the final impact, this reef-strewn stretch of sea returned to complete stillness. I didn't waste time, immediately salvaging the supplies floating on the surface. With the 3 sampans capsized, their cargo had drifted everywhere. Aside from a few fire axes that had sunk to the seabed, most of it was still intact. All kinds of food, more than a dozen bottles of mineral water, a heap of scattered wood and materials. When I fished up a half-submerged tin box, my eyes lit up. Fuel. Exactly what I needed most. Even a mosquito's leg is meat. Disassemble. Disassembly of 3 sampans successful. Together with the scavenged supplies, this haul was solid. Food. Compressed biscuits times 5, dried bread times 12, instant noodles times 21, chocolate times 7, cola times 6, mineral water times 16 materials, wood times 75, metal plate times 20, refined rope times 18, plastic board times 7, iron nails times 42 appliances, hand crank bright flashlight times 1, rice cooker times 1 energy, fuel times 1 case. I walked to the stern first, unscrewed the fuel cap, and poured that case of fuel in. The gauge crept from the 1% red line slowly up into the 65% green safe zone. That was close. A few minutes later, and hope would have stalled out. But compared with the coordinates of the opportunity in my memory, it was still too far. At my current fuel consumption, I wouldn't make it even halfway. I kept only chocolate, cola, and the flashlight for emergencies, and listed all the rest of the supplies on the trading channel. I had only one goal: fuel. The moment I posted, the trading channel exploded. Someone selling food and water? And wood and rope too, essentials for upgrading your boat. And he's selling all of it. Everyone in the starting waters is killing each other red-eyed, yet he's scrounged up this much. He's definitely a big shot. Is he nuts? Trading his survival gear for fuel? Whose boat even uses fuel right now? Nuts? How would these people understand? Fuel really was worthless right now. The vast majority of people's vessels were still rafts and ordinary wooden boats, without so much as an engine. To them, fuel was just dead weight taking up space. Food, water, and upgrade materials were the hard currency. But what they didn't know was that as everyone's boats upgraded and engines became standard, the price of fuel would skyrocket at a terrifying rate. By then, trading for it would cost at least 10 times as much, if not more. Trading these precious supplies for fuel now looked like a catastrophic loss, but it was actually a windfall. What's more, for the sake of that opportunity, I was willing to delay Hope's upgrade for now no matter the cost. Besides, at its bronze 3-star grade, these basic wood and rope materials were useless to it anyway. Player Zhang San requests trade. 1 case of fuel for 3 loaves of bread and 1 bottle of water. Player Li Si requests trade. 2 cases of fuel for wood times 10, rope times 5. Sure enough, most people were just watching for a laugh, but there was always a small handful who had fuel to offer yet were desperate for food and water. I processed them rapidly, not caring about the losses. Accept all. The clutter on the deck kept dissolving into white light and vanishing, replaced by case after case of well-sealed fuel materializing in the hold. In under 5 minutes, the trades were done. The boat now held a full 13 cases of fuel. Looking at the packed hold, the weight on my mind finally settled. The tank was full. That was the only reliable sense of security in the apocalypse. Hope roared, its hull trembling, and shot forward, cutting a long white trail across the sea as it sped toward the target at full power. A full day and night, more than 20 hours of racing at full speed. I didn't close my eyes through the night, relying on the flashlight, unwilling to stop even for resource crates along the way. I got by on a few bars of chocolate and some cola the whole time. Meanwhile, the regional channel had long since become a living hell. Help. Coordinates, 345, minus 980. My boat's surrounded by 3 people. They're trying to take my resource crate. Haha, that's the 10th one today. Resources taste better when you rob them. Buying water at a high price. I'm dying of thirst. A perfectly good fishing boat for 3 bottles of water. Stay away from -121, 554. There's a creep there who specifically targets schoolgirls. The so-called blood-soaked 24 hours was even more brutal than in my memory. The ugliness of human nature laid itself bare under survival pressure. I just watched coldly, not a ripple in my heart. I'd long grown used to all of this. Finally, as the fuel was about to run dry for the 3rd time, an enormous, menacing shadow appeared at the edge of my vision. A vast, boundless reef field. Countless black rocks in bizarre shapes, like fangs piercing up through the surface, packed densely together. The waterways were extraordinarily complex, full of narrow channels and deadly submerged reefs. A layer of gray mist hung over it year-round, lending everything here an eerie, dangerous air. I slowed the boat, my sharp gaze sweeping ahead. I'd arrived. In my last life, the death zone that turned countless players pale at the mere mention, the myriad serpent abyss. Even carrying the memories of my past life, even knowing a heaven-sent opportunity was hidden here, when I actually stood before this place again, my heart still raced beyond my control. Because I knew all too well how terrifying it was. In 1 month, the game's first collective regional mission, the Bloodsea Trial, would open here. The objective of every survivor in Region C, 9527, would be to conquer the myriad serpent abyss, home to tens of thousands of first dash, second dash, and even third-tier mutated sea serpents. In my last life, a fleet formed by hundreds of thousands of players completed several rounds of upgrades, with a fair number even equipped with firearms, and still paid over 20,000 lives to clear this serpent's nest. And the final reward, aside from making the Region C, 9527 barrier vanish and merging it into the broader Dragon Nation home waters, was, most importantly, an S-grade ship soul core guarded by a 3rd-tier overlord boss. An S-grade ship soul. Throughout the entire course of the game, it was a rarity among rarities, enough to drive any faction into a frenzy. I drew a deep breath, forcing myself calm. I had to obtain it. Forget this suffocating myriad serpent abyss. Even if it were true hell, I'd dare to brave it. What's more, this was my only chance. The 24-hour newcomer grace period on the first day was my greatest asset. Sea beasts wouldn't attack players unprovoked. That single rule was my one and only pass to break into the dragon's pool and tiger's den and seize the opportunity. I dialed the engine power to minimum, and hope slipped quietly into the mist-shrouded, intricate waterways. The channels between the reefs were extremely narrow, the tightest stretch under 5 meters, the water below riddled with unseen submerged reefs. One careless move meant boat and life destroyed. But not a trace of panic showed on my face. My hands gripped the wheel steadily, my eyes focused and sharp, as if I'd fused with hope itself. In my last life, though I'd been just an ordinary player, I'd struggled in the apocalyptic ocean for a full year. To stay alive, I'd piloted all kinds of boats and honed top-tier driving skills. More importantly, as a survivor of the Bloodsea Trial, I had bone-deep memories of the myriad serpent abyss's waterways. Hope surged forward at times, braked hard at others, grazing past one sharp reef after another at unbelievable angles, smooth as flowing water, without a single wasted motion. But the real test wasn't the waterway. SSS. A spine-chilling hiss came from the reefs to the left. Out of the corner of my eye I glanced over. A mutated sea serpent with a blood-red fleshy crest atop its head coiled on a reef, its pair of crimson vertical pupils fixed unmoving on the slowly passing Hope. Cold. Bloodthirsty. A first-tier mutated sea serpent, the Crimson Crest Sea Serpent. After the grace period, the moment a boat entered its attack range, it would burst forth. But right now, the rule held it down, and it could only watch helplessly as the intruder passed before its eyes. But rules are rigid. Won't attack unprovoked didn't mean it wouldn't retaliate when provoked. My top priority was to make absolutely no physical contact with these serpents. Even a light scrape of the hull would instantly trigger their counterattack, and by then, even I wouldn't be able to escape with wings. I kept my eyes fixed straight ahead, my mind racing through wind speed, current, and the channels in my memory. Hope kept gliding steadily on. Soon a second, then a third, more and more mutated sea serpents appeared on both sides of the channel. Some were jet black all over, nearly fused with the reefs. Some were brilliantly colored, and the more vivid, the more potent the venom, usually. Hundreds, thousands of cold, savage vertical pupils converged from all directions onto my little skiff. It was an indescribable pressure of terror. Someone with weaker nerves would likely have made an operational error long ago and ended up in a serpent's jaws. Even I had a fine sheen of cold sweat on my forehead. I knew the way, and I trusted my skills. But knowing didn't mean not being tense. This was no different from dancing on a knife's edge. One wrong step, and it was eternal ruin. In an atmosphere oppressive to the extreme, I navigated carefully for nearly an hour and passed through the outer perimeter without serious incident. The serpents gradually thinned out, but I didn't dare relax. The deeper in I went, the fewer the serpents, but the higher their tiers and the stronger their power. The perimeter was mostly first tier. The core zone would be dominated by second tier, with third tier elites appearing occasionally. Almost there. I adjusted my course slightly, heading for that region in my memory. Before long, an enormous blood-red reef appeared at the edge of my vision. At the reef's center, a colossal creature lay coiled, sunk in slumber. Its body stretched more than 10 meters, covered all over in scales the crimson of blood diamonds. Even asleep, each breath sent faint ripples through the surrounding air. A third-tier overlord boss, the blood-hell dragon serpent. And beside it, on a raised stone platform, hovered a fist-sized crystal radiating a 7-colored halo. The S-grade ship's soul core. I forcibly suppressed the excitement surging within me and shut off the engine completely. Carried by momentum, the boat glided soundlessly into a concealed recess in the blood-colored reef and docked. I'd come. For this moment, I'd given up an entire day of development and crossed the whole sea alone. The opportunity was right before my eyes. I didn't hesitate, climbing the rugged rock face step by step toward the reef's summit. But the instant I stepped onto the edge of the platform, SSS, the slumbering blood-hell dragon serpent woke. That head, the size of a water vat, slowly lifted, its cold, golden vertical pupils instantly locking onto the uninvited guest. Every muscle in my body went taut at once, every hair screaming in alarm. All I could do was stop where I was, motionless. My heart pounded like a war drum. But I knew, right now I could not retreat, much less run. The blood-hell dragon serpent's head slowly lowered, the massive serpentine skull gliding toward me. Its speed wasn't fast, but it carried the pressure of a cat toying with a mouse. The serpent's head drew nearer and nearer, its thick, bloody breath nearly blasting against my face. Its forked tongue flicked less than 3 inches from the tip of my nose. I could even clearly see my own reflection in those golden vertical pupils, so tiny, so fragile. Cold sweat slid down my temple, dripping onto the scorching reef and evaporating instantly. This was the ultimate test of will and nerve. The moment you fear, you've lost. The memories of my past life told me, during the grace period, sea beasts wouldn't attack unprovoked. But the slightest careless touch would trigger the boss's retaliatory counterattack, and by then, not even a god could save me. Time seemed stretched to infinity. 1 second, 2 seconds. After a full half-minute of that deadly stare, my heart instead went completely calm. I no longer looked at those soul-snatching serpent eyes, no longer thought of the consequences of failure. Only one thought remained in my mind, the ship's soul core. I resolutely stepped forward, skirting the serpent's head nearly pressed against my face, ignoring those fangs that could shred steel, walking step by step toward the center of the platform. A flicker of almost human confusion crossed the blood-hell dragon serpent's vertical pupils. Its body turned slowly as I moved, always keeping less than a meter from me. Cold, killing intent followed me like a shadow. Every step was like walking on a knife's edge. A mere dozen meters, yet it felt like I'd walked a century. At last, I came before that 7-colored crystal. Behind me, the beast's breathing grew heavier and heavier. It was warning me. It was furious. Yet it still didn't attack. I slowly raised my right hand, reaching toward the priceless treasure that countless players dreamed of. 5 centimeters. 3 centimeters. 1 centimeter. The instant my fingertip touched the core. Roar. An earth-shattering bellow exploded. This time the blood-hell dragon serpent could hold back no longer. It opened its bloody maw and lunged straight down at my head. In the face of that world-ending strike, not a trace of fear showed on my face. Far from pulling my hand back, I jerked it faster, and in the instant before the giant maw fell, I seized that S-grade ship soul core in a death grip. At the same moment, those cold gleaming fangs were right at hand, less than an inch from my head. But the imagined scene of my skull shattering never came. Time seemed to hit pause. That bloody maw, capable of crushing steel, came to a hard stop in midair, unable to advance another inch. In the blood-hell dragon serpent's vertical pupils, a frenzied mix of bewilderment and rage appeared for the first time. It couldn't understand why its attack had no effect whatsoever on this tiny human. I looked up, feeling the killing intent overhead almost solid enough to touch, my heart pounding, my back long since soaked. But I'd won. During the newcomer grace period, sea beasts could not attack players unprovoked. As long as there was no physical contact, even if I provoked it into a towering rage, it couldn't harm me in the slightest. That was the iron rule of the game, not something a third-tier mutated beast could defy. What? Mad? Wanna bite me? Come on. I waved the seven-colored core flowing in my hand, then flipped it the middle finger. Roar, roar, roar. The blood-hell dragon serpent went completely berserk, its massive body thrashing and writhing wildly across the reef, smashing one boulder after another to pieces. But no matter how it raged, no matter how it roared, it just couldn't harm me, right there within reach. That stifling helplessness, all that power with nowhere to channel it, nearly drove it mad. I had no interest in admiring this overlord's impotent fury. I turned and ran toward Hope, charged down the reef, leapt nimbly, and landed steadily on the deck. At that very moment, a voice from the heavens, without any warning, sounded in my ear, and in the ears of every player in Region C, 9527 at once. Regional announcement. Warning. The newcomer grace period is about to end. Sea beasts will resume active aggression. Prepare to respond. Countdown. 10, 9, 8. The smile on my face froze instantly. Damn it, where did all the time go? 7, 6. I lunged at the driver's seat and yanked the starter lever hard. Hum. Hope roared, its power erupting in an instant. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The newcomer grace period has officially ended. Notice, killing sea beasts has a chance to drop source crystals. Discover their uses on your own. Be advised, a cold wave will strike in 3 days, with temperatures dropping to -20 degrees. Work hard to upgrade your vessel. The instant that last notice faded, roar. A bellow angrier than any before tore across the entire sea. The restraint was lifted. The blood-hell dragon serpent's massive body leapt down from the reef and crashed thunderously into the water. Kaboom! A towering wave. Now I've really stepped in it. I gripped the wheel for dear life, my palms slick with cold sweat. Without looking back, I knew its speed in the water was extreme. And in this myriad serpent abyss with its complex waterways, I still had to watch for submerged reefs and other serpents. I couldn't go full throttle at all. With the gap widening against me, in less than 3 minutes both man and boat would be torn to shreds. What to do? A thought flashed through my mind. The S-grade ship soul core. If I let infinite Plunder devour it right now, upgrading the C-grade Windrider to S-grade, my speed would explode and escaping alive would be no problem. But use it just like that? A surge of fierce reluctance crossed my eyes. I knew better than anyone the true value of this core. To use it merely to boost Windrider's speed would be like forging a hoe out of divine metal, a criminal waste. I'll gamble. Unless absolutely forced to, this S-grade ship soul could not be squandered. I pushed the engine to its limit, abandoned all the delicate evasive maneuvers, and chose a relatively wide, but equally reef-strewn, straight channel from my memory. Roar. The bellow behind me drew closer and closer. The blood-hell dragon serpent broke the surface and lunged for a bite at Hope. Get the hell out of my way. Eyes blood red. I neither dodged nor evaded, and wrenched the wheel hard. Crunch. Hope slammed hard into a submerged reef jutting above the surface. Warning. Vessel Hope has taken a severe impact. Durability -15. The hull shuddered violently, letting out a teeth-grinding screech of twisting metal. But borrowing that recoil, Hope, at a hair-raising angle, just barely dodged the fatal bite. The giant maw closed on empty space. I steadied the hull again and kept barreling forward. HSSS, HSSS. Ahead in the channel, more than a dozen startled Crimson Crest sea serpents blocked the way. Before, I'd have gone around them. But now I had no choice. Anyone in my way dies. Hope's throttle welded to the floor, no slowing, no swerving. I charged straight at the serpent pack. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Killed first-tier Crimson Crest sea serpent. Obtained source crystal ×1. Killed first-tier Crimson Crest sea serpent. Obtained source crystal ×1. Warning: consecutive impacts. Durability -8. The notices spammed wildly before my eyes. I had no attention to spare for them. Every bit of focus on piloting the boat and shaking off the beast behind me. Ram, ram, ram. First-tier serpents, ram straight through. Unavoidable submerged reefs, ram straight through too. Only when I met a serpent above second tier, or a boulder massive enough to break the hull apart on the spot, would I dodge at the very limit of distance. It was a near-suicidal way to sail. Hope's durability plummeted fast. Durability, 97 120ths, durability. 81 120ths, durability. 65 120ths. The hull crawled with vicious cracks, deformed in many places, parts even shaking loose and falling into the sea. But in exchange, Hope tore through the myriad serpent abyss at an unprecedented speed. The blood-hell dragon serpent behind me was thoroughly enraged by this reckless, death-defying run and began charging and ramming too, smashing through countless reefs, staying clamped right behind. Several times, its fong-line maw nearly swallowed Hope whole, only to be dodged each time at the absolute limit by ramming an obstacle. A hellish 10 minutes, dragging on like a century. Finally, the way ahead opened up, and the gray mist over the myriad serpent abyss gradually thinned. I'd broken out. Behind me came the blood-hell dragon serpent's last bellow, brimming with unwillingness. It probably understood that chasing beyond its territory would lead nowhere, and finally retreated slowly. But before I could even breathe a sigh of relief, a piercing alarm rang out in the cockpit. Warning: Hope's durability is below 20. Hull severely damaged. Repair as soon as possible. Durability, 18 120ths, near total loss. I had no choice but to slow down, letting the nearly falling apart Hope drift slowly across the surface. Then I drew out from inside my jacket that crystal still radiating its 7-colored halo. The S-grade ship Soul Core. Ha 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 ha. It was all worth it. For you, no price was too high. This trip into the myriad serpent abyss had been perilous beyond measure, a brush with death. But in the end, I'd won. I pressed one hand to the control panel and gripped the core tight in the other. Hope, activate infinite plunder. S-grade ship Soul Core detected. Plunder commencing. The 7-colored crystal in my hand blazed with light, transforming into a brilliant stream that surged into Hope's hull in an instant. Plunder successful. SSS-grade ship Soul, infinite plunder, has absorbed the S-grade ship Soul Core. Option 1. Enhance Windrider to S-grade. Option 2. Lock in a brand new S-grade trait, Soul Awakening. Effect: a vessel with Soul Awakening automatically awakens the transcendent sequence in its captain and official crew. My breathing turned suddenly ragged, brilliance bursting from my eyes. It really was Soul Awakening. It didn't let me down. In this maritime survival game, if the vessel was everyone's second life, then the transcendent sequence was the most direct expression of personal power and status. It would be the second great mainstream of the future game. Normally, to awaken a transcendent sequence, you had to kill a mutated creature above third tier for a relatively low chance of dropping the upgraded version of a source crystal, a Soul Core. And even with a Soul Core in hand, consuming it carried only a 50% chance of successful awakening. The other half meant dropping dead on the spot. The success rate was entirely random, without pattern. Even living a second time, I couldn't guarantee that walking the old path again would surely succeed. So even a year after the game began, successfully awakened transcendents were exceedingly few, each one a figure ordinary players looked up to. In my last life, The world's first transcendent player didn't appear until a month after the start, and I myself struggled at sea for half a year before earning a single transcendent talent that doubled my strength. But now, I could not only awaken a full month ahead of everyone else and open the gap wide, but with a 100% success rate and no risk of death whatsoever. Lock in the new trait, Soul Awakening. I didn't hesitate. Lock in successful. Hope gains a new trait, Soul Awakening S-grade. Captain Jiang Chun meets awakening conditions. Transcendent sequence awakening in progress. As the words fell, a warm current instantly surged from the deck into my limbs and bones. It felt wonderful. None of that heart-rending agony from consuming a soul core in my last life. In just a dozen seconds. Awakening successful. You have awakened the transcendent sequence. Sequence 181 Divine Eye. Personal attribute panel unlocked. Please review it yourself. Congratulations, player Jiang Chun, for becoming the world's first transcendent. Reward, Golden Treasure Chest ×1. Issue a region-wide announcement. I was thrilled and puzzled at once. Thrilled that I'd actually done it. Puzzled because the sequence I'd awakened was completely different from my past lives. This Divine Eye, I'd never even heard of. No, I decisively declined the announcement. Now wasn't the time to expose myself. Standing out too much would only invite trouble. Quietly growing stronger was the safe play. An exquisite golden treasure chest materialized on the deck, radiating an alluring glow. But I had no time for it. I immediately opened my personal attribute panel first. Player, Jiang Chun Tier. First tier, Transcendent Sequence. Divine Eye, number 181. Strength, 10. Average for an ordinary adult is 10. Agility, 11. Constitution, 12. Spirit, 32. Far above the norm. Skill, Perception. The eyes gain basic X-ray vision, enhanced dynamic vision, low-light night vision, and the ability to see through illusions and discern the hidden information of all things. Looking at this brand new attribute panel, I had a sudden realization. It had to be because, living a second life, my soul's strength far exceeded the norm, which is why my mental force had received such an enormous boost, and precisely because of that, my awakened sequence had undergone this unexpected change. Divine Eye, I murmured, not the kind of direct power or speed-stacking combat sequence from my last life. But the potential of this support sequence seemed even more terrifying. Basic X-ray vision, enhanced dynamic vision, low-light night vision, seeing through illusions, discerning hidden information. Any single one would be enough to give someone an overwhelming edge in the apocalypse. Now all gathered in one, it was simply the strongest support, tailor-made for me. As for combat power, I could cobble that together with weapons and gear. My gaze fell on Hope's nearly disintegrating deck. There, scattered about, lay more than a dozen faintly glowing crystals the size of fingernails. They were what the first-tier serpent's eyed ram to death had dropped along the way. Source crystals. In my last life, source crystals were mainly used as circulating currency. But they had another, most primal and most important use, direct consumption. Eating them did nothing for ordinary people, but to an awakened transcendent, a source crystal was the purest energy supplement, the most direct experience points for raising physical attributes. I bent down and picked up the dozen-plus source crystals one by one, then stuffed them all into my mouth. They melted on contact, turning into a pure, gentle warm current that surged into my limbs and bones. The exhaustion of a day and night of struggle was swept clean away. A few seconds later, the panel updated. Strength, 10-13 Agility, 11-12 Constitution, 12-15 Spirit, 32. Satisfied, I couldn't wait to test out Divine Eye, turning my gaze toward the battered Hope. The next second, rows of data far more detailed than the system panel surfaced before my eyes. Vessel, Hope, Bronze 3-star. Durability, 18/120ths, near total loss. A damage report. 3 microscopic cracks in the keel, structural strength down 72%. Hull severely deformed, 5 penetrating breaches. Metal fatigue in the stern propeller may detach at any time. Hidden information. This vessel's keel core is the wreckage of a shattered, ancient, mysterious structure, possessing limitless potential. So that's it. No wonder a rotted log could carry an SSS-grade ship's soul. Its origins were far more mysterious than I'd imagined. Amid the wonder, a thought stirred. Since I could see through a boat's hidden information, then, without opening the chest, could I see what was inside? The thought had barely formed when my gaze turned to that golden treasure chest on the deck. Golden treasure chest, unopened, gold-grade contents. 1. Golden Desert Eagle, unlimited ammunition, times 1. 2. Unconditional vessel upgrade card times 1. Upgrades any vessel by 1 major grade with no resource cost. 3. Eternal fuel core times 1. Provides unlimited fuel once fused with the tank. The moment I made out those 3 items, my breath caught. I'd struck it rich. This time, I'd really struck it rich. A Desert Eagle with unlimited ammo, the curb-stomping divine weapon of the early game. The upgrade card, perfect for repairing and upgrading the Dying Hope. And that eternal fuel core, from now on, I'd never have to worry about being stranded mid-journey again. Any single one of them would be enough to send players at this stage into a frenzy. I could no longer hold back my elation, laughing toward the sky as I slapped my hand onto the chest's clasp. Open. With a click, golden light shot up to the heavens, then drew back in. The 3 items lay quietly at the bottom of the chest. A dark gold, fiercely and domineeringly shaped massive handgun, a translucent white card, and a fist-sized red core with what looked like flowing magma inside. I picked up the card first. Unconditional vessel upgrade card effect. Designate 1 vessel and upgrade it by 1 tier directly, ignoring material requirements. Use on hope? Use it. The card transformed into a brilliant stream of light, melting into the ruined hope beneath my feet. The entire boat was wrapped in dense white light, humming violently. Within the glow, those vicious cracks, the shattered armor, the deformed hull were repaired and reshaped before my eyes. The metal plates once layered on the surface fused inward, becoming heavy and solid. The hull lengthened and widened. A cockpit that could shelter from wind and rain took shape from nothing, rapidly forming, like a pair of invisible hands giving this boat a complete rebirth. A minute later, the light scattered. Where was the dying little speedboat now? In its place sat a brand new small fishing boat, over 5 meters long, gleaming all over with a silver-gray metallic luster. The shape was plain, but the sturdy hull and spacious deck gave a sense of safety I'd never felt before. I pressed my hand to the gunnel, and a new panel popped up. Vessel, Hope, Silver 1 star. Dimensions, 5.5 by 3.2 by 2.5 m durability, 200/200 capacity. For power, small fuel engine, 60 horsepower. Speed, 30 knots. Base, plus 30 knots. Windrider, equals 60 knots. Ship soul. Infinite Plunder, SSS grade unique. A locked trait 1. Windrider, C grade. Sailing speed plus 200%. Locked trait 2. Soul Awakening, S grade. Captain and official crew automatically awaken the Transcendent Sequence status. Small fishing boat. Hull sturdy. Can shelter from wind and rain, but functional facilities are lacking. Functional renovation strongly recommended. Excellent. Though it was only Silver 1 star due to the lack of facilities, durability had shot straight to 200, and the hull was now a true steel structure. With this, the cold wave in 3 days was no longer a threat. I picked up the Eternal Fuel Core next. Effect: fuses with the power system to provide unlimited fuel and a small boost to engine efficiency. Fuse with hope? Fuse. A flash of red light, and the core sank into the engine compartment at the stern. In the cockpit, the fuel gauge that had been bottomed out shot straight up to 100%. From now on, fuel freedom. Golden Desert Eagle, unlimited ammunition. Gold grade damage. 35 to 50 trait. Unlimited ammunition, plus 50% additional damage against evil and undead type creatures. Note: looking cool is a lifelong commitment. Looking at this golden gun that couldn't even pierce the defense of a second-tier sea beast and was purely for show, I was speechless and tucked it into the back of my waistband. Then I opened the regional chat channel I hadn't checked in a day. The grace period had been over for a few hours now. I needed to understand what was happening out there, and along the way, scout for new prey. The channel refreshed at an astonishing speed, dozens of messages per second. Only now, the initial panic and terror were mostly gone, replaced by bloody reality. Spotted a bronze treasure chest at coordinates 15-88. First tier sea beasts around it. Any brothers want to team up? Female college student here, looking for someone to rely on. If you've got no skills, don't come. Selling wood times 30, rope times 10, for fresh water and compressed biscuits. Dying of thirst here. Scammers stay away. Just killed a mutated sea turtle. It dropped a source crystal. What's this thing good for? Can you eat it? To the guy above. Tested it myself. You can eat it, just hard on the teeth and hard to digest. Clearly, having lived through the blood-soaked 24 hours, most of the survivors had already adapted to the rhythm of the apocalypse, even starting to band together for warmth and feel out the rules. But I had no interest in this small-time stuff. My fingers swiped rapidly, hunting for truly valuable leads in the sea of information. Soon, a bolded guild recruitment notice caught my eye. Dragon Gate Guild Recruiting. Requirements: boat bronze grade or above, combat experience. Join and receive supplies. Damn it. Cut the act. My brother wanted to go join you, and you robbed his boat and supplies instead. Slander. Now offering 10 loaves of bread for this man's coordinates. Looking at this cheap bounty, a cold smile curled at the corner of my mouth. Dragon Gate, Long Tion. Of course I remembered. In my last life, this guild rose extremely fast, pulling together several hundred people in just a few days. The reason was that the guild leader, Long Tion, got lucky at the start, grabbing a fishing boat with a C-grade ship soul, bounty. Ship soul, bounty, C-grade. Trait: opening a treasure chest on the boat automatically yields double the supplies. An extremely practical support ship soul for the resource-scarce early game. Unfortunately, this madman acted too flamboyantly and viciously, doing every kind of evil on the strength of his numbers, and soon stirred up public outrage. He was wiped out by several emerging guilds joining forces, and the ship's soul was taken. A mobile C-grade treasure vault could make for the next target. I rubbed my chin and, easily and pleasantly, handed Long Tion a death sentence. Just as I was about to search for Dragon Gate's coordinates, another distress message made my heart jump. Ghost. I saw a ghost ship. A glowing phantom ship suddenly flashed into view. Someone please save me. A wave of mockery immediately followed below. Brother, you hallucinating from hunger? Where would a ghost ship come from on the sea? Scammer, trying to lure people to your coordinates to rob them again? That trick's outdated. Another one's gone crazy. The pressure in this game's too much. Sometimes I think even the rafts can talk. The player with the ID Zhang Wei seemed provoked and quickly threw out a photo. It's real? Look, it's right behind me. The photo was very blurry, like a snapshot taken mid-violent shaking, the whole screen full of motion blur. You could faintly make out, on the pitch-black sea, the silhouette of an ancient warship hovering indistinctly, battered and broken, the hull wreathed in a layer of eerie ghostly green light mist, sinister and terrifying. But far from having any effect, the photo only drew more ridicule. This Photoshop skill isn't worth 50 cents. Haha, isn't this just a CG model? Brother, you used to do film post-production, didn't you? Alright, stop performing. Everyone's busy. No time to watch you grandstand. Soon, this ghost sighting message faded into the jeers and was drowned out by the new flood of information. But I stared hard at that blurry photo everyone treated as a joke, my pupils contracting sharply to the extreme. Others couldn't recognize it. I knew it at a glance. It was that. The ghost ship that ran through more than a year of my past life's game progress, known as the Forbidden Legend. I remembered the legends about it clearly. Its speed was very slow, slow enough that an ordinary raft could easily overtake it. Yet it was endlessly mysterious. Every appearance came without warning, as if it could turn invisible out of thin air or pass through space. The most terrifying part, every time it appeared, it drew countless players to board it in search of treasure, but of all who boarded, not a single one ever came back. No living person, no corpse. In over a year of my last life, it had appeared in the Dragon Nation's waters only a handful of times. Right up until I died, no one knew whether the thing controlling it was a player or some unknown, terrifying boss. It was like a grim reaper wandering the endless sea. Every appearance meant death and disappearance. Before my rebirth, You could lend me 100 times my courage, and I still wouldn't have dared to provoke a forbidden existence like that. But now, my divine eye gave rise to an impulse I'd never even have dared to imagine before. The divine eye could discern all things and see through illusions. Perhaps it could see through this ghost ship's secret? Once the thought arose, it spread like wild grass. Go or not go. Going likely meant a brush with death, even certain death. But if I succeeded, the gains would probably exceed imagination. After half a minute of deep thought, the fervor in my eyes gradually faded. No, it wasn't the time yet. Though I'd awakened my sequence and had hope in the golden desert eagle, my overall strength was still at first tier. Going to touch this ghost ship, one no one had cracked even in my last life, right now was too risky. Phew. I let out a long breath and cleared that photo from my mind. The ghost ship was tempting, but you eat your meal one bite at a time and walk your road one step at a time. By my memory, this ship sailed extremely slowly and would most likely still be wandering this starting region of C 9527 within the month. I had time. The priority was to deal with Dragon Gate first, plunder the bounty ship soul, and build up strength as fast as possible. Once hope upgraded again and I'd raised myself to second or third tier, then going to probe the ghost ship's secret would be the foolproof plan. Mind made up, I fixed on the regional channel again, and soon, from the bragging chatter of a few Dragon Gate members, I pieced together the rough coordinates of their activity. I pulled the starter lever, Hope's hull shuddered, and it sped off, riding the wind and cutting the waves. Along the way, I ignored the sea beasts that occasionally surfaced and didn't bother looking for treasure chests. How many supplies could one person scrounge working themselves to death? Better to use that time to directly pay a visit to those guilds that had already taken shape. That was the fastest road to riches in the apocalypse. Half a day later, the boat's speed gradually slowed. By the coordinates, I wasn't far from the waters Dragon Gate occupied. On the lonely sea, other players finally appeared. Looking up, I saw more than a dozen boats of various styles chasing a black assault raft ahead. The pursuers were mostly bronze-grade vessels like inflatable dinghies, awning boats, and jet skis, their speeds uneven, yet forming a scattered, deadly encirclement. The assault raft was clearly a notch faster, nimbly cutting arc after arc, trying to shake off the pursuit. On it, a slender figure steered one-handed, utterly bedraggled. It was a woman. Even across several hundred meters, I could feel the breathtaking beauty radiating off her. She wore a black yoga outfit soaked through with seawater, outlining a smoking hot, eye-catching figure. The several bloodstains, far from spoiling the beauty, added a kind of broken, mournfully gorgeous allure. I hadn't meant to meddle, but looking at that figure, there was an inexplicable familiarity. A thought stirred, and a faint glow imperceptible to ordinary people flickered through my eyes. Divine Eye activate. The next second, an information panel only I could see locked precisely onto that woman. Name, Su Wanqing. Age, 25. Height, 172 centimeters. External looks, 92. Top-tier stunner. Inner temperament, 98. Born with a seductive allure. Every movement holds a fatal attraction for the opposite sex. Weakness, currently on her period. Attacking her bleeding areas will have unexpected effects. Overall assessment, 96 points. Bewitchingly charming on the surface, yet aloof as the moon within. Still a virgin to this day, worth possessing. Even with 2 lifetimes behind me and a mind long since solid as bedrock, seeing this string of nonsense nearly knocked the breath out of me. What on earth was this? The weakness is her period? And worth possessing? This, Divine Eye. Was something seriously wrong with it? But when I saw the name, Su Wanqing, I finally remembered who she was. Su Wanqing. It was actually her. The famous, thousand-faced enchantress of my last life. The one countless powerhouses flocked to, even willing to die for. I remembered clearly. This woman awakened the extremely rare charm type sequence, which, paired with that born seductive allure, made her a walking dose of female hormones. In my last life, her own combat power wasn't top tier, and she never gave men a kind look, yet she could always get countless powerhouses to lay down their lives for her, like a thorned rose, poison and all, that men gladly embraced. I'd never have guessed this future generation's enchantress was also a player in C 9527. And I guessed even less that in the early days before she awakened her sequence, she'd be this miserable and down on her luck. While I was lost in thought, that assault raft had already pulled up before me. Help! Big brother up ahead, save me. I looked at her expressionlessly, letting hope stay put. Do you know what kind of trouble behavior like this will bring me? Su Wanqing was briefly stunned, seemingly not expecting this reaction, but she quickly adjusted. She brushed aside the wet hair plastered to her cheek, revealing a stunning face that could make any man's heart race, and bloomed a nation-toppling smile at me, her voice soft and bewitching to the bone. Big brother, this fishing boat of yours looks so sturdy, it's definitely silver grade. Those little wrecks of theirs are no match for you at all. Just help me this once, and I'll agree to anything you want. As she spoke, she deliberately bent forward, her fingertips lightly tracing across her own thigh. Ryup. The yoga pants tore open in a long gash, exposing a wide stretch of snow-white skin beneath. I watched her performance quietly, no desire in my eyes, only a faint trace of admiration. How could I not understand her scheme? She just wanted to draw the pursuers onto me, get us both badly hurt, then seize the chance to slip away. This eye for opportunity, this maneuvering, there really was a bit of the future thousand-faced enchantress to it. But I couldn't be bothered to call it out. My gaze went past her, toward the dozen-plus boats already closing in behind. Divine Eye, activate again. Dragon Gate Guild Small Fry times 15 assessment. A pack of rabble, unworthy of names, much less worth wasting page space to analyze. Just then, that pack of small fry caught up, sealing hope in the assault raft incompletely. At their head, a bald, heavy-set brute standing on a jet ski, his face all menacing slabs of muscle, pointed a steel pipe at Su Wanqing and sneered. Stinking wench, running? Why'd you stop running? My brothers have been chasing you half the day, they're all hungry. The crowd behind him let out a wave of filthy laughter. The bald man turned his gaze to me, sizing up hope, greed flashing in his eyes. Kid, if you don't want to die, get lost. This is Prey Dragon Gates, set its eyes on. And this boat of yours is nice. Hand it over too. I'm in a good mood today. I can spare your dog life. Right? Leave the boat and the woman. Dare to cross Dragon Gate, and we'll bury you in a fish's belly. A dozen-plus people clamored all at once, as if I were already fish on their chopping block. Su Wanqing's face went pale, her body instinctively shrinking back, but her eyes kept darting toward me, seemingly hoping I'd make a move. Yet my face remained still as an ancient well. Ignoring the Dragon Gate crowd, I spoke to her instead. Lay out the whole story. If your reason's good enough, I might save you. Su Wanqing bit her lower lip, intense hatred and grief surfacing on her stunning face. Originally, my parents and I planned to join Dragon Gate together. We thought there's strength in numbers in the apocalypse, that we'd live better in a guild. But that guild leader, Long Tian, he took a liking to me, wanted me to be his woman. My mom just stood up and objected once, and he killed her right in front of me. My dad took me and ran for our lives, and to cover our retreat, they killed him too. She couldn't go on, crouching on the assault raft, her shoulders shaking violently, letting out cries of pain. This was a tragedy playing out every day in the apocalypse. There wasn't much of a ripple in my heart. I'd seen stories 100 times more wretched than this. But the bald man across from us clearly had no patience. Seeing the two of us ignore him and chat among ourselves, the slabs of muscle on his face instantly piled up with rage. Damn it, you treat me like air. Kid, I gave you a chance and you didn't take it. So don't blame me for being ruthless. Brothers, get them. Tear apart this kid's boat first, then drag that winch over. Roar. The small fry let out an excited, freakish howl, gunning their boats to close in from all sides. A melee was about to erupt. Bang! A gunshot abruptly tore through the clamor on the sea. The bald brute's shouting cut off instantly. A bloody hole opened dead center in his forehead, the sneer still frozen on his face as his body toppled stiffly backward into the sea with a splash. The whole world went silent in an instant. The dozen-plus Dragon Gate small fry, about to charge, all froze in place, terror written on their faces. The boss is dead. A gun. He has a gun. After the dead silence came an even greater panic. Run. Split up and run. He can't shoot all of us. Big brother, spare me. I was just passing by. The crowd erupted, the dozen-plus boats turning around and fleeing in every direction for their lives. But once I'd made my move, how could I leave any alive? The divine eye's enhanced dynamic vision was pushed to the extreme in this moment. In my eyes, those scattering, fleeing boats seemed slowed several times over. Every person's movements, every boat's course, was vividly imprinted in my mind. Bang! A skinny tall one paddling an inflatable dinghy for his life. The back of his head burst into a bloom of blood. Bang! A jet ski rider who thought himself the fastest. His body jerked hard, and he flipped into the sea. My marksmanship had already been honed through a year in my last life. Now, with the divine eye's boost, I hit exactly where I aimed. The golden desert eagle became a scythe reaping lives in my hand. Every time the gun sounded, a life was ended. Those naive thoughts of split up and run, not enough bullets, before absolute strength, were laughable and powerless. Su Wanqing was utterly stunned. The 15 burly men who'd been hurling vile words at her a moment ago became, in under a minute, corpses sinking fast one after another. She'd been calculating on waiting for me and Dragon Gate to start fighting, then fleeing in the chaos. But the battle ended too fast, fast enough that she hadn't even had time to start the assault raft's engine. The sea wind carried a thick smell of blood. Her face grew paler still. While she was dazed, I leapt and landed steadily on her assault raft. The hull sank abruptly. She startled in fright, looking up to meet my cold eyes. The next second, a cold, hard length of metal pressed against her forehead. I've solved your trouble for you. Now, it's time to settle accounts. You used me. What have you got to buy your life with? Su Wanqing was dumbfounded. She couldn't believe that this man, having seen her beauty and heard her tragedy, still meant to kill her. But the muzzle against her forehead was cold and hard, and what she saw in my eyes was undisguised killing intent. Wait, I have something. She frantically rummaged through a compartment and pulled out 2 faintly glowing sheets of parchment. These are blueprints I got from a treasure chest. 1 whole ship electrical system design, 1 air conditioner design. That's enough to show my apology, right? The divine I fed back instantly. Whole ship electrical system design. Unlocks the vessel's electrical system, the foundation of modern renovation. Air conditioner design. Unlocks cooling and heating functions to handle extreme temperatures. I snatched them away. I had to admit, this was exactly what I lacked most right now. Though Hope had upgraded to silver grade, it was still a bare shell, without even electricity, and an air conditioner was the perfect safeguard against the cold wave in 3 days. This woman didn't know how to read the room, but I didn't lower the gun. As an apology, it's enough. To buy your life, it's not. Su Wanqing's face went deathly pale, her chest heaving violently. I gave you the most precious things I had. What more do you want? I looked at her quietly, not answering. The golden desert eagle in my hand was steady as a rock. A dead silence. Every second was like a century to her. Finally, she remembered the wretched sight of her parents before they died, and their charge to her to live on well. She stared hard at me, and with all her strength, forced out a final condition. Unless you agree to help me get revenge. Wipe out Dragon Gate, kill Long Tian. I finally spoke, a trace of amusement in my tone. Even without you, I'd be going to settle accounts with Dragon Gate. Things can buy a life, but anyone can offer things. My muzzle dipped slightly. What I want to know is whether you, as a person, are worth keeping. Prove it to me. Su Wanqing was stunned. How do I prove it? I holstered the gun at my waist, my gaze sweeping over the dozen-plus ownerless boats drifting on the sea. These boats, along with your assault raft, disassemble them all and list the materials on the trading channel. First, trade for a dose of healing medicine for yourself, and with the rest, gather as many of the materials these 2 blueprints need as you can. Do it well, and I'll give you a great gift, a gift that will let you take revenge with your own hands. Do it poorly. I didn't finish, but she understood. Her pupils suddenly widened. Is what you said true? I can really kill Long Tian with my own hands. I never lie. Su Wanqing bit her lower lip, the terror in her eyes giving way, bit by bit, to a do-or-die ferocity. Fine, I'll do it. I returned to Hope's cabin. I hadn't closed my eyes in over 30 hours, hadn't had a proper bite to eat. Crossing the myriad serpent abyss, seizing the S-grade ship soul, awakening my sequence. then racing all the way here. The moment I let up, drowsiness surged in like a tide, impossible to hold back. I slumped over in the driver's seat and fell into a deep sleep. I don't know how long passed. Knock, knock, knock. Jiangchen, are you awake? I've finished all the trades. Can I come in? I opened my bleary eyes, my neck stiff and sore from sleeping crooked, stretched, and got up to open the door. Outside, Su Wanqing had changed into clean clothes and was holding a tray, on it a fragrantly seared steak, with a bottle of red wine and a wine glass standing beside it. That yoga outfit from before got torn. Can't wear it anymore. She kept her head down, her voice small. I didn't dwell on it, my gaze going past her to the deck behind. Good grief. The entire deck was piled high, all kinds of materials, food, and clothing stacked neat and orderly. The divine eye activated, and rows of detailed supply information surfaced instantly. Electrical system materials, complete copper wire times 120, insulating plastic times 35, fuel generator set times 1, cable times 80 m, distribution box times 1, LED light set times 4, storage battery times 2, air conditioner materials, complete compressor times 1, condenser times 1, copper tubing times 40 m, refrigerant times 2 canisters, insulation board times 12, temperature control chip times 1. I raised an eyebrow. The materials for both blueprints were actually all complete. Reading on, there was even a long list of food, daily goods, and clothing, all uniformly good stuff. These were all traded for with the materials from those dozen-plus boats. She nodded timidly. I disassembled all 16 boats first and got a big pile of wood, metal, and rope. First, I traded on the channel for all the materials the blueprints needed, and after that I found there was still quite a lot left, so I went ahead and traded for some living supplies. I'm not used to cheap goods. I specifically picked the good stuff, so the quantity is a lot less, but the quality really is very good. Don't be angry. I was silent for 5 seconds. How much material 16 bronze-grade vessels would yield after disassembly, I had a sense of. If I'd run that trade myself, gathering enough for both blueprints would have been cause to burn incense in thanks. Yet this girl not only gathered everything, she had enough surplus left over to trade back for a pile of premium goods. How did you do it? She tilted her head, as if not understanding what was so hard about it. I just traded normally. Some people were in a hurry for wood to upgrade their boats, so I split the wood into small portions, releasing only a small batch each time, and let them bid against each other. Some people had good things, but didn't know what they were worth, so I bought them cheap with the food and water they urgently needed. Also, for the same material, the closing price between a public listing and a private quote can differ by 2 or 3 times. The corner of my mouth twitched. Hunger marketing, information asymmetry arbitrage, batch supply control. What does it mean to strike it lucky? This is what it means to strike it lucky. Was I too thoughtless? I promise I'll change. I definitely won't do this again. Seeing me not speak, Su Wanqing thought I was angry and stood there uneasily. I laughed out loud, took the tray, freed up one hand, and gave her head a light tap. Who said you did anything wrong? From now on, our days run by this standard, even higher, in fact. It's already the apocalypse. Can't we still enjoy ourselves a little? Those bitter days. Whoever loves that life can have it. She froze for a moment, then started to laugh too. Not the put-on coyness from before, but a pure, unreserved joy. I carried the tray into the cabin, set the steak by the control panel, cut a piece, and put it in my mouth. The cooking was spot on, crisp outside and tender within. One more thing. From now on, I want to hand all of Hope's supply allocation, trading and exchange, and upgrade planning to you. She followed into the cabin, and hearing this, her smile immediately vanished. Can I? You're willing to hand something this important to me? I didn't answer, only silently opened the crew management system in my mind. The next second, a mechanical prompt exploded in her mind. Hope's Captain Jiang Chun invites you to become an official crew member. Do you agree? Note: once you agree, you will be bound to this vessel for life and cannot leave of your own will. Crew must be absolutely loyal to the captain and cannot take actions that harm the captain. The captain holds absolute control over the crew. Su Wanqing's pupils shrank. Bound for life. Absolute loyalty. She'd seen these terms on the rules page of the navigation log. The moment she pressed agree, it was the same as handing over her life. But she didn't hesitate. Not for a second. I agree. Her life had been snatched back by this man in the first place. What's more, he'd given her a path to take revenge with her own hands. Congratulations, player Su Wanqing, on officially becoming a crew member of Hope. Conditions for Transcendent Sequence Awakening detected. Awakening in progress. Before she could react, a warm energy surged through her whole body in an instant, her body wrapped in a layer of pale purple light. Then, a slender, dark purple tail with a heart-shaped tip at its end emerged from beneath her skirt. Two small curved horns broke through the skin atop her head, black as jade, and her pupils gradually dyed into an eerie crimson. 10 seconds later, the purple light dissipated. Congratulations, player Su Wanqing, on awakening the Transcendent Sequence. Sequence 69 Succubus. Player Su Wanqing First Tier Transcendent Sequence. Succubus 69. Strength 5 Agility 8 Constitution 7 Spirit 13. Skill 1 Form Shift. Can transform into any human's appearance, voice, and temperament. Skill 2 Charm. Plants a mental knot in the heart of the opposite sex. The higher the mental force, the stronger and wider the influenced. A scream that nearly blew off the cabin roof. Su Wanqing stared at the tail still thrashing wildly behind her, shaking like a leaf. Jiang Chun, I've turned into a monster. Look at these two horns on my head. What the hell are they? Tears poured down, her crimson eyes brimming with fear. Through the divine eye, I'd already seen her attributes clear as day. But my first reaction inside wasn't delight. It was envy. Why did everyone else's sequence get 2 skills while my divine I only got 1? Was that fair? But her screaming was nearly cracking. I had no choice but to set down the wine glass, step forward, and pull her into my arms. Don't be scared, little fool. You haven't turned into a monster, you've just awakened a superpower. The demon form can be retracted, just silently will it in your mind. Try it. She sobbed and closed her eyes, frantically thinking, retract it, retract it. Before long, the tail withdrew into her body, the horns sank into her hair, and her eye color returned to brown. Only then did she let out a long breath, though she still clung in my arms without moving. Scared me to death. Everything was fine. Why did I suddenly awaken? I released her and pointed at the control panel. You're an official crew member now, so you have the right to view Hope's full attributes. Go take a look. It'll make it easier for you to plan upgrades later. She wiped away her tear streaks, walked to the control panel, and pressed her palm to it. The attribute panel popped up. First glance, curiosity. Second glance, her pupils widened a ring. Third glance, her lips began to tremble. Fourth glance, she froze in place entirely, even forgetting to breathe. This is an SSS grade. Ship soul. After reading all the information, she swatted the panel away, spun around, rushed over, and grabbed my arm. My God, Jiang Chun, this boat of yours is way too absurd. An SSS grade ship soul. Is it the only one in the whole world? And Soul Awakening. Board the boat and get a Transcendent Sequence free. This is straight up a cheat tool. With this, won't we be able to do whatever we want in this game from now on? She was so excited she was practically dancing. My expression was very calm, but inside I was fighting a hard battle. As expected of the succubus sequence, this passive amplification was too absurd. Even after she'd returned to human form, that allure was a huge notch stronger than before she awakened. From now on, I'd have to stay on guard at all times. This was rough on me. I drew several deep breaths before barely managing to press down that heat. It's not that easy. The foundation is good, but we're a long way from invincible. So tell me, do you have any thoughts on Hope's future development? Su Wanqing thought it over seriously. First, upgrade the vessel and plunder ship souls. That's the foundation, the most important thing. I nodded. No question about that one. Second, recruit crew. The boat now holds 4. We need to fill the slots as soon as possible. She paused, then said matter-of-factly, but I propose, from now on we only recruit women, and they have to be the top-tier kind. I looked at her strangely. You sure? Sure. She had her reasons ready. Cram 2 big men onto one boat. Sweat mixed with engine oil. How gross. Switch to good-looking sisters instead. Easy on the eyes, and the arrangements work out better too. Anyway, no recruiting men. Me? Fine. For some reason, I couldn't come up with anything to rebut that on the spot. Do you have anyone in mind? I asked, gnawing on the steak. Beauties always cluster together, and finding top-tier goods rated above 95 for looks isn't easy. For something like this, asking someone in the know for a recommendation is fastest. Sure enough, the moment Su Wanqing heard it, she perked up. You asked exactly the right person. I have a best friend who's also in C, 9527. And you know her too. I know her. I frowned. We only ran into each other today. How would I know your best friend? She leaned in and lowered her voice, like she was sharing an earth-shaking secret. I should say, every man in the Dragon Nation knows her. She's the film and TV megastar known as Fairy Sister, the national goddess, Huang Yimei. It was actually her. When that name dropped into my mind, my heartbeat skipped half a beat. Not lust at the sight of beauty, but because that name carried too many memories from my past life. From the time I first saw her at 15 on TV, playing the female lead in that period Xinxia drama, that face had been a whole generation's youth. A pity. In my last life, less than a month after the game began, she died in a Guild C battle. A generation's national goddess, gone, vanished on the endless sea before she'd even had time to awaken a transcendent sequence. What's her situation now? The last contact was 10 hours ago. She said she was going to some strait. Su Wanqing's tone carried worry. I asked who exactly was at that strait and why she absolutely had to go, but she didn't reply and went out of contact. I sent several more messages after that. None answered, but her ID is still lit, so she's all right. I ran through the timeline in my mind. There were still nearly 2 weeks before Huang Yimei's death in my last life. Time enough. The priority was to deal with Dragon Gate before the Cold Wave. As the foremost evil force of the early game, taking them out, whether for the ship's soul or the resources, would do me great good going forward. Set your best friend's matter aside for now. I drained the last of the red wine and wiped my hands. I've decided. I'll help you get your revenge first. Su Wanqing felt a warmth in her heart, but reason left her uneasy. She tugged at my sleeve and said softly, I want revenge fast too. But Dragon Gate has at least 500 plus people right now, and even with a gun, what if? There aren't that many what ifs. I cut her off. So what if it's 500? So what if it's 5,000? If we can't fight head-on, we outsmart them. A gentleman's revenge is not too late even after 10 years. I stood up. But my revenge. Wait even one night, and I get all stifled. She was briefly choked by that line, and after a moment, nodded firmly. The engine roared again. Hope swung its bow around and sped at full speed toward Dragon Gate's coordinates. 3 hours later, the boats on the sea grew suddenly dense. In the distance, dozens of boats drifted scattered about, some paddling, some diving, some dragging something up from the seabed onto their boats. Before Hope could even draw close, 2 inflatable dinghies cut across, 2 men standing on each, holding sharpened wooden spears, faces fierce. Where's this boat from? Stop. Then 4 or 5 more small boats came up, surrounding Hope completely. Are your dog eyes blind? This sea is under Dragon Gate's protection now. If you don't want to die, get lost. One more step forward, and we'll take apart you and your boat both. I slowed down in the cabin. Behind me, Su Wanqing closed her eyes, and a layer of faint purple light flashed across her skin and vanished. When she opened her eyes again, she'd become a bald, heavy-set brute with a face full of menacing muscle. Exactly Chun Hu, the Dragon Gate underboss I'd headshot 3 hours ago. She pushed open the door and walked onto the deck. What are you yelling about? Don't any of you recognize me? Who? Huji. The small fry across the way nearly dropped their wooden spears. Holy crap, it really is Huji. Didn't you take men to chase that wench? How come? How come what? Where I go, what I do I have to report to a watchdog like you? The voice, the tone, even that swaggering arrogance were mimicked to perfection. Every word out was pure old Dragon Gate. That small fry didn't dare make a peep, hurriedly bowing and scraping. Another, though, edged up carefully, pointing at the Hope behind Chun Hu. Huji, how come you switched boats? And those dozen-plus brothers who went out with you, how come only you came back? Chun Hu's face darkened, and he kicked the gunnel with a bang. Why the hell are you so talkative? I robbed it out there. That a problem? I was about to present it to the leader. Now hurry up and report his current location. You mess up the leader's big plans. Can you bear that? A burst of cursing and shouting, full of presence, directly cowed those several small fry. Huji, calm your anger, the lead one said with a placating smile. It's just that the leader has a rule. Anyone who sees him has to report in first. Then why aren't you going? You waiting for me to treat you to dinner? Yes, yes, yes. That small fry, as if pardoned, pulled out a walkie-talkie and reported up the chain. Chun-Hu turned back into the cabin and reverted to Su Wanqing's appearance. I lifted my chin. Best actor and actress both. Neither plays it as smooth as you. Naturally. She tilted her chin up, very pleased, then shot me a sidelong glance. What? Now you know keeping me around was worth it. I smiled without a word. This girl was getting bolder and bolder about climbing right up onto my head. Meanwhile, at the center of the waters, a silver 3-star fishing boat sat quietly on the sea, a full size larger than Hope. This was Long Tian's ride, the Dragon King. Inside the cockpit, Long Tian lay bare-chested in a wrought-tan chair, his body all menacing slabs of muscle. A skinny, tall man stood bent over across from him, clutching a slip of paper covered in numbers. Tianji, today we harvested 65 pieces of red jade coral in total. But the steel-spine piranhas there are getting fiercer. They've bitten a dozen-plus brothers to death and wounded even more. The skinny one swallowed. The mood down below isn't quite right. Everyone's asking, could we be issued a few guns for self-defense? Bang! Long Tian's eyes snapped open. He grabbed a beer bottle from the table and smashed it down by the man's feet. Li San, are you trying to stick your neck out for that pack of trash? The whole Dragon Gate, counting mine, has 13 guns total, not even enough for the guard squad. Hand them out to that pack of worthless dogs below. They want to take my guns and rebel against me. He stood up and pointed at Li San's nose. Tell that pack of trash, fish spears and steel pipes are enough. Want a good life? Then go risk your lives for it. Red jade coral is the key supply for the incoming cold wave. Whether I strike it rich rides entirely on it. Tomorrow's harvest must double. One piece short, and I'll make it up with somebody's head. Tianji, the brothers took heavy casualties today, morale. Hard to handle. Long Tian suddenly smiled, slowly drawing a black handgun from behind him, toying with it. Hard to handle, then don't handle it. Bang! A bloody hole appeared between Li San's brows, his face full of disbelief as he toppled stiffly down. Useless. Can't even handle a small thing like this. What's the point of keeping you? Dead silence in the cabin. At that moment, another confidant pulled up on a jet ski and shouted from outside the cabin. Tianji, the brothers at the gate report Chun-Hu's back. Long Tian frowned. Chun-Hu? Didn't he go chase that Su Wanqing bitch? Good that he's back. Did he catch the wench? Not sure. The messenger said only Chun-Hu came back alone, and he switched to a silver-grade fishing boat. Su Wanqing wasn't seen for now. Don't know if she's locked in the cabin. Oh. The moment the words silver-grade fishing boat reached his ears, a flicker of wariness crossed Long Tian's eyes. But more than that, greed. Even his Dragon King was only silver 3-star. Where did that trash Chun-Hu get one? Could he have killed some tough customer and had it drop? Let him come over. Cleared through, Hope sailed toward Dragon Gate's core zone. Along the way, the sea was full of busy Dragon Gate members, some joining forces to surround and kill mutated sea beasts, some diving again and again into the deep sea after something. What are they doing? I frowned. Long Tian found a kind of mutated plant in these waters, red jade coral. Su Wanqing explained. It's crimson all over and gives off astonishing heat. Put one piece on a boat, and it's like installing a furnace. Once the cold wave hits in 2 days, this will be the most important survival supply. Long Tian's expanding his manpower at any cost, planning to jack up the price when the cold wave comes. I nodded, suddenly understanding. No wonder Dragon Gate could rise so fast in the early game and faintly carry the air of a regional overlord. It had a grip on a strategic-grade resource. But I didn't pay this much mind, only earnestly instructing Su Wanqing beside me. When Long Tian shows himself in a bit, get back in the cabin and hide right away. Leave the rest to me. Her expression dimmed, and she lowered her head. Jiangchun, am I especially useless? The sequence I awakened seems to have no combat power at all. Little fool. I ruffled her hair. Without this face of yours, we couldn't even have gotten through that gate. You've already won half of this battle." She pressed her lips together, pushed down that bit of dejection, and the unyielding spirit rekindled in her eyes. As we spoke, the Dragon King had already appeared in view, guarded all around by a dozen-plus uniformly bronze-grade speedboats, packed with gun-toting burly men scanning the surroundings ferociously. Long Tian didn't show himself. I lowered my body and slipped soundlessly into the shadow of the cabin door. Su Wanqing turned back into Chunhu, walked onto the deck, and shouted, "Tianji, it's me, Chunhu. I robbed a good boat for you out there, a silver-grade fishing boat. Came back specially to offer it to you." The voice carried far. A moment later, there was movement on the Dragon King's deck. Long Tian, an arm around a woman on each side, came swaying out. But before he could even speak, bang! An earth-shattering gunshot tore through the calm of the sea. The bullet, with a shrill whistle, crossed 100 meters straight for Long Tian's brow. Yet in the instant the gun sounded, a glint of viciousness flashed in Long Tian's eyes, and he yanked one of the women beside him over to shield himself. Squelch! The bullet drove into the woman's chest. She didn't even have time to scream before she crumpled limply. Long Tian shoved the corpse away, not a trace of pity on his face, and instead burst into a fit of crazed laughter. "Ha ha! Chunhu, I knew right off something was wrong with you, kid. The real Chunhu's ID went dark long ago. Speak, who the hell are you?" In the shadows, I murmured a regret. 150 meters was still too far for a handgun. The bullet's power decayed too badly in flight, giving the opponent room to react. One miss, and a sniper kill would be hard to manage again. I said in a low voice to Su Wanqing, "Get back in the cabin and drive. Use speed to keep them busy. These small fry, I've got them. You be careful." She knew that staying would only make her a burden, dropped that one line, and spun back into the cockpit. On the Dragon King, seeing Chunhu actually ignore him and turn to flee, Long Tian flew into a rage. "Kid, I don't care who you are. You dare come make trouble at Dragon Gate. Today you're doomed to come and never leave. Brothers, kill him, take the boat, take him down, and tonight there's all the wine and meat you can have. Under a heavy reward, there are always brave fools. Kill." The Dragon Gate members on the dozen-plus escort speedboats let out excited howls, drawing weapons and converging on hope from all directions. Su Wanqing yanked the control lever all the way down. With Windrider's boost, the fishing boat's speed shot to 60 knots, instantly bursting out of the encirclement. "Holy crap, this boat's way too fast. Chase! He can't get away." Su Wanqing didn't just flee, but, as planned, began circling around the Dragon King. And I, standing on the deck, became the deadliest hunter. I pushed the Divine Eye's enhanced dynamic vision to the extreme. In my eyes, those high-speed speedboats turned sluggish as snails. Bang! A small fry holding a firelock had his brow burst into a bloom of blood, flipping backward into the sea. Bang! Bang! Without watching the result, I flicked my wrist, swinging the muzzle to 2 other targets, pulling the trigger in succession. 2 more fell on cue. Every time the Golden Desert Eagle sounded, a life was ended. Those Dragon Gate small fry, before me, a reborn man with an aimbot switched on, found their numerical advantage laughable and powerless. Damn it, is this kid a monster? Spread out. Don't bunch up and be live targets. Someone in the crowd finally sensed something was wrong and let out a terrified scream. But it was too late. Under the Divine Eye's lock, distance and speed lost all meaning. 1, 5, 10. In under 2 minutes, the dozen-plus arrogant Dragon Gate guards all became cold corpses drifting on the sea. On the Dragon King's deck, the arrogance and sneer were long gone from Long Tian's face, leaving only endless terror. He watched his elite guard squad slaughtered to the last in a few minutes, the enemy not even having touched the side of his boat. This enemy who'd sprung up out of nowhere. Just what was his background? Bang! Another gunshot pulled him back to reality. This shot didn't aim for a vital point. It precisely pierced his gun-holding right hand. The handgun flew from his grasp, his entire right hand a bloody pulp. Bang! Another shot pierced his left wrist, completely crippling any possibility of resistance. Devil, you're a devil. Long Tian scrambled backward using both hands and feet, frantically howling in the guild channel. Someone save me. Everyone nearby get the hell over here. Coordinates 155, -78. Whoever can take down that silver fishing boat, I'll give them the vice leader position. The distress call, like a bomb, detonated in the Dragon Gate channel. Countless members harvesting coral, seeing their leader's plea and the astonishing bounty, all froze. But distant water can't put out a nearby fire. Even the closest players would take several minutes to arrive. And I wouldn't give him that time. Wanqing, pull alongside. Got it. Hope docked steadily beside the Dragon King. I pulled up Su Wanqing's hand as she came out of the cabin, still carrying a touch of nervousness and excitement. Come, time to collect the debt. I leapt and, with her, landed steadily on the Dragon King's deck. Long Tian watched me close and step by step, the last glimmer of hope in his eyes shattering. Who exactly are you? Dragon Gate has no grudge with you, no enmity. Why this killing hand? I didn't answer, just stepped on his bloody pulp of a right hand. Aya, he writhed on the deck like a maggot. How about you take a look at who she is? At my words, Su Wanqing, who'd been behind me the whole time, slowly stepped out, the Chuanhu disguise peeling away to reveal that nation-toppling face. Long Tian froze, then a venomous look flashed in his eyes. So it was you bitch, who brought this help. Should have just killed you outright back then. Before he finished, I kicked him hard in the mouth. Crack, accompanied by the sound of teeth shattering. I didn't stop, kick after kick, precise and cruel, stomping his face until it was a bloody pulp, no longer recognizable as a face, leaving only instinctive twitching and whimpering. Only then did I reverse my grip and hand the golden desert eagle to Su Wanqing. This animal, he's yours. Use this so you don't dirty your hands. Su Wanqing took the gun and walked up to Long Tian. Her hands trembled slightly, not from fear, but from extreme fury. Leader Long, did you ever think you'd have a day like this? Long Tian strained to lift his head, his one remaining eye full of terror. Ugh, let me go. I was wrong. I have supplies, lots of red jade coral. All yours. Just spare my life. Spare you. Su Wanqing smiled, a smile mournfully beautiful and despairing, tears sliding down her cheeks. Back then my mom just stood up to object to you. When you killed her, did you ever think to spare her? When my dad covered my retreat and your people hacked him to death, did you ever give him a single chance? Her voice grew louder and louder, until at the end it was nearly a roar. You didn't. You animal, go to hell. She closed her eyes, tears bursting their banks, yet her finger clamped down hard on the trigger. Bang, 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 bang. Every bullet in the chamber, one after another, drove into Long Tian's body. The gunshots echoed across the empty sea, each one a release of hatred, until she was spent, and the golden desert eagle slipped to the ground. She collapsed limply, crouching on the deck with her head in her hands, letting out heart-rending sobs. In those sobs were both the satisfaction of vengeance fulfilled and the pain of losing her loved ones. I waited quietly for her to cry a while, picked up the handgun, and pulled her deep into my arms. That's enough. The great vengeance is done. It's all over. I patted her back. If your parents' spirits are watching, they'd want you to live happily from now on too, not cry yourself into a little mess. Her sobs gradually quieted, her body still trembling faintly. She lifted her eyes, red and swollen from crying, to look at me, and nodded firmly. I'll be strong. There's still a lot to handle next. The 500+ people left in Dragon Gate will be here soon. We need to get ready fast. I looked at her, approval flashing in my eyes. This was how the thousand-faced enchantress, I knew, the future one who turned everyone's heads, was supposed to be. Come, back to the boat. Back on Hope. I didn't hesitate, pressing my hand directly to the Dragon King's gunwale. Disassemble. Disassembling Dragon King, Silver 3-star. Disassembly successful. Obtained. Bounty Ship Soul Core, C grade, ×1. Medium Fuel Engine ×1. Fish Finder Radar Set ×1. Mechanical Fishing Rig ×1. Full Net Gear ×1. Bedroom Design ×1. Bathroom Design ×1. Obtained. Steel ×200. Wood ×200. Glass ×50. High-grade parts ×30. Large quantity of supplies detected stored in the Dragon King's cabin, automatically transferred to Hope. You already possess a C-grade ship soul core, and Hope's upgrade materials are satisfied. Execute Plunder and Upgrade simultaneously? Yes. Ship Soul Bounty C-grade, plundered successfully. Please select the new trait to lock in. 1. Enhance Windrider to B-grade 2. Lock in Bounty. Opening treasure chests on the vessel automatically yields double supplies. Lock in Bounty. But this was only the beginning. The instant the plunder completed, a brilliant white light burst violently from Hope's hull. Ah! Su Wanqing, stung by the intense light, closed her eyes and instinctively gripped my arm tight. Don't be scared, it's upgrading. My gaze stayed fixed on the changes within the light. Under the enveloping glow, Hope's hull was undergoing earth-shaking changes. The original 5-meter-plus hull was visibly lengthening and widening. 6 meters, 7, 8. The steel plates on both sides grew heavier, gleaming with a cold, hard metallic luster. On the once empty deck, all kinds of functional facilities rapidly generated from nothing. A full 3 minutes passed before the white light gradually scattered. Where was the trace of that little fishing boat now? In its place was a modern multifunctional sea fishing vessel over 8 meters long, with smooth, flowing lines. I pressed my hand to the newborn gunnel, and in a tribute panel with data that could only be called luxurious surfaced instantly. Vessel, Hope, Silver 3-star. Dimensions, 8.5 by 4.2 by 3.5 m durability, 500 capacity, 6 power, medium fuel engine, 200 horsepower, speed, 45 knots, base, plus 45 knots, Windrider, equals 90 knots. Ship Soul, Infinite Plunder, SSS grade unique, a locked trait 1. Windrider, C grade, sailing speed plus 100%, locked trait 2. Soul Awakening, S grade. Captain and official crew automatically awaken the Transcendent Sequence locked trait 3. Bounty, C grade. Opening treasure chests automatically yields double supplies installed functions. Whole ship electrical, air conditioning, radar, automatic net hoist, mechanical fishing rig, status, modern sea fishing vessel, basic functions complete, but lacking in comfort. Way too strong. Su Wanqing excitedly ran back and forth across the deck, touching the new equipment. Jiang Chun, what's this fishing rod for? Fishing for treasure chests, and for sea beasts too. And this big net. Sea beasts caught in the net are much easier to kill. In a great mood, I answered tirelessly. Before long, she ducked into the cabin again. Jiang Chun, come look, what are all these dense red dots on the radar? I leaned over. On the screen, hundreds of red dots representing hostility were rapidly converging from all directions. I frowned, then my brow relaxed. The Outer Dragon Gate members, they got Long Tion's distress call and are closing in. Su Wanqing's lovely face paled. They can box us in within minutes. Should we hurry and run? Run? Why run? I pointed at the pile of supplies in the corner of the cabin, just transferred from the Dragon King. These ordinary members don't have any decent weapons, and we just took a dozen-plus handguns. What's more, these 500-plus people might just be the biggest harvest of this whole trip. Sharp as she was, Su Wanqing reacted instantly, her beautiful eyes shocked. You mean to the whole Dragon Gate? That's right. In this game, no matter how hard one person searches for supplies or kills sea beasts, resources are ultimately limited. So this Dragon Gate, I'll take it. The words had barely fallen when noisy shouts rose outside. People on the boat, listen up. You're surrounded. Hand over the leader. Dare to kill our leader. Today we'll leave you without a burial. I couldn't help a wry laugh, casually grabbed a megaphone, and pushed open the door onto the deck. Good grief. The sea was packed dense with speedboats, inflatable dinghies, awning boats, at least 500 plus, jamming this stretch of sea solid. The people on the boats held fish spears, steel pipes, and sharpened wooden lances. I felt not a trace of fear, raised the megaphone, my voice carrying across the entire waters. Everyone listen up. Your leader has already been killed by me. Anyone who wants to join him in death, come on. A single stone raised 1,000 ripples. Damn, this kid's too arrogant. Cut the talk. All rush him at once. He's just one man. We'll bury him by sheer numbers. The crowd was incensed. A few boats couldn't hold back and charged straight at Hope. My eyes went cold, and I drew the golden desert eagle. Bang, bang, bang. The three men charging in front had their brows burst into three blooms of blood in an instant. The clamorous sea fell silent at once. Everyone's eyes went wide, staring in disbelief at me, gold gun in hand, like a demon god. No one dared to be that bird that sticks its head out anymore. This was exactly the effect I wanted. I lowered the gun, raised the megaphone again, my tone carrying a trace of amusement. How much did Long Tian give you? A few hundred pieces of supplies a month. Worth laying down your lives for him like this. Silence. After a long while, a middle-aged man in the crowd finally summoned the courage to step forward. Brother, we came over not because we really want to avenge that animal Long Tian, but all the supplies for our 500-plus people are on Long Tian's boat. We only survive on the food and water he hands out daily. Now the boat and supplies are all in your hands, so you have to give us some kind of answer. Otherwise, even if it means death, we'll bite a chunk of flesh off you. Right? Give us back our supplies. Otherwise, it's a fight to the death. I was about to raise the megaphone to put a scare into this pack of fools who didn't know the value of their own lives. A soft, cool little hand gently rested on the back of mine where it held the megaphone. Jiang Chun, let me handle what comes next. The way you look right now is too fierce. I turned and only then realized Su Wanqing had followed me out at some point. I was silent a moment, then lowered the megaphone and stepped back. All right, but don't shortchange yourself. These people just haven't been through society's beatdown. They don't know how treacherous the human heart can be. Su Wanqing smiled, gave me a reassuring look, and walked alone to the very front of the deck. The sea wind stirred her long hair, the white shirt and black skirt outlining a breathtaking figure. On this bloody sea, she was like a solitary black rose, instantly seizing everyone's gaze. Who's that woman? So beautiful. She's an accomplice of the guy who killed the leader? She doesn't look like a bad person, though. A wave of whispers rose in the crowd. Many hands that had been gripping weapons unconsciously loosened a bit. Su Wanqing took in everyone's expressions and raised the megaphone. Hello, everyone. My name is Su Wanqing. I know you're all full of anger, fear, and confusion right now, and I understand why you came. Nothing more than to take back what's yours and then survive in this damned apocalypse. That one line struck the heart of everyone present. It was true. Who truly wanted to avenge that animal Long Tian? It was all just to stay alive. She paused, a perfectly measured sorrow surfacing on her stunning face, her eyes slightly red. I'm just like you. I once fought for my life over a bit of food too. And even my parents died at Long Tian's hands. The crowd burst into an uproar at once. What? Her parents were killed by the leader? No wonder she came for revenge. Long Tian deserved to die. That animal was always going to get what was coming. Before, to grab a female player, he just rammed and sank her husband's boat. I saw with my own eyes him break a disobedient brother's leg and throw him in the sea to feed the fish. The hostility towards Su Wanqing vanished in an instant, turning into sympathy and a protective urge. Seeing the mood already swept along by her, she raised a hand and pressed down, and the crowd fell quiet again. So, on behalf of my captain, I promise all of you, the supplies that belong to you can be returned to you. The crowd boiled over in an instant. Goddess, beautiful and kind-hearted. Wonderful. I thought we were dead for sure today. Countless people cheered. The way they looked at her shifted from awe to heartfelt gratitude. She raised her hand again, and the boiling crowd quieted once more. But I want to ask, you take back your supplies today, and then what? Will you be able to live in peace? When you first joined Dragon Gate, why did you hand over all your supplies? The crowd fell silent. No one was willing to answer. But she pressed on relentlessly, her voice suddenly rising, her gaze blazing as it swept over every person. Because you've all been through the blood-soaked 24 hours. You know better than anyone. Out there are mutated sea beasts that devour any who cross them, and players watching like tigers, hunting those who fall behind alone. In this apocalyptic voyage, more important than supplies is unity, is shelter. What you want is nothing more than a harbor to shelter from wind and rain, a collective where you can sleep in peace. Am I right? Right. A middle-aged man was the first to roar it out, his face flushed red. The goddess is right. We just want to band together for warmth. Who wants to live every day on edge? It's too hard alone. Yesterday, I was almost dragged underwater by a sea iguana. That bastard Long Tian didn't care whether we lived or died. He only treated us as coral harvesting tools. With the first to take the lead, the long-suppressed discontent erupted completely. Su Wanqing listened quietly until the voices gradually died down, then threw out her true purpose. Since you could endure that dragon gate that treated human lives like weeds, why can't you join a brand new, more powerful new dragon gate? She turned abruptly, her jade hand pointing at me, leaning against the door frame. My captain, Jiang Chun. He's stronger than Long Tian, and he understands far better how to protect his companions on these seas. He's promised me that as long as you're willing to join, your treatment from now on will only be better than before. A new dragon gate. Treatment even better than before, for real? The crowd exploded again, but this time not with anger, with excitement and anticipation. Goddess, as long as you're here too, we'll join. We'll go wherever you go. We don't believe him, but we believe you. Make the goddess vice leader, and we'll join the guild. Su Wanqing raised the megaphone again, blooming a nation-toppling smile. I'm naturally part of the new Dragon Gate. I'll be your vice leader. But the new Dragon Gate has new rules, and not just anyone can get in. We don't keep deadweight, much less ingrates. To join, you must follow orders to the letter and obey the captain's commands unconditionally. The rules will be 100 times stricter than before. Those who can't manage it can collect your supplies right now and leave. I'm willing to join. Me too. I'd go through fire and water for the goddess without hesitation. Follow the strong, and there's meat to eat. I understand that principle. Almost no one chose to leave. Come on. Having witnessed my miraculous marksmanship and thoroughly won over by Su Wanqing's words, who would still want to go? To leave meant turning back into a lone wanderer with no security from one day to the next. To stay meant powerful shelter, stable supplies, and the company of this peerless beauty before them. That was a choice that didn't even need making. Looking at those 500-plus players shouting goddess and cheering with joy, I couldn't have felt more put out. What kind of business was this? I'd risked my life killing Long Tian and seizing the boat, and a woman stole all the limelight. But I also knew clearly that if it had been me handling this, I'd have killed off a wave, scared off a wave, and keeping half of them in the end would have been doing well. And her? She just stood there, said a few words, shed a few tears, and not only did none of the 500-plus run off, every one of them was riding high on morale. This cohesion, this rallying power. If not for the iron rule that the captain holds absolute control over the crew, I'd have been worried about getting sidelined and stripped of power one day. The thought made me feel even more off. Yet there was nothing I could fault. I could only grumble inwardly. This pack of people whose worldview follows their eyes. Just then, Su Wanqing walked over with light, bouncy steps, unable to hide her smugness. Jiang Chun, how about it? Wasn't I impressive? Getting your hands on me counts as you striking it lucky, hee. Looking at her angling for praise, I was caught between exasperation and amusement. Fine, you're the capable one. I paused. Just wait and see how I deal with you tonight. As I said it, I stuffed the golden desert eagle into her hands. Keep this for self-defense. The matters ahead, you handle them all. I'm in a bad mood. I'll go rest in the cabin a while. She was briefly stunned by this sudden attitude. Then, sharp as ice and snow, understood something, a sly little smile rising in her eyes. Seems like she'd have to coax him properly tonight. Of course, I was rushing back to the cabin, not really to hide for some peace and quiet. It was that my transcendent sequence had been awakened for a full day, and aside from the dozen-plus source crystals I'd swallowed at the very start, I hadn't taken any more in. As a result, though I was a transcendent, my physical attributes weren't much different from an ordinary person's. Now that hope had upgraded and the faction had taken shape, my own strength had instead become the biggest shortcoming. On these crisis-ridden seas, only the power held in your own hands is the most reliable. And the captured Dragon King held the supplies 500-plus people had accumulated. There'd definitely be no shortage of source crystals. I went straight to the corner where the supplies were piled and soon dug the two most precious boxes out of the stack. One held over 100 pieces of crimson red jade coral. After the cold wave, its value would be immeasurable, and now wasn't the time to part with it. I glanced once and put the lid back, then opened the box beside it. A full box, all source crystals. A rough estimate, at least 500 plus. Struck it rich. If I'd had to rely on hunting monsters myself, who knows how long it'd take to save up this many. I immediately hauled this box of source crystals into the bedroom that only existed after Hope's upgrade. Though the space wasn't large and the decor crude, at least there was a bed and a bathroom now. No more curling up in the driver's seat to sleep. I sat cross-legged on the bed and grabbed a handful of source crystals, stuffing them into my mouth. A dozen plus cold crystals melted on contact, and a vast yet gentle flood of energy instantly coursed through my whole body, washing away a day and night of exhaustion completely. It felt so good I nearly groaned aloud. Absorbed first-tier source crystal times 13. Minor increase to personal attributes. Strength 1416, Agility 1417, Constitution 1518, Spirit 3233. I didn't stop, grabbing another handful and stuffing it into my mouth. 20, 30, 50. As soon as the last wave of energy finished digesting, I immediately started the next round. The pure energy kept washing through my body, strengthening muscle, bone, and meridians, my physical attributes soaring upward at a terrifying speed. Strength 25, Agility 28, Constitution 29, Spirit 39. By the time the source crystals in the box were nearly half gone, I developed a slight sense of fullness, yet still didn't stop. This much strength was still like an ant's on the endless sea. Devour, continue. 100, 200, 300. When fewer than 100 remained in the box, my movements finally slowed. Not that I didn't want to continue. It was that my body could no longer digest it, and the overflowing energy began rampaging inside me, bringing waves of stinging pain. So this is the limit of a first-tier transcendent. Enduring the pain, I opened the attribute panel. Player, Jiang Chen Tier. First-tier transcendent. Limit. I sequence. Divine Eye, 181. Strength 42, Agility 45, Constitution 44, Spirit 49, Divine Eye, Hidden Hint. The transcendent item required to advance to second tier, Purple Spirit Stone. There was no surprise on my face. The first tier limit was a single attribute reaching 49 points. Whether the others could be balanced was pure luck. What truly delighted me was that advancement hint. In my last life, countless players were stuck at this threshold their whole lives. Because for every transcendent to advance a tier, they had to find an advancement item of the same origin as their own sequence, and each tier was different. Ordinary players could only rely on groping in the dark and guessing. Absorb a treasure of a different origin by mistake, and at best you'd suffer attribute conflict and serious injury, at worst drop dead on the spot. And even if you chose the right origin, if it wasn't the one best suited to your current tier, it would greatly affect your potential and ruin your path forward. Never imagined my divine eye could see through even this most crucial hidden information directly. Wasn't this just laying the optimal solution right in front of me? This cheat was open way too wide. In my last life, breaking from first tier to second took me a full 3 months, pouring through materials, consulting experts, and in the end what I chose still wasn't the most suitable for me, resulting in lowered source crystal absorption efficiency, a lowered limit for what my body could endure, even being stuck below 5th tier for life. But now, I only needed to follow the map. What's more, in my memory, the purple spirit stone, though precious, didn't count as scarce, and was very likely to be obtained by other players in the early game. I was about to open the trading channel to search for leads on purple spirit stone when the bedroom door was pushed open. Su Wanqing came in carrying a glass of milk, and seeing the source crystals scattered across the bed, her pretty brows knit together. "What are you doing with this stuff?" "Can't eat it, can't use it, and it's dead heavy." I smiled mysteriously. "Who says you can't eat it?" She froze, her expression shifting slightly. "You didn't actually eat these stones, did you? I heard they're hard on the teeth and hard to digest. Don't go giving yourself kidney stones." I was speechless and could only explain patiently. Ordinary people of course can't eat them, but they're the only way we transcendents raise our strength. After awakening a sequence, everyone gets a personal attribute panel, and at that point the energy in source crystals can be digested by the body, raising base attributes. Su Wanqing froze entirely, staring at those source crystals on the bed she'd thought of as pretty stones, muttering nonstop. Ordinary people can't use them. Only transcendents can. Ordinary people can't use them. Only transcendents can. I thought she'd gone into some kind of trance and was about to offer a few words of comfort. But a brilliance unlike any before suddenly burst from her eyes, and she grabbed my arm. Jiang Chun, we're about to strike it rich again. Source crystals could very well become the hard currency of this game, like gold was before the apocalypse. And right now, only the two of us know this secret. Everyone else still treats them as junk. The more she said, the more excited she got, pacing back and forth in the small bedroom, her mind racing astonishingly fast. No good. From now on, except for the most basic living supplies, everything else goes toward trading for source crystals. We have to beat everyone else to it before they catch on. At any cost, hoard as much as we can. I looked at her, smiling without a word. Sure enough, keeping this girl around was the most worthwhile deal I'd ever made. Now it was my turn to be stunned. I was the reborn one, the only reason I knew the future. Yet this woman, on just a few words, deduced that source crystals would become the future's hard currency, and even came up with a development plan on the spot. She could manage, understood trading, had a keen nose for the next big thing, and even her way with words to play the human heart was second to none. In the end, I couldn't help myself. Wanqing, what exactly did you do before the apocalypse? Me? She tilted her chin up smugly, then waved a hand in mock modesty. This humble woman is of no talent. I merely ran a corporate group worth tens of billions. Small change, not worth mentioning. The corner of my mouth twitched hard. A woman I'd taken in mid-journey through a mix of threats and scheming was actually the female president of a tens of billions corporate group? Before the apocalypse, an ordinary person like me probably wouldn't even have had the chance to get near her. But now, she not only hung on my every word, she'd appointed herself vice leader and brought the whole operation to life for me. What shocked? She nudged me with her elbow, teasing. Don't worry, I'll earn lots and lots of source crystals. From now on, I'll provide for you. I rolled my eyes. The apocalypse is different from before. On to serious business. How have you arranged things outside? Don't make me have to patch up the gaps for you later. The moment talk turned to business, Su Wanqing immediately put away the coyness, her expression serious and focused. The Dragon Gate members' main tasks are still finding treasure chests, killing sea beasts, and harvesting red jade coral. For efficiency, I've put them in groups of 5, 8-hour shifts, more work for more pay. She paused. But there's one thing. Hear me out before you get angry. What is it? The 13 captured handguns I distributed to 13 men and had them form a temporary enforcement squad in charge of patrol and supervision. First, when ordinary members harvest coral, they help clear out the steel-spined piranhas, reducing casualties. Second, they supervise the others, preventing slacking or hoarding supplies. My face darkened. Handguns are the most intimidating weapons at this stage. Are the people you chose reliable? Don't go raising a pack of ingrates. This wasn't alarmist talk. In my last life, the teams that fell into infighting and ultimately fell apart over improper weapon distribution were beyond counting. That's exactly the key. She smiled. Those 13, I used charm on every one of them, planting a mental knot in their hearts. Now, they're loyal to me beyond measure. Forget betrayal. Even if I told them to die, they wouldn't hesitate in the slightest. Isn't that a good thing? With no worries down the line, what would I be angry about? I was just afraid you'd be jealous, you know? After all, so many people, so fanatically loyal to me. I laughed out loud. Su Wanqing, you must be completely unaware of your own charm. Even without using charm, the people who will want to kneel at your feet from now on could line up from the bow to the stern. But the more capable you are, the more sense of accomplishment I get. You're my person anyway, and you can't run off. Seeing that I truly wasn't angry, she finally set her heart fully at ease, then switched to an enticing posture, her slender fingers beginning to undo the buttons of her shirt as she stepped closer and closer to me. In that case, as the captain's woman, shouldn't I take advantage of the quiet of deep night to wait on you properly? Looking at this woman with seduction carved into her very bones, I swallowed, still wanting to hold out a bit of reserve. Didn't you say that relative came to visit? Hee, it's already gone tonight, so I can do whatever I want. She'd already undone the third button, exposing a wide stretch of snow-white skin. Then she changed tack, a sly smile flashing in her eyes. Although, speaking of the transcendent sequence, I just thought of something more fun. A layer of pale purple light flashed across her. Her figure, features, and temperament changed in an instant, transforming into another woman equally enticing yet entirely different in air. I watched dumbstruck. Holy crap, this superpower could be used this way? That bit of reserve in me was washed clean away in an instant. I pulled her into my arms and pressed her down onto the bed. You stole all the limelight during the day, I said in a low voice. Tonight, this once, the initiative is mine. A night with nothing more said. Early the next morning, I woke first. The first thing to meet my eyes was a stunning sleeping face, restored to its true appearance, still deep in slumber. Even after fully enjoying last night, looking at her now still left me a little dry-mouthed. I carefully drew out my arm, afraid of waking her. She was stirred awake anyway, rubbing her bleary, sleepy eyes as she sat up and stretched, without the slightest reserve. You're up? Lord Captain, last night, were you satisfied with the service? It was all right. Just all right. Her brows shot up, and she pouted. To satisfy you, I pulled out every last trick at the bottom of my box, and this is your review? Too hurtful. While complaining, she padded barefoot up to me and wrapped both arms around my neck. How about one more time right now? I guarantee I'll make you change your tune. Caught between laughing and crying, I held her restless hand still. All right, stop fooling around. Business first. Isn't this business right now? She refused to let up. From now on, we just enjoy life. The rest the people below will naturally handle. In her view, being a guild's manager only required controlling the broad direction, and supplies would flow in endlessly. Even if the two of us lay completely flat, she was confident she could, on Hope's potential and her own maneuvering, build Dragon Gate into the world's #1 guild. But I shook my head, my expression turning a bit serious. This game isn't as simple as you think. From now on, we'll meet fiercer dangers and challenges. Slow our advance by just one step, and the price is our lives. We can't slack off for even a day, understand? Seeing me suddenly so serious, she put away the coquetry too. All right, I'll do as you say, okay? But on that note, Dragon Gate's just been founded. You as the leader really should show your face more, build up your prestige. How about we go hunt a few sea beasts today? Then let go of me. Hurry up, get dressed, get ready to set out. Half an hour later, Hope sailed into Dragon Gate's core operation zone. To free up her hands, Su Wanqing temporarily assigned a sharp-looking female member to drive the boat, and the two of us stood side by side on the deck on patrol. The sea was full of busy figures, source crystals, treasure chests, and red jade coral constantly being fished up from the water, then collected by designated people and stored in Su Wanqing's trading space. Morning, Vice Leader Su. Good morning, Goddess. A few small boats passed by, and the moment the men on them saw her, they immediately flushed red and shouted greetings, their eyes full of fervor. She smiled and waved, and those few were suddenly like they'd been shot full of adrenaline, working with even more drive. But from start to finish, not a single one of them spared me a second glance, as if I were just a hanger-on at her side. My face went a little dark, and this situation repeated itself over and over the whole way. Vice Leader, look at the treasure chest I fished up. It's black iron grade. Vice Leader, we've nearly harvested this patch of coral. Where to next? The warm greetings came one after another, but not a single one was for me, the genuine leader. I stuck both hands in my pockets, my expression calm, while inwardly already grumbling wildly. I'm the leader. I'm the boss. You pack of people. Just then, a speedboat pulled up, on it a tall young man with dark skin, standing straight as a javelin. Greetings, Vice Leader Su. I'm Wang Ming of the Enforcement Squad, here to report on our work. Under our protection and supervision, today's harvest efficiency has multiplied several times over. At this rate, the total red jade coral is projected to break 500 pieces before nightfall. Very good, keep up the effort. Su Wanqing offered a couple of words of encouragement and waved him off. Wang Ming suddenly felt like he was walking on air. He saluted and drove off. The moment he got far enough away, he couldn't wait to show off in the Enforcement Squad channel. Brothers, Vice Leader Su spoke to me personally and even praised our work. The channel exploded at once, full of envy. Listening to the cheering in the distance, Then looking at the woman beside me whose smile nearly split to her ears, I finally couldn't take it. This pack of people completely act like I don't exist. It's infuriating. Su Wanqing burst out laughing, trembling like a flower in the wind. What? Is our great leader Jiang jealous? In the middle of this flirting and bickering, an urgent prompt suddenly sounded from her private channel. The smile on her face vanished, and she quickly connected. The next second, a panicked cry for help came through. Vice Leader Su. It's bad. Coordinates. 80-642. Dozens of first-tier sea beasts suddenly appeared. It's a school of iron-toothed sharks. The brothers can't hold them. Many are wounded. Several boats capsized, requesting support. Her expression turned grave in an instant, and she immediately gave orders in the management channel. All enforcement squads near 80-642. Support at once. Everyone else hold position. Do not approach. Once she'd finished dispatching, she turned to look at me. Should we go too? And let everyone witness the might of you, the genuine leader, while we're at it. I didn't answer, my eyes turning cold, and barked directly at the temporary crew member at the driver's seat. Coordinates. 80-642. Full speed ahead. In just 2 minutes, Hope crossed several kilometers. From afar, a scene of bloody chaos slammed into view. 7 or 8 small boats were being frantically rammed by a school of sharks over 3 meters long, pitch black all over, with bristling rows of sharp teeth. Crash! An iron-toothed shark rammed into the side of an awning boat, the fragile hull instantly splitting into pieces, 2 players falling into the water screaming. The cries lasted less than 3 seconds before 2 sharks pounced. Soon, that patch of sea held only 2 mangled corpses and an ever-spreading bloom of red. Farther out, more than a dozen members who'd fallen into the water struggled desperately. Look, it's the vice leader's boat. We're saved. The goddess has come to save us. Hope's appearance became the only light in this hell of despair. All the survivors swam toward us for their lives, the fire of survival rekindling in their eyes. But people in the water, how could they ever outswim born ocean predators? Soon, a female player who'd fallen the farthest behind was about to be overtaken by the shark school, one of them even opening its bloody maw. In despair, she closed her eyes. At the critical instant, bang! A gunshot tore through the air. A bloody hole burst on that iron-toothed shark's back, and in its pain it abruptly twisted its body, temporarily abandoning its prey and diving unwillingly into the deep sea. The female player froze for half a second, then snapped her eyes open and saw the man on Hope's deck, gold gun in hand, his bearing upright as a pine. It's the leader. The leader saved me. With that cry, everyone awoke as if from a dream. Whether the runaways in the water or the survivors on the boats, all eyes turned in unison onto me. Right. They still had a leader, a ruthless one who could slaughter the entire elite guard squad of the old Dragon Gate single-handedly. Leader, help! Leader, please save us. The cries for help, rising one after another, were finally no longer aimed at the goddess. Yet standing on the deck, my expression wasn't so optimistic. The first shot had only scared the shark off, so I immediately activated the divine eye to investigate these sea beasts. Species: iron-toothed shark tier. First tier elite mutated sea beast strength 27 agility, 23 constitution, 28 spirit, 3 traits. Frenzied, bloodthirsty, pack-dwelling. Once it fixes on prey, it never gives up. Weaknesses: abdomen, eyeballs. My brow knit tight, and I raised my hand again, firing several shots at another shark pursuing a player. Bang, bang, bang. The bullets precisely struck the back and flank, bursting blooms of blood. But the golden desert eagle's strengths were its unlimited ammo and gorgeous appearance. Its damage was truly limited. What's more, the bullet's power was more than half passing through the water layer, completely unable to pierce a shark with Constitution 28. It could only slow them down. Jiang Chun, look, that school of sharks is catching up again. At this rate, everyone in the water will die. Su Wanqing was so anxious her lovely face went pale. I holstered the handgun, my eyes cold, and slowly drew a pitch-black dagger from my waist. The handgun can't kill these animals. Then I'll go into the water myself and play with them. What? Before Su Wanqing could react, I'd already leapt and plunged into the cold seawater. Jiang Chun. No, she shrieked, rushing to the gunwale, only to see an ever-widening ring of ripples. The leader jumped in. He's crazy, going to grapple with dozens of sharks alone. Everyone was stunned. Even the just-arrived enforcement squad member Wang Meng felt his scalp tingle. No matter how miraculous the marksmanship, it was useless in the water, which was the shark school's home turf. The female player who'd just been saved covered her mouth, tears bursting their banks, not understanding why the man who'd pulled her back from the brink of death would go to throw his life away. On the sea, aside from the engine's roar, there were only everyone's heavy breathing and suppressed sobs. All eyes stared hard at the patch of sea where I'd gone under. The seawater churned, the red spreading. But strangely, the scene they'd imagined, of a human body being torn apart, did not appear. Instead, look, what's that? An enormous shark corpse slowly floated up from below, its abdomen slashed open in a vicious, gaping gash. Then came a second, a third, one after another, surfacing in succession, each bearing a fatal wound, either pierced through the eye socket or disemboweled. In under 10 minutes, those dozens of despair-inducing iron-toothed sharks had all become cold corpses drifting on the sea. Everyone's eyes went wide, their mouths agape, their brains completely crashing. The leader, alone, really killed off dozens of iron-toothed sharks underwater with a single dagger. As if to confirm everyone's guess, a figure climbed up onto Hope's deck from the sea. It was me. I was covered head to toe in shark blood, the once silver-bright dagger in my hand full of nicks. Yet I myself was completely unharmed. Su Wanqing was the first to rush over, throwing her arms tightly around me despite the blood all over my body. You scared me to death. How could you be so reckless? If something had gone wrong, what would I do then? There's no if. I patted her back lightly. I knew what I was doing. Of course I knew. The divine eye's enhanced dynamic vision worked just as well underwater, and combined with physical attributes now far surpassing the sharks and the underwater combat experience accumulated in my last life. This battle, from the moment I jumped in, was destined to be a one-sided slaughter. And those players who'd just climbed aboard, still shaken, looked at us embracing, then at the sea full of shark corpses, and the look in their eyes changed completely. If Su Wanqing was the goddess who brought hope and order, then I, right now, was a god of slaughter walking the mortal world, a marksman who took heads from 100 meters away, a ruthless man who could massacre an entire shark school in the water with a single dagger. After a brief dead silence, someone, I don't know who reacted first, dropped to their knees on the deck with a thud. Leader Jiang, long live. One voice, perhaps faint, but like a stone cast into a still lake, instantly raising 1,000 ripples. Long live Leader Jiang. Long live Leader Jiang. Wang Meng was among the crowd, looking at me being worshipped by everyone. Then recalling how he'd ignored the leader earlier, he felt his face burning hot. He finally understood completely. Vice Leader Su was the goddess, but the man before him was the only thing they could rely on to survive in this sea of blood. Looking at the crowd kneeling in droves, shouting leader like a tidal roar, there wasn't a trace of joy on my face. Instead, my expression was grave, my gaze cold as the frozen iron of the deep sea. Who can tell me which enforcement squad member was responsible for this area? As the words fell, the crowd went silent in an instant, the fervor of a moment ago suddenly turning awkward and tense. After a moment, a speedboat finally drove out, bedraggled, from the back of the crowd. A young man stood on it, soaked through, his face deathly pale, even the hand holding his gun trembling. Leader, it's me. My name is Li Wei. This area was my responsibility. My gaze fixed hard on him. The guild's area map clearly marks this zone as having only scattered ordinary first-tier sea beasts, extremely low danger. Now you tell me, where did these dozens of iron-toothed sharks come from? I. He trembled even harder, and only under my nearly murderous gaze did he tremblingly confess the truth. Leader, I saw that the waters up ahead had more red jade coral, denser and easier to harvest. I wanted to contribute more to the guild, so I led a team deeper without authorization. I never expected the sea beasts there to be more numerous and fiercer too. We'd barely gotten close when a school of iron-toothed sharks attacked us, and we only just barely escaped back. By the end, his voice had taken on a sob. For the guild? Heh. The corner of my mouth curled into an arc with no warmth. Whether you did it for the guild, or to show off in front of Vice Leader Sue, you know in your own heart, I can't be bothered to look into it. But because of your greedy, reckless advance, 7 guild members are buried in a fish's belly. So tell me, what punishment do you deserve? Thud. Li Wei's legs gave out, and he knelt on the deck, kowtowing frantically at me. Leader, I was wrong. I deserve 10,000 deaths. Please give me one more chance. My face was expressionless, the killing intent in my eyes growing thicker. If pleading worked, what use would there be for a leader like me? Scared out of his wits, he turned towards Su Wanqing's direction and cried out, Vice Leader Su, save me. I really just wanted to contribute more to the guild. Please plead for me. Su Wanqing looked at his wretched state and, in the end, couldn't quite bear it, gently tugging at my sleeve. Jiang Chun, how about we let it go? He made a mistake, but his intentions were good. The crime doesn't warrant death. Beside her, Wang Ming summoned the courage to chime in too. That's right, leader. Li Wei's always performed well, and this time he was just confused for a moment. Shut up. I whipped my head around with a sharp rebuke, startling Wang Ming into ducking his neck, not daring to say another word. My gaze then fell back on Su Wanqing's face, carrying a trace of disappointment. What a find, the crime doesn't warrant death. What about the 7 people he got killed? They had friends and family too. They wanted to live too. Or how about you go ask them right now? Should this man die or not? Su Wanqing was shaken by the shout, her delicate frame trembling, instantly struck dumb, her face deathly pale. I looked at her no longer, turning to face everyone, my voice carrying across the entire waters. You all follow me for nothing more than to survive in this damned apocalypse. As leader, I have the duty to protect you all. But a guild has its rules, and I have mine. Orders followed to the letter, commands obeyed unconditionally. This is Dragon Gate's first iron law. No matter who you are, no matter the reason, no matter how great your contribution, anyone who defies orders or does anything that endangers their companions has only one outcome. I slowly raised the golden desert eagle, the dark muzzle pointing from afar at the ashen-faced Li Wei. Death. The whole scene fell dead silent. Those members who'd just been immersed in survival and worship felt a chill shoot from the soles of their feet straight to the crown of their heads. They finally understood that the man before them wasn't just a god who could save them from a shark school, but a king who held the power of life and death. After the brief dead silence, an even more fervent cry erupted from the crowd. The leader is right. Without rules, there can be no order. We support the leader, punish without mercy. Orders to the letter. Orders to the letter. They were all people clawing for survival in the apocalypse. They understood the weight of discipline and order better than anyone. A loose team would only be a sheet of scattered sand, ultimately swallowed by the waves. Only an iron-fisted leader and iron discipline could uphold a true harbor that sheltered from wind and rain. Su Wanqing stood behind me, silently watching this back that remained upright as a pine in the face of hundreds. Far from being angry at my earlier rebuke, her beautiful eyes instead shone with one brilliant flicker after another. This man was sometimes fierce, unreasonable, fond of solving things with force. But he could always, at the most crucial moments, give everyone enough of a sense of security, becoming the unshakable backbone in everyone's hearts. Having thought this through, she too stepped forward, raised the megaphone, and her cool, resolute voice rang out. The leader is right. Dragon Gate's rules absolutely cannot be broken. Li Wei, do it yourself. Don't make things difficult for the leader. Hearing even the goddess in his heart pronounce his death sentence, the last glimmer of hope in Li Wei's eyes was utterly extinguished. Wang Ming drove his boat over, patted his shoulder, and sighed. Brother, it's not that we won't help you. The leader's resolve is unshakable. Just think of it as for Vice Leader Su's sake. Don't make her lose face in front of the leader. Li Wei's body jolted, and he suddenly understood something. He slowly lifted his head, no longer pleading, only gazing dazedly at Su Wanqing, a wretched smile surfacing. Vice Leader Su, I'm sorry, I failed your expectations. To get to see you one last time before I die, my life was worth it. Leader Jiang is a capable man. Following him, You'll be happy." With that, he turned to face the Dragon Gate members filling the sea and bowed deeply. "Brothers, I've wronged you, and even more so the ones I got killed. I, Li Wei, offer my atonement to you all." He rasped out this line with the last of his strength. Then, under everyone's astonished gaze, leapt. Splash. The water sprayed up, then quickly settled. Li Wei's figure vanished beneath the surface, without a struggle, without a cry for help. The Dragon Gate members present fell utterly silent, all of them awed by this iron-blooded handling and these merciless rules. The way they looked at me was no longer simple worship, but carried an added measure of absolute obedience. I slowly lowered the golden desert eagle, my cold gaze sweeping over the whole scene. I know you may think me cold-blooded, but on these seas, even one tiny mistake could wipe out the entire team. Mercy toward those who break the rules is cruelty toward those who keep them. I paused, then pointed at the corpses of the members who died because of Li Wei's mistake. The deaths of these brothers, the guild takes full responsibility for. All their supplies go to their kin and friends. Furthermore, all of Li Wei's supplies will be used to compensate every member injured in this incident. A small stir rose in the crowd. Those members who'd felt a touch of grief at a comrade's fate, that bit of discomfort vanished in an instant. There was punishment, and there was reward. There was iron blood, and there was warmth. This was the leader they wanted, a fair, just leader who could lead them to truly survive. The leader is wise. We'll follow the leader to the death. I nodded with satisfaction. What I wanted wasn't a pack of brainless worshippers, but an absolutely obedient iron army. Today, with a single life, I'd laid Dragon Gate's first cornerstone. "Wang Ming." "Here," he answered, louder than before. "Half an hour. Gather all Dragon Gate members, including the 12 enforcement squad members, to assemble here." "Yes." Wang Ming saluted and immediately drove off to pass on the order. Watching him recede, the long-silent Su Wanqing finally stepped forward. "Jiang Chun, you're making such a big production of this. Could it be you want to?" I nodded. "There's too little coral in this safe zone, and it's spread too thin to harvest well. Now that there's a better place, naturally we should make use of it." She was a bit worried. "But the sea beasts there are fiercer, and we have few weapons. Just those dozen-plus handguns can't handle elite-level sea beasts at all. Going over like this, the casualties could be heavy. It's a survival game. When has there ever been one without deaths?" My reply was cold as ice. To survive, to live better than others, everyone has to risk their lives. Wanting the most resources without bleeding. Where in the world is there such a good deal? She was struck by this resolve, knowing that once I decided, I wouldn't change, and let out a soft sigh. She stopped trying to dissuade me, and instead began calculating how to minimize the casualties. "All right, don't look like the sky's about to fall." I pinched her tense cheek. "As long as the deployment is right and the plan thorough, plus me holding the line, it'll be fine." She nodded. "Then I'll listen to you. But after this battle, I've realized the enforcement squad is still too weak. Next, I need to find ways to collect more weapons and expand it. That's your job. I trust you can handle it." As we spoke, on the distant sea, small boats were already converging toward us at high speed. When the last member rejoined, I picked up the megaphone. "Brothers, you've all heard about what just happened, no doubt. The water's up ahead. No one has set foot there yet. There are undiscovered treasure chests, and 10 times the red jade coral is here. But likewise, the danger is 10 times as great too. I won't force anyone. Now I give you a chance to choose. Those afraid to die can leave Dragon Gate right now. Those willing to brave it with me, I guarantee your haul today will multiply several times over. Tell me, your choice." After a brief silence, the crowd erupted with a tidal roar response. "We'll brave it with the leader. With the leader here, what's there to fear from sea beasts? Come on, having witnessed my godlike might massacring the shark school, who would still want to stay in this barren safe zone?" The principle that fortune is sought amid danger was on full display in the apocalypse. "Very good." I turned to the 12 enforcement squad members and issued orders. "Wang Ming, split into 4 groups and stand guard around the fleet. Remember, your task is not to kill the enemy, but to scout and warn. The instant you spot large-scale sea beasts, raise the alarm at once. Absolutely no getting drawn into a fight, understood?" Understood, the 12 roared in unison. All other members, harvest coral in teams of 10 boats. Target, the waters ahead, full speed ahead, move out. At my command, a fleet of 500-plus boats sailed in a mighty procession toward those unknown waters. When we arrived, everyone was struck speechless by the sight before them. As far as the eye could see, the waters ahead presented a gorgeous pale red hue. Sunlight pierced the clear surface, and below the water was an impossibly dense forest, countless stalks of red jade coral stretching unbroken, nearly carpeting the entire seabed. The crowd erupted in an earth-shaking cheer. "We're rich. We're rich. No need to even search. Just scoop it up." A member dipped his fish spear into the water and gave it a casual stir, bringing up a large chunk, flushing red with excitement as he showed it off. The sharper-eyed even spotted faintly glowing treasure chests among the coral thickets, and a single shout drew countless envious glances. Even the always composed Su Wanqing could hardly hide her delight now. "Jiang Chun, we really came to the right place. The reserves here are probably dozens of times that of the previous waters. When the cold wave hits tomorrow night, how many supplies will we be able to trade for?" I nodded with a smile, looking at this gorgeous red expanse, heroic spirit surging in my chest, and immediately gave my orders. The enforcement squad just reported back. No sea beasts within 10 nautical miles, safe for now. Everyone start harvesting at once, fast. Also, all treasure chests found must be handed over to Hope immediately, to be opened and distributed uniformly by Vice Leader Su. No one may hoard. Violators will be dealt with by the guild's iron law. Yes, leader. With Li Wei's fate as a cautionary example, this time no one dared show the slightest negligence toward my orders. At my command, the 500-plus boats immediately spread out and threw themselves into fervent harvesting. Su Wanqing and I stayed on Hope, watching leisurely, waiting for the members to turn in supplies. Before long, the first speedboat pulled up, the man on it handing a net bag of red jade coral to Su Wanqing with a face full of excitement. "Vice Leader Su, this is our team's first batch of harvest." "Well done. Keep up the effort." Su Wanqing smiled gently, and that man immediately turned back as if shot full of adrenaline. After that, boats kept pulling up to turn in goods. A small mountain of red jade coral soon piled up on Hope's deck. She registered each team's contribution while directing the hauling, busy and thoroughly enjoying it. Just then, Wang Ming personally escorted a black iron treasure chest over. "Vice Leader Su, the brothers in Team 3 just found this." Su Wanqing took it and winked at me. I understood and smiled, pressing my hand to the chest. Opening black iron treasure chest. Ship's sole trait, bounty, triggered, double supplies obtained. Obtained, black truffles times 20 jars, caviar times 20 jars, premium beef times 20 caddies, steel times 40, wood times 40. Team 3 earns a major merit. Tonight everyone gets an extra caddy of beef as a reward. Su Wanqing announced over the megaphone. This little episode hugely stimulated everyone's enthusiasm. Everyone wanted to find treasure chests, earning rewards, and being singled out for praise by the goddess Vice Leader. For a while, the whole Red Sea echoed with cries of "Find the treasure chests." The harvest kept rolling in, and the thrill of opening chests kept playing out. Another bronze treasure chest was sent over. I reached out again. Bounty triggered, double supplies. Obtained, handgun ammunition times 100, standard handgun times 2, kitchen design times 2. Wonderful, now we can cook for ourselves. Su Wanqing picked up the blueprints with delighted surprise. The prepared food before had all been traded for, and the taste was mediocre. Time flew, and dusk arrived in the blink of an eye. The orange-red setting sun spilled over the crimson sea, beautiful enough to intoxicate. On the deck, Su Wanqing held a little notebook, reporting the afternoon's astonishing haul to me. "Guess how much red jade coral we got this one afternoon?" She kept me in suspense. A full 2,300-plus pieces, not even counting what's still en route and not yet turned in. On top of that, we opened a huge amount of food, fresh water, and building materials. The most important thing is this. She handed over a list like she was presenting a treasure. We opened 22 handguns total, and over 2,000 rounds of ammunition. The enforcement squad has now officially expanded from 13 people to 35, everyone armed. I looked at the list and nodded with satisfaction. This enforcement squad would be Dragon Gate's sharpest fang and my strongest guarantee of control over these 500-plus people. With it, Dragon Gate could be said to have truly taken shape. Seeing me satisfied, Su Wanqing was about to angle for a bit more credit. From the direction of the enforcement squad's patrol came a sudden, urgent, panicked call. Vice Leader, it's bad. A large number of sea beasts spotted approaching at high speed from the east. Number, at least several hundred. Estimated arrival in 10 minutes. Wang Ming's panicked voice carried across the entire waters. The members who'd just been immersed in the joy of the harvest. The smiles on their faces froze in an instant. Several hundred sea beasts. Were surrounded? For real. After a brief shock, panic spread rapidly, and quite a few instinctively wanted to turn their boats around, the sea instantly thrown into chaos. Su Wanqing's face went deathly pale, and she gripped my arm tight. Jiangchen, what do we do? Several hundred. We can't hold them at all. What's there to panic about? I barked it out, my expression unusually calm, as if this beast tide, enough to wipe out 500 people, was beneath notice in my eyes. I took the megaphone from her hand, my steady, forceful voice instantly overpowering all the clamor. Everyone, listen to my command. All harvesting boats pull together toward the center at once, form a circular defensive formation. Repeat, pull together at once, form the formation. Anyone who dares flee before battle or disrupt morale, killed without mercy. The last few words seethed with killing intent. The chaotic sea fell still in an instant. Those players who'd wanted to flee, as if doused with a bucket of ice water, forcibly halted their movements. They remembered the ruthlessness of my massacring the shark school, and even more the finality of Li Wei being driven to suicide. Their fear of death ultimately overpowered their fear of the sea beasts. Under the dual force of survival instinct and iron discipline, all the boats began obediently gathering, still panicked, but not completely collapsing. Seeing the situation temporarily under control, I calmly asked Wang Ming, "Did you get a clear look at what kind of sea beasts? Ordinary level or elite level?" Reporting, Leader. It's a school of firefin tuna. Not large in size, mostly first-tier ordinary sea beasts. But mixed among them are dozens that are clearly a size bigger. They should be elite level. Before he'd even finished, at the far edge of my vision, an enormous shadow churning the water had already appeared. I simply activated the divine eye directly, my gaze piercing the great distance to fall on that school of fish. Species, firefin tuna tier. First tier ordinary mutated sea beast strength 12 agility, 15 constitution, 13 traits. Pack dwelling, timid, extremely delicious flesh rich in high-energy protein. Consuming it rapidly restores stamina. Hidden hint, they appear to be prey driven off by a powerful second-tier sea beast, currently fleeing in extreme terror. After reading the attributes, far from relaxing, alarm bells went off in my mind. These first-tier ordinary tuna had mediocre attributes, ones even ordinary members could barely handle. Those dozens of elite-level ones, with attributes at most doubled, posed no threat to me. What truly made my scalp tingle was that hidden hint. A second-tier sea beast. That was the truly terrifying existence that could threaten all of Dragon Gate. At my current first-tier limit strength, against a true second-tier sea beast, the odds of victory were extremely slim. Worse, the fleet and the fish school were now too close to evacuate in time. And I couldn't say this out loud, or the morale I'd just steadied would collapse in an instant, at which point, before the sea beasts even attacked, the whole fleet would wipe itself out through stampede and chaos. In a flash, I made my decision. I hung a relaxed smile on my face and raised the megaphone again, my voice carefree and bold. Ha! And here I thought it was something impressive. Turns out it's a school of tuna delivering themselves to our door. Brothers, looks like today we'll not only bag a huge batch of source crystals, we'll get a tuna feast too. The laughter was deeply infectious, and the relaxed tone instantly diluted the fear. Tuna? You mean those really tasty fish? Great. And here I thought we were dead for sure. The leader's right. They're delivering us dinner. Seeing morale rallied again, I nodded with satisfaction and began issuing combat orders. Enforcement squad, heed my command. U-35, Form a first line of defense at the fleet's front at once. Fire at will. Pick off the ordinary tuna as much as you can. Break up their formation. The elite level ones, leave them to me. Yes, the 35 roared in unison. Deployment done. I turned around, my expression extremely grave, and grabbed Su Wanqing's shoulders. Wanqing, listen, what comes next is extremely important. Watch the trading channel like a hawk this instant, and no matter the cost, help me trade for one thing. What thing? Purple spirit stone. I said it word by word. At any cost. Even if it means trading away all the red jade coral we just harvested, so be it, and be fast. Though she didn't understand why I'd suddenly turned so grave over wanting a single stone, seeing the unquestionable look in my eyes, she knew the gravity of the matter far exceeded imagination. Got it, I'll see to it right away. Su Wanqing didn't ask another word, spinning around and rushing into the cabin to frantically work the trading channel. I seized the wheel from the female crew member and personally drove Hope straight to the very front of the entire fleet. Just then, that enormous fish school churning the water finally appeared clearly before everyone's eyes. Everyone, heed my command. Open fire. Bang, 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 bang. The 35 at the very front pulled their triggers almost instinctively. Dense gunfire echoed across the ocean, 30-plus tongues of flame pouring toward the fish school 100 meters away. But the ideal is plump, reality is bony. These recruits, who'd held guns for only a few hours, ultimately couldn't avoid fear facing hundreds upon hundreds of sea beasts. They just blasted away in roughly the right direction, bullets whizzing wildly, 7 of every 10 shots missing, raising nothing but meaningless little splashes on the surface. A scattered few unlucky tuna were hit by stray bullets and floated up belly white, but such casualties were no more than a tickle to a school numbering in the hundreds. The fish school's speed didn't slow in the slightest, and stimulated by the blood, they grew more frenzied instead, rapidly closing in. 150 meters. 120 meters. Can't hit them. Leader, they're too fast. I'm almost out of bullets. What do we do? Panicked shouts rose along the defensive line, on the verge of collapse. A pack of useless fools. I cursed angrily, gun in one hand, standing steady at the bow. Bang. A dull, distinctive gunshot drowned out all the chaotic firing. 100 meters away, the head of the tuna charging at the very front suddenly burst into a cloud of bloody mist. Carried by momentum, it surged another dozen-plus meters before flipping limply onto its side, utterly silenced. One shot, one kill. Bang. Another shot, and a tuna trying to flank from the side fell on cue. Bang. 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 Every gunshot, a tuna precisely killed. I didn't stop for a moment, firing while directing in a deep voice. All of you calm down. Split into 2 groups. 1 fires, 1 reloads. Cover in alternation. Keep the firepower up. Aim at the densest part of the school. Just hit the body. Don't go for one-shot kills. Follow my rhythm. My calm, assured command, combined with that miraculous marksmanship, finally steadied everyone's nerves. Yes, leader. They quickly split into 2 groups, adjusting to my rhythm. Still tense, but their accuracy and efficiency improved at a visible pace. More and more tuna were struck mid-charge, falling into pools of blood. The once unstoppable fish school was forcibly held 100 meters out. On the sea, the floating fish corpses grew more numerous, the bloodwater dyeing the crimson sea a deeper shade. The ordinary members in the fleet behind erupted in an earth-shaking cheer. We held them. We held them. The leader's a beast. The enforcement squad's a beast. The enforcement squad members' faces relaxed into smiles too, their taut, nerves loosening. All of you shut up. My roar came down like a bucket of ice water. The battle's not over. Anyone who dares let their guard down, I'll be the first to gun him down. Everyone's hearts clenched, and no one dared slack again. Sure enough, the warning had barely fallen when the fish school, which had been circling, suddenly turned manic and restless, their crimson eyes full of terror, as if some terrifying existence were chasing behind them. Dozens of elite-level tuna, clearly a size bigger, charged out from the back of the school, no longer heeding the hail of bullets ahead, forcibly ramming a bloody path open with their bodies, surging madly toward us. Leave the elite-level ones to me. Everyone else keep clearing the small fish. I steadied my muzzle, locking onto the one charging in front. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots all hit, but only burst 3 bloody holes on its body. The golden desert eagle was, in the end, somewhat outmatched against elite sea beasts. That elite tuna merely roared in pain, slowed for an instant, then charged on despite the wounds. Humph. 1 shot won't do it, then 10 shots. A trace of ruthlessness flashed in my eyes. Let's see whether your fish hide is harder or my bullets. Bang, 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 bang. 5 shots. 10 shots. When the 12th bullet bored precisely into its earlier wound, this elite finally let out an unwilling wail, its massive body crashing down. I didn't pause, my muzzle immediately turning to the next target. The fierce battle continued madly. The sea was utterly dyed red, the thick stench of blood enough to nearly make one retch. The enforcement squad members were already battle-crazed, their gun barrels scorching, the over 2,000 rounds of ammunition spent in just a few minutes. And at this moment, there were still over 100 tuna left, charging to within 5 meters of the fleet. Everyone's heart leapt into their throat, resolve written on their faces, already prepared for close-quarters combat. At the critical instant, a strange scene unfolded. That school of surviving tuna, as if suddenly startled awake from their frenzy, sensed some enormous terror. They glanced at the human fleet braced before them, then looked back toward the direction they'd come, their eyes full of struggle, and in the end abruptly turned tail, fleeing in panic toward another bearing. The battle was over? Everyone stared at the now empty sea, all of them dumbstruck. A dozen plus seconds later, a thunderous cheer erupted in an instant. We won. We drove off several hundred sea beasts. Long live the leader. Long live Dragon Gate. Don't celebrate too soon. There's still the big one. My cold voice cut off the revelry. There wasn't a trace of joy on my face, my brow knit tight, my gaze grave to the extreme. Haul up all the tuna corpses immediately. Not a single one missing, hurry. Though the crowd didn't understand, they obeyed at once. I, too, used Hope's trawl net to quickly fish up the floating fish corpses. A dozen plus minutes later, the spoils were cleaned up and the sea returned to calm. But that second-tier sea beast that should have appeared still hadn't shown itself. Yet I could feel it. It had already come. Perhaps it was hidden in that gorgeous coral jungle below, fixing its stare on us. I turned to look at Su Wanqing. Purple spirit stone, any news? She shook her head, anxiety all over her face. None. I've already posted a top price bounty on the trading channel, no response at all. I fell silent. Without the purple spirit stone, I couldn't advance to second tier. Against a true second-tier sea beast, I'd be severely strained. Waiting around was just sitting and waiting to die. After a moment, a flash of resolute ruthlessness crossed my eyes. Since you won't come out, then I'll fish you out. I picked the largest elite-level tuna, hooked it onto Hope's heavy-duty mechanical fishing rig, and cast this enormous bait into the sea. Leader, what are you? Wang Ming asked, summoning his courage. I didn't answer, only turning to issue orders. Everyone stay at maximum alert. Until I give the order, stop all harvesting, and no one is to enter the water. Violators, death. From my unflinching command and grave as water expression, the crowd realized the real danger was perhaps only just beginning. Under Su Wanqing's and my direction, the fleet quickly adjusted. The 35 enforcement squad members stood at the outermost ring, fingers on triggers, tensely watching all around. The rest of the members pressed their small boats tightly together, forming an airtight circular iron barrel formation. Time passed second by second. The afterglow of the setting sun vanished completely, and night fell. Only Hope's searchlight carved a ghastly pale zone of light over the blood-soaked sea. That fish corpse used as bait floated quietly at the center of the lit zone, its thick stench of blood spreading endlessly on the sea wind. Fear and the unknown, like an invisible great net, hung over every heart. Even the always composed Su Wanqing gripped the hem of her clothes now, her palms slick with cold sweat. All my focus was on the divine eye. Unfortunately, as long as my eyes couldn't see a thing, the divine eye wouldn't give a hint. My gaze pierced the dark seawater, sweeping over every inch of coral jungle below. In that gorgeous red world, aside from normal marine life, there was nothing abnormal. That second-tier sea beast, like a top-tier hunter, had hidden itself without letting slip a single trace. Still not coming out. My brow knit tighter and tighter. The opponent's patience exceeded expectations. This kind of unknown waiting was the most tormenting. It was steadily draining everyone's spirit and will. The instant the defensive line slackened would be its moment for a fatal strike. Jiang Chun. Su Wanqing still couldn't help tugging at my sleeve. The trading channel still has no news. Could it be no player has ever gotten a purple spirit stone? I shook my head, my voice hoarse. No, there definitely is one. In my memory, the purple spirit stone, though rare, wasn't one of a kind. In the first week after the server opened, more than one lucky soul had shown it off on the trading channel. It was just that right now, the only one who knew its true value was probably me. Those who'd gotten it mostly treated it as a pretty purple stone, never thinking to sell it. Keep raising the price. Tell them, besides supplies, handguns can be traded too. 10, 20, whatever it takes. 20 handguns. Su Wanqing exclaimed. That's half our enforcement squad's firepower. For a single stone. Execute the order. I spat out the words coldly. Just then, screech. A piercing sound of a metal winch suddenly rang out. The heavy fishing rig's cable was instantly pulled taut. My spirit lifted, and I fixed my stare hard on the sea. Everyone, attention. It's taken the bait. On that stretch of sea lit by the searchlight, the fish corpse that had been floating quietly was now being dragged toward the deep sea at an unbelievable speed by a tremendous force. The mechanical fishing rig's line will spun madly, sparks flying. That specially made steel cable, thicker than a thumb, was pulled creaking and groaning, as if it would snap the next second. It's so strong. It can even pull Hope's fishing rig like this. Look, it's coming out. The crowd erupted in alarm, everyone's heart leaping into their throat. Boom! The sea suddenly exploded. An impossibly huge head thrust fiercely up from the churning waves, over 5 meters in diameter, covered in folds and dark green spots. Below its head were 8 incredibly thick tentacles, over 10 meters long. Most chilling of all was its gaping maw, like a bottomless black hole, its sharp horny beak glinting with a sinister cold light. The heavy fishing rig's hook was caught fast in its upper jaw, blood streaming endlessly from the corner of its mouth. Merely revealing a head, it brought an incomparable pressure. Leader, is this a sea beast too? Wang Ming's voice was trembling. I didn't answer, because I myself was startled by its attributes. Species: Deep-Sea Dreadclaw Octopus Tier. Second Tier Elite Mutated Sea Beast Strength 75 Constitution 68 Agility 47 Skills. Regeneration: Venomous Ink. Strangulation Weakness. Head: Brain. Relatively slow speed. Hidden hint. This is a henpecked, male octopus whose daily task is to find food and collect treasures for his wife back at the Denda. After reading its agility attribute, a bold plan instantly took shape in my mind. Roar! The searing pain of the hook drove the octopus into a full frenzy. A tentacle suddenly rose from the water and smashed down hard at Hope. Dodge quick! I rushed into the cockpit, shoved aside the dumbstruck female crew member, gripped the wheel hard with both hands, and a second before the tentacle fell, abruptly cranked the wheel all the way left. Hope's hull tilted to one side, and, at an absolutely hair-raising angle, slid past, skimming the edge of the tentacle. Crash! The tentacle slammed hard onto the sea, raising a towering wave a dozen-plus meters high. The spray smashed onto the deck, the whole boat rocking violently, as if it would capsize at any moment. Su Wanqing clung to the mast for dear life, her whole body drenched by the cold seawater. In that instant just now, she truly thought she was done for. But my performance had only just begun. I didn't flee. Instead, I drove Hope circling around this giant beast at high speed. Because I was going to play the fish. I was going to use Hope's maneuverability to wear down this colossus whose strength far surpassed mine. Under my control, the steel cable stayed taut throughout, the hull keeping a subtle distance from the octopus. The moment it exerted force to break free, I'd gunned the engine to counteract its pull. The moment it closed in to attack, I'd immediately turn, using speed to open the gap, keeping it perpetually unable to reach the hull. A strange scene appeared on the sea. A tiny little fishing boat actually towing a terrifying giant beast twice its size, drawing circle after circle. The deep-sea dreadclaw octopus was utterly enraged. It had world-ending strength, yet was being toyed with in circles by this little bug, with no way to vent. Roar! In its fury, its 8 tentacles thrashed the sea madly, raising even more terrifying waves that swept out in all directions. The ones to suffer this time were the Dragon Gate members watching from the outer ring. The waves coming. Run! Steady the boats. Against these disaster-like waves, those fragile little boats were utterly no match. An awning boat was directly flipped by a wave crest, the people on it falling into the water screaming. One boat, 2, 10. In just a few dozen seconds, over 30 small boats were capsized or smashed apart. The entire fleet's formation instantly collapsed, cries and pleas for help everywhere. It's over, we're dead for sure. Can the leader really beat that monster? Despair spread like a plague. The enforcement squad members watched helplessly, able at most to fish up a few of their fallen companions. The handguns in their hands, before a disaster of this magnitude, were as tiny as a laughable toy. Just then, Su Wanqing's shrill scream drowned out all the clamor. Clutching the mast for dear life, she pointed at the fishing rig at the stern, already throwing off sparks. Jiang Chun, the steel cable's about to snap. I whipped my head around to see that the specially made steel cable was already crawling with fine cracks, the winch groaning unbearably with a piercing wail, on the verge of disintegrating. The instant it came off the hook, this thoroughly enraged second-tier sea beast would tear the entire Dragon Gate fleet to shreds in a moment. My gaze was cold, not a trace of panic, and I barked sharply. Find materials now. Open the construction panel, find the mechanical fishing rig, upgrade it immediately. If you're short on materials, trade for them on the channel. Whatever you do, don't let it off the hook. Su Wanqing didn't dare delay. With one hand gripping the mast to steady herself, she opened the trading channel with the other. Steel, gears, bearings, ultra-strength alloy cable. Fortunately, these materials weren't rare. She quickly gathered them with 5 pieces of red jade coral, immediately fed them into the construction panel, and slammed down upgrade. A golden light rose from the fishing rig at the stern. The winch and cable on the verge of breaking rapidly recombined within the golden light. The iron winch transformed into a complex silver-white device, and that crack-riddled cable was replaced by a thicker, brand-new cable woven from alloy steel wire. Congratulations! Heavy mechanical fishing rig has been upgraded to fully automatic alloy fishing rig. The instant the upgrade completed, the deep-sea dreadclaw octopus suddenly heaved with all its might. This time, it was no longer the winch that wailed. The brand-new fully automatic winch was steady as a mountain, not even wobbling. The alloy cable stayed taut, and no matter how it strained, it could no longer move it in the slightest. It worked. Jiang Chun, we did it. Su Wanqing was so moved, she wept for joy. The octopus seemed to realize, too, that the rope in its mouth had become incredibly tough, and it couldn't break free at all. In its enormous eyes flashed a trace of human-like wariness and fear. The next second, it abruptly turned tail, no longer attacking or struggling, but with all its strength, its 8 arms paddling madly, fleeing for its life toward the direction of its den. Rumble, rumble. How astonishing was the power unleashed by 75 points of strength. Even with Hope's engine cranked to maximum, under its towing, the boat was still helplessly dragged forward. Jiang Chun, it's going to drag us away. Su Wanqing gripped the gunwale, looking at the spinning scenery around her. Should we cut the cable? If this keeps up, who knows where it'll drag us? In her view, the crisis was resolved. There was no need to keep tangling with it. Not yet, for now. I was unflinching. Cut the line now. And once that animal breaks free, the first thing it'll do is go back to make trouble for Dragon Gate. We'd be fine. It can't catch Hope, but everyone else in Dragon Gate would die. So, we hold on a while longer. Only after Hope vanished at the far edge of their vision did the Dragon Gate members come to from their shock. The 2 leaders got dragged off by a monster? Even the leader, what do we do? Just as the crowd was about to completely collapse, the clear-headed Wang Meng suddenly shouted, "All of you shut up. What do you mean dragged off? Are you blind?" From start to finish, that monster was toyed with in the leader's palm. He did it to protect us, deliberately luring it farther away to deal with it. Without the leader, We'd have been eaten by that monster long ago. You think you'd still be alive right now?" These words were like a blow to the head, instantly waking everyone. It was true. From beginning to end, it was the leader holding the very front at the most dangerous moments. If not for him, they'd all be cold corpses now. The leader did it to save us. A young female member murmured to herself, her eyes reddening in an instant. "We can't fail the leader." In the crowd, a different sentiment began to ferment, being moved, guilt, and an unprecedented worship. Since the leader treats us like this, are we going to wait here like cowards? Wang Ming raised his arm and shouted, "The sea beast is gone. These waters are safe. There's endless red jade coral here, countless treasure chests. All of you get moving. Greet the leader's triumphant return with the greatest harvest. For the leader, strip this place clean. Greet the leader's triumphant return." The shouts of 500 people merged into one, shaking the heavens. No longer afraid, no longer lost. All the small boats spread out again, throwing themselves into harvesting with a resolute, frenzied drive. Night enveloped the entire ocean. Though hope was being towed slowly, by now it was already dozens of nautical miles from the original waters. Su Wanqing stood beside me and asked softly, "Jiang Chun, we're far enough from Dragon Gate now. That animal shouldn't keep tangling with us. Should we release it now?" I nodded. I knew, too, that going any farther might bring us right to the deep-sea dreadclaw octopus's den. By then, with two octopus monsters attacking together, even hope would fall into true peril. Having gotten permission, Su Wanqing was about to go operate the now-upgraded alloy fishing rig to release the cable. The prompt tone of her private channel suddenly rang urgently. She glanced at me, and I gave a slight nod. "Take it first, in case it's something urgent on Dragon Gate's end." She connected. The next second, a female voice came through, carrying a touch of hesitation and nervousness. "Excuse me, is this Vice Leader Su of Dragon Gate Guild?" "It's me, what is it?" The bounty said you need a purple spirit stone?" I think I have one here." "What?" Su Wanqing's eyes went wide in an instant, and she hurriedly pressed. "Is what you said true?" "It's true. I just opened it from a bronze treasure chest. Don't know what it's for. Only contacted you after seeing your bounty." Su Wanqing exchanged a glance with me, both of us seeing the delighted surprise in each other's eyes. She quickly calmed down, her thoughts spinning. "You didn't trade directly through the system, but contacted me privately, so you must have some other request. Speak. What conditions do you want in exchange?" The other end was silent for a few seconds. "We're two sisters, we just discussed it. We don't want coral, don't want guns, don't want other supplies. We want to join Dragon Gate, but not as ordinary members. We want to become the leader's official crew and live aboard Hope." "Live aboard Hope?" Su Wanqing's brow knit, a trace of wariness flashing in her eyes. "Our Dragon Gate doesn't have that much fame yet. How do you know about Hope? And in such detail?" It was a friend of ours who told us. His name is Wang Ming. He said, "Only by following Leader Jiang can we survive." "Wang Ming?" Su Wanqing looked at me again. I pondered a moment, then nodded. Since it was Wang Ming's introduction, the credibility was a few notches higher. And the purple spirit stone was crucial to me. I had to get it no matter what. "Fine, I agree." Su Wanqing spoke. "But you have to send the purple spirit stone over through the trading system first. Then report to Dragon Gate's coordinates tomorrow, and I'll have Wang Ming go to receive you personally." "Really? Thank you, Vice Leader." The two sisters on the other end were overjoyed and immediately agreed. A moment later, the trade completed. A rhombus crystal stone, crystalline all over and radiating a mysterious purple halo, appeared in Su Wanqing's hand. She handed the purple spirit stone to me, though she still couldn't help carrying a trace of worry and jealousy. "You really want to let two women of unknown background join Hope?" "What I said before, that Hope only recruits top-tier beauties. That rule, are we breaking it now?" I took that smooth, warm purple spirit stone, feeling the strange energy contained within it, in a great mood, and pinched her cheek. "We'll see when the time comes. If they end up on your crew roster, the rules are naturally set by you, the Vice Leader. Whether to take them in or not is your call." Su Wanqing was briefly stunned, then coaxed by these words into curving her eyes into a smile, her jealousy completely gone. "You've got away with words. I'll give you that. She shot me a glare, though that bit of wariness hadn't fully dispersed. But I have to investigate their background first. The leader's boat isn't one just anyone can board because they feel like it. That's more like it. I smiled. Handing development, personnel, and risk management all to this girl was the only way I could free my hands to do the things only I could do. I spread open my palm, the purple spirit stone lying quietly on it, purple light swirling. The key to advancing to second tier was finally in hand. I shook my head with a smile, not picking up Su Wanqing's thread, and directly activated the divine eye. The purple spirit stone in my hand, as if sensing the pull of transcendent power, transformed into wisps of pure purple current, slowly fusing into my eyes. NGH. I let out a suppressed grunt, my body trembling involuntarily. Su Wanqing's heart clenched in an instant, her beautiful eyes full of worry. Several times she wanted to speak, only to swallow it back. She knew this was the most crucial moment and absolutely could not be disturbed. Fortunately, it didn't take long. When the last wisp of purple lightning fused into my eyes, I slowly opened them. In an instant, two beams of purple divine light, solid enough to be tangible, suddenly blasted out from my pupils. Boom, boom. The cabin walls were effortlessly pierced through, leaving two fist-sized holes. Su Wanqing stared blankly at those two holes, then at my pair of purple eyes, and only when they returned to a normal black did she come to as if from a dream. Jiang Chun, you advanced to second tier? So the purple spirit stone was your condition for advancing. I didn't rush to answer. With a thought, I opened the attribute panel. Player, Jiang Chen tier. Second tier, transcendent sequence. Divine Eye, 181. Strength 43, Agility 46, Constitution 45, Spirit 51, Skill 1, Perception. X-ray vision. Enhanced dynamic vision. Low-light night vision. Seeing through illusions. Discerning the hidden information of all things. Skill 2, Thunder Eye. The eyes can fire two beams of thunderous divine light. Damage is tied to mental force. In a great mood, I turned my head and smiled. Yeah, advanced to second tier. The most important thing is, I finally have a decent means of attack. Wonderful. Su Wanqing threw herself into my arms and planted a hard kiss on my cheek. I knew you could do it. After the joy, as if remembering something, she hurriedly got up. You just fought battle after battle and only just advanced. You must be tired. Rest first. I'll go release that octopus, and once we get back to Dragon Gate, I'll reward you properly. As she said it, she threw me a flirtatious wink. I caught her hand and pulled her back. Who said I was going to release it? She was puzzled. I let it bully me for so long just now. That was because I had no way to deal with it. I sneered. Now, though, it's its turn. You sure? Your current strength, can you beat that octopus? The psychological shadow that giant beast had left on her was simply too great. Not yet, for now. My answer was crisp. Its strength and constitution are both near 70 points, and head-to-head, I'm still a bit short. But, since I've advanced to second tier, that means I can keep raising my strength with source crystals. Su Wanqing's eyes suddenly lit up, instantly grasping my plan. Quick, I urged. Bring out all the stored source crystals, then go to the trading channel and buy me at least 1,000 more. Got it, I'll go now. She soon hauled back a fully packed wooden box, at least 400 plus source crystals, the entire stock from killing the firefin tuna, plus the leftovers from last time. She set down the box and rushed back to the trading channel to work it frantically. I grabbed a big handful of source crystals and, without even looking, stuffed them straight into my mouth. The cold crystals melted on contact, transforming into a flood of pure energy that washed through my limbs and bones. Absorbed first-tier source crystal times 15. Attributes increased. Strength 4345, Agility 4648, Constitution 4547, Spirit 5152. I piloted the boat to wear down the octopus while devouring without pause. My physical attributes soared upward at an unimaginable speed. On the other end, Su Wanqing's buying went unusually smoothly. The word source crystal, to players right now, was still just a useless, pretty stone. The moment she posted supplies for source crystals, the whole regional channel boiled over, countless people scrambling to send applications, terrified that this sucker would change their mind if they were a step too late. In just a few minutes, 1,000 source crystals were bought up. She ran out of the cabin from time to time, handing me handful after handful of source crystals. And I, like a machine that never rested, refused none, devouring madly. Time slipped by in the contest of strength. Gradually, the octopus dragged Hope into an unfamiliar stretch of sea, a low cliff appearing ahead. It seemed to have reached home, the towing force suddenly surging as it charged toward a huge cave mouth at the cliff's base. And at this moment, my attribute gains reached the second-tier limit. Player, Jiang Chen Tier. Second-tier Transcendent. Limit. Strength 78, Agility 72, Constitution 75, Spirit 83. Strength 78, Constitution 75, an all-around attribute crush. Roar. The male octopus let out a roar resembling a cry for help. In that pitch-black cave mouth at the cliff's base, the seawater suddenly churned, and a shadow a size larger than the male octopus slowly surfaced. Another deep-sea dreadclaw octopus. I led Su Wanqing by the hand onto the deck and calmly looked at it. Divine I activated. Species, deep-sea dreadclaw octopus, female, tier, second-tier elite mutated sea beast, strength 75, constitution 78, agility 49, skills, regeneration, venomous ink, strangulation, weakness, head, brain, relatively slow speed, hidden hint. A mother octopus enraged because her husband stayed out all night and brought back a mistress. Su Wanqing and I exchanged a glance and relaxed completely. Slightly stronger than the male, but only marginally. But the scene that followed made both of us go wide-eyed. After the mother octopus appeared, she didn't charge at Hope, nor go to save the hooked male octopus, but instead, slap. She suddenly raised a tentacle and lashed it hard across the male octopus's face. A crisp, resounding slap. The male octopus's head jerked to the side, yet it wore a cowed expression, all 8 tentacles curling up, not daring to fight back, even letting out a few pleading wails. Slap, slap, slap. The mother octopus seemed unsatisfied, her tentacles like whips, lashing again and again. Su Wanqing watched dumbstruck and turned to ask me, What's going on here? What else could it be? Looking at this scene that could only be called a family melodrama, I held back a laugh. A henpecked husband ran into a shrew. That male fooled around all day outside and brought back something that wasn't food. How could his wife not be furious? Su Wanqing burst out laughing and shot me a glare. It's a time like this, and you're still in the mood to joke. That said, the nerves she'd had taught earlier loosened completely. These 2 giant beasts were terrifying, but this bizarre interaction greatly diminished their menacing aura, adding a few notes of comedy instead. As if sensing the 2 of us relaxing, that wife-beating mother octopus finally stopped. Her enormous eyes, comparable to cartwheels, slowly turned toward Hope, her pupils instantly filling with rage. In her view, it was precisely these 2 tiny humans on the boat who'd landed her husband in such a sorry state. Roar! Her massive body suddenly reared up from the water, 8 tentacles raising a towering wave that smashed down hard at Hope. This time, swifter and more frenzied than any of the male octopus's blows. Careful! Su Wanqing's alarmed cry had barely risen when I'd already moved. I stamped hard on the deck and leapt, springing straight up 10 meters into the air, dodging the wave. My eyes narrowed, and deep in my pupils, 2 brilliant points of purple lightning suddenly lit up. Thunder Eye. ZZZT. ZZZT. 2 beams of thunderous divine light blasted out, striking precisely on 1 tentacle. Boom! The thunder light collided with the tentacle, erupting in a blinding flash. The mother octopus's tentacle was as fragile as paper before the thunder light, its flesh instantly vaporized, leaving a charred black hole deep enough to show bone. A clean hit. I flipped in the air and landed steadily back at the bow, my clothes snapping in the gale. Boosted by 83 points of mental force, the Thunder Eye's power truly didn't disappoint. Though it couldn't instantly kill this second-tier elite, it was enough to gravely wound it. So powerful. Behind me, Su Wanqing's eyes shone with brilliance, nearly turning into starry-eyed adoration. But the battle was far from over. The searing pain fully ignited the mother octopus's ferocity. She no longer underestimated the humans before her, and her remaining 7 tentacles no longer thrashed wildly, but launched a storm of strangulation from all directions at trickier angles. At the same time, the hooked male octopus seemed to go berserk too, driven mad by his wife's fury, his tremendous force towing Hope into violent rocking. I fell into a dilemma. I had to handle the mother octopus while fearing the male octopus would capsize the boat. Wanqing, take the wheel. Steady the boat. Don't let it get near the cliff. Got it. Without hesitation, she rushed into the cockpit and grabbed the wheel, fighting against the male octopus's pull. With no worries at my back, all my focus concentrated on the mother octopus. Facing the 7 incoming tentacles, my body crouched slightly. 72 points of agility erupted to the extreme in this moment. With a whoosh, my figure had already appeared on the other side of the gunnel, narrowly dodging the encirclement of 3 tentacles. Boom, boom, boom. 3 enormous tentacles slammed onto the spot where I'd just stood, the deck letting out a teeth-grinding screech of twisting metal. Now's the moment. In the gap of my dodge, I caught a fleeting opening. After the mother octopus's 3 tentacles attacked, they hadn't yet retracted, exposing her head. Thunder Eye. 2 beams of thunder light blasted out again, aiming straight for the vital point of its head. Unfortunately, another tentacle it had long since readied flashed across to block in front like lightning. Squelch. The thunder light left 2 more charred black holes on that tentacle, but didn't wound the root. My brow knit slightly. This animal's combat instinct was strong. The same move didn't work nearly so easily the second time. And though the Thunder Eye's power was great, its drain wasn't small either. 2 uses in a row had already cost 20 of my 83 points of mental force. I had to end this fast. Just as I was thinking up a countermeasure, the mother octopus, unable to be brought down after a prolonged assault, seemed to run out of patience too. Her massive body suddenly sank backward, dropping beneath the surface. Then, her huge maw abruptly opened wide. A gush of ink, black as the darkest dye, spewed out, gradually shrouding a stretch of sea 100 meters across. Venomous ink. SSS. The moment the ink touched Hope's hull, it let out a piercing corrosive hiss and gave off white smoke. Warning. Vessel Hope is being corroded by strong acidic venom. Durability -5. Warning. Durability -5. The hull's durability dropped fast. Worse, this ink wasn't just strongly corrosive. It also made the seawater billow up a great wave of black fog, completely robbing us of vision. All around was pitch black, impossible to see your own hand, with not even the moonlight able to penetrate. They were trapped. Jiang Chun. What do we do? I can't see anything. Su Wanqing's panicked voice came from the cockpit. In an environment like this, you couldn't even tell direction, only flail around like a headless fly. The mother octopus, meanwhile, could use her home field advantage to launch a fatal surprise attack from any angle. Don't panic. I'm here. My steady voice, like a shot of adrenaline, instantly soothed her panic. Darkness? Corrosion? To me, with the divine eye, these were no problem at all. In the seawater below, the mother octopus's every move was vividly displayed before my eyes. Wanqing, crank the wheel all the way right, full speed ahead. Right? But she hesitated a little. Driving blindly in the dark, we'd very likely ram the cliff. Trust me. Me. She gritted her teeth and ultimately chose to trust me unconditionally, abruptly turning the wheel, the bow cutting a wave through the pitch-black venom as it charged to the right. In the instant Hope left its spot. Crash. An enormous tentacle burst from the water at their previous position, smashing hard into empty space. Beautifully done, I praised, my gaze going cold. Now, it's time you watch me perform. I locked my eyes on the male octopus, still held fast by the alloy cable. To catch the bandits, first catch their king. To break the deadlock, I had to deal with one troublemaker first. Thunder Eye. Mental force suddenly erupted, and 2 brilliant beams of thunderlight blasted with utter precision at the male octopus's head. This time, it hadn't expected the human to still see it in the fog, and caught off guard. It had no time to defend. Squelch. The thunderlight bored in through the front of the skull and pierced out the back, instantly churning its brain into pulp. Its massive body abruptly stiffened, the frantic struggling cutting off at once. Killed second-tier elite mutated sea beast, deep-sea dreadclaw octopus, male. Obtained source crystal times 120. The first one, dealt with. Roar. The death of her mate drove the mother octopus completely past reason. A roar brimming with grief and rage came from the seawater, the entire ink-clouded stretch of sea churning violently. Jiang Chun. It looks like it's gone berserk. Berserk is good. I was afraid it wouldn't. What I wanted was an opponent who'd lost all reason and knew only how to attack frenziedly. Boom. The sea exploded, and the mother octopus burst from the water again. Her eyes were now blood red, completely ruled by frenzy. 6 intact tentacles flailing wildly, vowing to smash hope to powder. In the face of this all-out strike, there wasn't a trace of tension on my face. I didn't even plan to use the Thunder Eye again. Welcome. My leg muscles suddenly bulged, 78 points of strength erupting without reservation. Bam! The deck beneath my feet was stamped into a dent, and my body became a black shadow shooting skyward. In midair, I stepped on a falling tentacle to borrow force, then leapt onto another. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, using those wildly dancing tentacles as a staircase, closing in on her body at high speed through the dizzying gaps in her attacks. In just a few breaths, I'd reached the summit, arriving atop the mother octopus's enormous head. It's over. I raised my right fist high. The muscles of my arm knotted. The strength of my whole body gathered into a single point, took aim at her enormous eyeball, and smashed down hard. Bam! The mother octopus's eyeball, harder than a shield, burst apart on cue beneath my fist. Killed second-tier elite mutated sea beast deep-sea dreadclaw octopus, female. Obtained source crystal times 150. The battle was over. The thick ink, with the sea beast's death, was rapidly diluted and dispersed by the seawater. The bright moonlight spilled over the surface again, illuminating my figure standing proudly atop the giant beast's corpse. On Hope, Su Wanqing stared blankly, her little mouth slightly open. Killing a second-tier elite sea beast vast as a mountain with bare hands. Was this still a power a human could possess? It wasn't until I leapt back onto the deck that she suddenly rushed over and hugged me. You scared me to death. All right, I'm fine, aren't I? I smiled and patted her back. Now, time to go find the treasure. Soon, Hope slowly motored into that huge cave mouth at the cliff's base. It wasn't dark inside. Aquatic moss giving off a faint blue glow grew on the cave walls, casting the whole cavern in a dreamlike light. The cave wasn't large. Hope had barely driven in when Su Wanqing's exclamation rang out. On a pile of jumbled rocks at the deepest part of the cavern, a large heap of treasure chests was stacked neatly, radiating an alluring glow under the fluorescent moss. My God, she covered her mouth. Jiang Chun, we're rich. She trotted over and gave a rough count. 23 bronze treasure chests and 5 silver treasure chests. Right now, there isn't even the shadow of one on the trading channel, and we got 5 at once. I laughed out loud. Look at you, like you've never seen the world. The chests won't run off by themselves. What's the rush? Haul them back to the boat and open them slowly. She shot me a big eye roll, then went off cheerfully to haul the spoils. My gaze didn't linger on the chests but swept over the whole rock pile, finally picking up 2 completely different stones from a corner. One was pitch black all over, as if it could swallow all light, and holding it sent a cold, deathly stillness through me. The other gave off a gentle holy light, smooth to the touch, settling the mind to peace. Su Wanqing poked her head over, holding a bronze treasure chest. What are these? They look really special. Treasures used for transcendent sequence advancement. Really? Like your purple spirit stone? Then can I use them too? Her face was full of anticipation. I shook my head. Everyone's sequence is different, so the treasures they need differ too. You have to reach the first tier limit first before I can see what you need. But these 2 probably have nothing to do with you. This one is the Black Soul Stone. That one is the Holy Light Stone. Neither has anything to do with your succubus sequence. For now, they can only collect dust in the warehouse, to trade for something else later. She pursed her lips, her face full of disappointment. Then hurry up and help me haul the chests, so we can get back to the boat and open the blind boxes sooner. You haul the chests. I pointed at the rock pile beneath my feet. I'll haul these stones. She glanced at that pile of unremarkable, coal-like black stones, even more puzzled. These black things are treasures too. Of course, they're called obsidian ore, and combined with a few other materials, they can synthesize an ultra-strength carbon fiber composite, one of the essential core hull materials for diamond-grade vessels. Su Wanqing's breath caught in an instant. A diamond-grade vessel. She stared dazedly at that pile of black coal, her voice a bit unsteady. You mean, if we use this obsidian ore to upgrade Hope's hull, then doesn't that mean, even if its grade is still silver, it could have defensive power comparable to a diamond-grade vessel? In theory, that's the idea. Looking at her expression of utterly boundless shock, I was in a great mood and confirmed her guess with a smile. That won't do. She immediately dropped the chest in her arms and trotted over to that pile of obsidian ore. You go haul the chests, I'll haul the ore? Men are so careless about things. What if you drop a piece? These are real treasures. Watching her earnest treasure-guarding manner, I couldn't help laughing out loud. Handing the family fortune to this girl to guard, I was more and more at ease. Looking at Su Wanqing's adorable miser-like manner, I was caught between laughing and crying, and could only let her fuss as she pleased. I don't know how long passed. Only after I'd hauled all the chests and rested a while on the boat did I see her, and that female crew member finally haul the last batch of obsidian ore aboard Hope. Her fair forehead was beaded with fine sweat, her chest heaving slightly, clearly worn out. I couldn't help teasing. Look at that. Our great President Su's been worn ragged. Seems like when we get back you'll have to hurry and swallow some source crystals to raise your constitution. Otherwise, next time you see treasure, you won't be able to haul it. She was standing with hands on hips, catching her breath, and at this glared over, puffing up. You, Jiang Chun, the nerve, and you could still sleep, not lifting a finger to help. I'm so mad. I stretched lazily, the very picture of an entitled rascal. I fought monsters all day, can't I get a little rest? Humph, I'm ignoring you. Looking at her feigned angry, lovely pout, I found it funny. Of course I knew this girl had deliberately let me rest, which was why she'd taken on the heavy ore hauling work herself, and hadn't had the heart to wake me all this time. I stepped forward and gently wiped the dust from her cheek, my voice softening. All right, I know you worked hard. Then I pointed at the chests piled into a small mountain on the deck, a trace of indulgence in my eyes. Look, I didn't open a single one of those chests, save them all just for you. I know, you girls all love the thrill of unwrapping packages. Really? Her eyes lit up in an instant, the fatigue and anger swept away, and she dashed excitedly to the chest pile, rubbing her palms together. Guess you've still got some conscience. Then I won't hold back, starting with the bronze ones. She casually pressed her hand to a bronze chest. Crew member Su Wanqing opens bronze treasure chest ×1. Bounty triggered, supplies doubled. Obtained. Puffed snack gift pack ×40 boxes, pure water ×40 barrels. Off to a great start, she cried in delighted surprise. Though basic supplies, the doubled joy was real and solid. With the first success, she opened faster and faster. Bounty triggered. Obtained. Wood ×100, steel ×100. Bounty triggered. Obtained. Down jackets ×30, fresh fruit ×30 caddies. Over the next dozen-plus minutes, the cave echoed non-stop with system prompts and her excited shrieks. The 23 bronze chests, with bounties boost, burst out a massive amount of basic supplies, food, fresh water, building materials, and medicine piled up half the deck, enough for Dragon Gate's 500-plus people to use for a long while. We're rich. We're really rich. She smiled ear to ear, like a mouse fallen into a rice jar. Don't be too quick to celebrate. The main event is yet to come. I reminded her with a smile. She turned her gaze to those 5 silver chests in the corner radiating a restrained silver light, said a devout prayer, and carefully pressed the first one. Opening silver treasure chest. Bounty triggered. Obtained. Assault rifle ×12. Matching ammunition ×1200 rounds. 12 rifles. Her breath caught, her beautiful eyes going wide, and she stepped forward to stroke the cold gun bodies. Though Dragon Gate had plenty of handguns, a handgun's power and range were practically toys compared to an assault rifle. These 12 were enough to lift the enforcement squad's firepower up a terrifying tier. Don't just stand there, for more to go. Bounty triggered. Obtained. Submachine gun ×4. Matching ammunition ×200 rounds. Level. 2 body armor times 8. For fierce firepower submachine guns, plus 8 pieces of body armor that could stop bullets. She could already picture the awe-inspiring sight of the enforcement squad kitted out in this gear. This wasn't an enforcement squad anymore. It was practically a small special forces unit. Keep going. It was as if she'd gotten addicted. The thrill of opening chests satisfied her more than anything. The third silver chest held not piles of firearms, but 2 colossal things lying in custom cases, over 1.5 meters long, with dark, cold gleaming barrels and an exaggerated caliber. Obtained. Heavy sniper rifle times 2, armor-piercing rounds times 100. My heavens! Su Wanqing was utterly speechless. If assault rifles were the kings of guns, then these things were the reapers of the battlefield, powerful enough to pierce light armor. Using these against sea beasts, she didn't even dare imagine the scene. My eyes lit up too. I lifted one of them with a single hand, its heavy weight full of a sense of power. With these 2 killing machines, I even had the confidence to instantly slay any second-tier sea beast with 1 shot from 100 meters away. The fourth chest yielded not weapons, but 2 silver-white creations full of futuristic tech feel. Bounty triggered. Obtained. Advanced fuel engine times 2. AI-assisted driving system times 2. This is... She was a bit dazed, but my eyes burst with a light even more fervent than when I'd seen the big sniper rifles. Good stuff. This is the biggest haul this time. Hope's current medium engine maxes at 200 horsepower, while the advanced model is an astonishing 500 horsepower. Once we swap it in, combined with Windrider, the top speed can break straight past 120 knots. On the vast sea, that meant absolute mobility and safety. And not just speed. My gaze fell on the other item. This AI-assisted driving is the real treasure. Route planning, automatic obstacle avoidance, and it can even execute high-difficulty driving modes in combat. With it, I'll never have to worry about who'll drive the boat again. Su Wanqing listened with her heart surging. She knew the value of these 2 might far exceed those firearms. Full of anticipation, she walked to the last chest. Opening silver treasure chest. Bounty triggered. Obtained. Fully automatic kitchen equipment blueprint times 2. Seawater desalination device, design times 2. Comfortable large bed times 2. Constant temperature refrigerator times 2. 75-inch large TV times 2. Ah, wonderful. She erupted in a cheer louder than any before, throwing herself straight onto one of the large soft beds. We finally have a decent bed and a fully automatic kitchen. Now we can watch TV on the boat. To a girl, these things that could vastly improve life brought a sense of happiness far more intense than the cold weapons. Watching her cheer and bounce, I couldn't bear to interrupt, and only after a good while reminded her. All right, stop grinning to yourself. Sort the supplies first, get all the parts that should be upgraded done, then head back to Dragon Gate. The cold wave arrives tonight, and once we collect another batch of materials then, Hope should be able to upgrade to gold grade. In the evening, the setting sun over the coral sea dyed the surface and the horizon a gorgeous blood red. It should have been knock-off time, but the 500-plus boats on the sea still bustled to and fro, not a single person quitting early. Just then, a sharp-eyed member spotted a black appearing on the distant horizon. He rubbed his eyes, and after making out that familiar silhouette, suddenly burst into a cheer. Look, it's Hope. The leader and vice leader are back. This cry, like a stone cast into a lake, instantly raised 1,000 ripples, the news spreading throughout the fleet as if it had grown wings. All the members buried in hard work stopped almost simultaneously, looking in that direction. Assemble, line up, greet the leader's triumphant return. I don't know who shouted it first, but the 500-plus boats, as if under a unified command, quickly gathered toward the center, spontaneously forming a neat square formation, leaving the widest main channel open in the middle. When the engine-roaring Hope sailed into the main channel, the enforcement squad, led by Wang Meng, straightened their backs in unison. Welcome, leader, vice leader, victorious over the sea beasts and returned in triumph. The shouts of 500 people merged into a heaven-shaking wave of sound, echoing long over the crimson sea. Standing at the bow, Su Wanqing knit her brow and looked at Wang Meng. What are you all doing, making such a big production? Wang Meng grinned sheepishly. Vice leader, this wasn't arranged by me. It's a welcome ceremony everyone prepared on their own, because the two leaders bravely fought the sea beasts and protected us. Long live the leader. Long live the vice leader. The crowd erupted in shouts again. Su Wanqing nodded and raised the megaphone. All right, the leader and I have received everyone's goodwill. But it's getting late. Our Dragon Gate doesn't advocate overtime, much less go in for this empty formalism. It's rest time now. Everyone go find a place to rest at once, get a good night's sleep, and work refreshed tomorrow. The fervent members fell silent in an instant. Though they wanted to look a while longer, they didn't dare disobey the vice leader's order. Yes, vice leader. Everyone answered in unison, dispersing in orderly fashion. The sea soon returned to calm. In the end, only the 12 core enforcement squad members remained, along with two unfamiliar faces standing behind Wang Ming, looking a bit awkward. It was a pair of twin sisters, both in simple sportswear, yet unable to hide their youthful, stunning beauty. The same oval faces, fine noses and cherry lips, graceful figures. The only difference was that one wore a high ponytail, her gaze lively and spirited. The other had long hair draped over her shoulders, her expression cool and aloof, carrying a keep-your-distance air. My gaze fell on the two of them, and I activated the divine eye. Name, Lin Qingxue. Age, 19. Height, 170 centimeters. External looks, 96. Pure and fresh. Inner temperament, 95. Lively and spirited. Overall assessment, 95 points. A sunny girl brimming with vitality. Name, Lin Qinghan. Age, 19. Height, 170 centimeters. External looks, 96. Cool and aloof. Inner temperament, 97. Cold outside, warm inside. Overall assessment, 96 points. Aloof on the surface, but with a streak of resilience within. After reading the profiles, I looked at the two sisters and spoke calmly. So it's you two, the Purple Spirit Stone trade? You want to join Dragon Gate? Before they could answer, Wang Ming cut in to help. Reporting leader. Yes, they're Lin Qingxue and Lin Qinghan, both former campus belles at Haicheng University. Their character and looks are both no problem. I strongly recommended them. And they started working the moment they arrived today, harvesting more red jade coral than a lot of veteran members. Absolutely not delicate vases. Su Wanqing, listening on the side, knit her brow slightly and cut him off directly. Enough. I know your little scheme perfectly well. The leader didn't ask you. Don't interrupt. Now go down and gather 16 more members with good physical attributes and quick minds. The enforcement squad is expanding, and I'll give the orientation myself in a bit. Yes, yes. Pressed by her aura, Wang Ming hurriedly took the order and left. Only then did Su Wanqing turn to the two sisters, her tone still cold. You two, board the boat first. I have things to say. With that, she walked into the cabin without looking back. A trace of gravity flashed in the elder sister Lin Qinghan's eyes. The younger, Lin Qingxue, stuck out her tongue, a bit nervous. The two took a deep breath, then nimbly climbed onto the deck, glancing at me as I sized them up with interest. I smiled and pointed at the cabin. Go in. Vice Leader Su is waiting for you. Inside the cabin, the luxurious decor and warm lighting left the two sisters momentarily dazzled. Their own ramshackle awning boat didn't even have a place to shelter from wind and rain. Here, it was already not far off from a pre-apocalypse luxury living room. The soft carpet, the comfortable sofa, and a brand new large TV in the corner, all of it left them uneasy. Su Wanqing sat on the sofa, lazily holding a glass of red wine and gently swirling it, her gaze fixed on the glass, not looking at the sisters. An oppressive silence spread through the cabin. Lin Qingxue had a lively temperament and couldn't stand this atmosphere. She was about to speak when her sister stopped her with a look. Lin Qinghan knew this was the first show of intimidation the other party was giving. Before figuring out their intentions, the more you said, the more wrong you got. I don't know how long passed. Long enough that Lin Qingxue's legs went numb from standing, before Su Wanqing slowly spoke. First question, why do you want to join Hope? Lin Qingxue jumped in first with a sweet smile. Sister Su, actually, before the survival game began, you were always my idol. My dream was to get into your company after graduation, but then the apocalypse came. So I came here, half because of you. And the other half is because I heard our leader Jiang is righteous and capable. Enough. Su Wanqing cut off her torrent of words, her gaze turning to Lin Qinghan, silent from start to finish. And you? Lin Qinghan paused. To survive and to live better. The answer was simple and direct, yet far more moving than her sister's sweet talk. Su Wanqing nodded, counting it as approval. Good. Then the second question. Joining Hope isn't becoming an ordinary member. It's becoming the captain's official crew and signing a crew contract. She set down the wine glass, her expression turning serious. I'll lay out the unpleasant part first. This contract is a lifelong binding, absolute loyalty, no betraying the captain, and no leaving of your own will. Put plainly, your 2 lives will from then on be staked on this boat. This is no game. Think it through before you answer. The 2 sisters' faces turned grave. Lin Qinghan was silent a moment, then countered. Then what do we get? Shelter, resources, and… Su Wanqing glanced at her. A platform that lets you survive and grow ever stronger. The captain's ship soul is very special. Official crew awaken a transcendent sequence the moment they board. This is something people outside risk their lives for, with a success rate under half. Lin Qinghan's pupils shrank slightly. Though she didn't fully understand, she could hear the weight of it. I'll join, she answered crisply. I don't want to be like before, without even a board to shelter from the rain, clutching a knife all night, not daring to sleep. I'll join too. Lin Qingxue hurriedly followed, a few notes of seriousness amid her liveliness. Wherever my sister goes, I go. Only then did Su Wanqing reveal a trace of a smile. Decisive, but there's a second unpleasant thing. She stood and circled the 2 sisters once, her aura fully open. Hope is under my management now. I have my rules. Among crew, no infighting, no forming cliques, no hoarding supplies, no outward compliance with inward defiance. Whoever breaks them, don't blame me for tossing you straight into the sea to feed the fish. On this boat, ability does the talking and rules come first. Understood. Understood. The 2 sisters answered in unison. As for what direction each of you wants to develop in, or who you want to get close to, that's your own business. I won't interfere, and it's not my place to manage. Su Wanqing's tone eased a bit. But remember, hone your skills first, do the work well. To gain a firm footing on this boat, what you rely on is how much you can shoulder, nothing else. Lin Qinghan nodded hard, the bit of wariness in her eyes replaced by the solid feeling of having found something to rely on. Lin Qingxue nodded firmly too, quietly letting out a breath. The jittery speculations she'd had were washed clean away by these words. All right, that's it for today. Su Wanqing picked up her wine glass again. There are some changes of clothes and daily necessities in the wardrobe. Go get yourselves settled, freshen up, and get a good night's sleep tonight. On this boat, you can finally sleep soundly. Tomorrow morning, drill with the enforcement squad, and I'll see your foundations myself. With that, she headed out of the cabin. The 2 sisters stood there, looking at each other. Sis, did we pass? Lin Qingxue asked, not quite sure. Lin Qinghan let out a long breath, glancing around this warm, bright cabin with a complex look, her voice a bit dry. We passed the general manager's first interview. The rest, we earn ourselves. Then are we really this safe now? Lin Qingxue still couldn't quite believe it. Lin Qinghan walked over and pressed her hand to that soft, large bed, feeling a long-missed steadiness. At least tonight, we don't have to sleep clutching a knife. Outside the cabin, seeing Su Wanqing come out, I went over to meet her. How was it? Did those 2 catch your eye? She pursed her lips, a trace of unhideable complexity on her stunning face. Good foundations, the elder one especially has a streak of resilience. I've laid down the rules and taken them in. From now on they're people of this boat, and I have to look out for them. I looked at her. You're quite the imperious head wife. Of course. She tilted her chin up, then sighed, her eyes reddening slightly. Jiang Chun, let me tell you something from the heart. Hope's traits are destined to require taking in more crew, and from now on there'll only be more and more girls on this boat. I can't possibly not mind. My heart softened, and I reached out to pull her into my arms. Then what do you want me to do? She nuzzled in my arms and said in a muffled voice, I don't want you to do anything. Their backgrounds, their loyalty, I'll vet for you. The hearts of the people on this boat, I'll hold together for you. I only want one thing. The true home of this boat is me, and no one gets to take this position. I pinched her cheek. From the moment you press that agree, no one can take it from you. Coaxed into curving her eyes into a smile, most of that bit of dejection dispersed. She rose on her toes and lightly pecked my lips, then returned to her brisk, decisive self. All right, I'm off to arrange the enforcement squad expansion. Those two sisters, don't go disturbing them. Let them sleep well tonight. She shot me a glare. My boat has to be made of true insiders, can't be rushed. Watching her capable retreating figure, my heart was a mix of many feelings, ultimately turning into a soft laugh. Handing her the hearts of the people to hold together, handing her the rules to set. This boat was more and more like a home. I pushed the door open and went in to see the pair of sisters standing in front of the TV, their lovely faces flushed red, at a loss what to do. What was playing on the TV was one of those instructional videos Su Wanqing had left behind. My old face went red, and I casually picked up the remote and switched it off. Ahem. I cleared my throat. Wanqing should have explained everything to you. But let me ask once more, becoming an official crew member is a lifelong binding. From now on, this life of yours is tied to this boat. Have you really thought it through? No regrets. Lin Qingxue didn't dare imagine the consequences of refusing. Refuse, and then what? Be driven off this heaven-like hope, back to that broken, draft on all sides awning boat, struggling every day over a few biscuits and a bottle of water, liable at any moment to die in a sea beast's jaws or be plundered by even more vicious people. Days like that, she didn't want to live a single one more. And the man before them was strong, reliable, and had given them a way to live. Having thought this through, her gaze steadied. Beside her, Lin Qinghan had barely hesitated from start to finish. She'd recognized the cruelty of the apocalypse earlier than her sister. Here, strength and resources were the foundation of survival. We've made up our minds. The two sisters nodded together. I didn't hesitate any longer and opened the crew management system. The next second, two mechanical prompt tones exploded in their minds. Hope's Captain Jiang Chun invites you to become an official crew member. Do you agree? I agree. I agree. Congratulations, players Lin Qingxue and Lin Qinghan, on officially becoming crew members of Hope. Conditions for Transcendent Sequence Awakening detected. Awakening in progress. The words had barely fallen when the cabin was instantly enveloped by two utterly different lights. A sacred, brilliant white light wrapped around Lin Qingxue, and a deep, dark black light coiled around Lin Qinghan. Ah, the two sisters cried out. Then, vast energy surged madly into their bodies. Behind Lin Qingxue, a pair of white light wings suddenly spread. Behind Lin Qinghan, a pair of pitch-black wings unfurled in turn, giving off a heart-stopping cold. One holy, one demonic, one light, one dark, two auras interweaving and colliding in the small cabin. I sat on the sofa, watching this scene that could only be called a miracle at my leisure. The divine eye was already open, and the two's attribute changes were clearly displayed. Congratulations, player Lin Qingxue, on awakening the Transcendent Sequence. Sequence 83, Holy Angel. First tier Transcendent Strength 6 Agility 9 Constitution 8 Spirit 9 Skill 1 Angel's Holy Wings. Can fly at twice the speed of Agility. Skill 2 Holy Light Healing. Rapidly heals injuries, dispels negative states. Congratulations, player Lin Qinghan, on awakening the Transcendent Sequence. Sequence 84 Dark Angel. First tier Transcendent Strength 7 Agility 9 Constitution 7 Spirit 9 Skill 1 Angel's Dark Wings. Can fly at twice the speed of Agility. Skill 2 Shadow Clone. When fighting at night, can spawn a phantom to confuse enemies. The light scattered, the awakening complete. The two sisters opened their eyes and looked at each other, unable to wait. Sis, you grew wings. Lin Qingxue pointed at the wings on her sister's back, her face full of shock. So did you, only white ones. Lin Qinghan's voice was equally incredulous. The two turned to look at the enormous wings behind themselves and froze in unison. What have we turned into? Looking at their adorable, flustered manner, I rose with a smile and walked over. Don't be nervous, This is a good thing. You've awakened a transcendent sequence, and the legendary angel type at that. The wings can be retracted into your body at any time. Just silently will it in your mind. No need to fear becoming a monster. The two sisters half-believingly closed their eyes and silently willed retract. The next second, the light wings and dark wings turned into points of light, fusing into their backs and vanishing, their appearance returning to normal. Wow, it really works. Lin Qingxue cried in delighted surprise. You have attribute panels now, with skills on them. You can open them and take a look too. The two did as told, and looking at those powerful skills one by one, their breathing quickened. Holy light healing? Flight. They'd gone from two ordinary girls struggling for survival in the apocalypse to superheroes that only existed in movies in an instant. This drastic change left their minds blank, their hearts full of awe and wild joy. Sis, we've become so powerful. Lin Qingxue was so excited she was incoherent, bouncing around while holding her sister's hand. Lin Qinghan wasn't as outwardly expressive as her sister, but those astonishingly bright eyes were enough to show how far from calm she was inside. In the look she gave me there was gratitude, awe, and a trace of inexplicable reliance. It was this boat that had given them a new life. I took in their reactions, quite satisfied. One top-tier healer, one knight infiltrator. Holy Angel and Dark Angel, a combination of light and dark, a perfect match. Now Hope's crew composition was much more complete, and from now on, facing powerful sea beasts, we could even challenge above our level. All right, don't get too excited. I clapped my hands. Since you've become crew and awakened your abilities, next, it's time for you to be put to use. The words had barely fallen when the cabin door was pushed open. Su Wanqing walked in carrying two sets of changes of clothes, swept her gaze over the two sisters, and raised an eyebrow. Wings already grown? Not bad on the sequence awakening. She stuffed the clothes into their arms, her tone crisp. Don't stand around. Come with me. First get familiar with the warehouse and the trading system. The cold wave arrives tonight. Things outside are already a mess. Exactly the time you'll come in handy. Lin Qingxue blinked. Work right now? What? Just got a superpower and you want to lie flat? Su Wanqing's expression was half a smile. On this boat, ability does the talking. To gain a firm footing, tonight is your first pledge of allegiance. Lin Qinghan's eyes lit up, and without another word she followed. The night deepened, and hope rocked gently on the sea and the wind. I brewed a pot of hot tea and leaned back comfortably on the sofa. The bedroom had air conditioning, warm as spring, and for a moment I didn't pay much attention to the temperature outside. The cold wave has arrived. Su Wanqing came in holding a tablet, calling the two sisters in as well. Let me ask about your next plans. We opened the chat channel. Sure enough, the entire regional channel was already flooded with news of the cold wave, lamentations everywhere. This cold wave is way too cold. It was supposed to be -20, and my boat's drafty on all sides. Anyone have thick clothes? I'll trade 3 days' rations for one padded jacket. Boo-hoo. Will someone sell me some charcoal? Please, I don't want to freeze to death. Forget it. Who with heating equipment right now isn't treasuring it like their life? That stuff is life itself. Panic, despair, pleading, all kinds of negative emotions spread madly through the channel. Looking at these whales, Lin Qingxue and Lin Qinghan privately counted themselves lucky. Thank goodness they'd joined Hope, where there were rooms, air conditioning, and warm beds. Otherwise, they'd be struggling in the bitter cold like those people out there now. My focus wasn't here. I closed the channel and turned to ask Su Wanqing, how much red jade coral do we have now? Setting aside what Dragon Gate keeps for itself, we currently have 5,432 pieces. She reported quickly, and the estimated daily harvest going forward can hold steady at around 5,000 pieces. Not a small amount. I nodded. List it all on the trading channel. Trade it for source crystals and the supplies we need. Trade now. Su Wanqing shook her head. I looked at the market. At this stage, most players have limited reserves, and selling now won't fetch a good price. I suggest waiting a few more days. Wait until they've saved up more, been tormented by the cold a few more days, and their demand for warmth peaks, then release the news. By then, what we can trade for will absolutely be several times what it is now. I grumbled inwardly. As expected of a woman who's been a big president, This heart, truly a wicked capitalist. Let's not. I vetoed it. Trading for source crystals and supplies sooner and raising our own strength is what matters most. Just as the two of us held opposing views, the silent Lin Qinghan suddenly spoke up softly. Actually, we could sell using installment payments or a lease-to-own model. That one line made Su Wanqing and me freeze at the same time, both turning to look at her in unison. Su Wanqing's eyes lit up, and she hurriedly pressed, "Go on, explain." The trading channel has a kind of agreement rule, similar to a contract in reality. Once both parties sign, it's protected and enforced by the game system. Lin Qinghan spoke unhurriedly. We can take a lower down payment first, with the remaining amount required to be paid by the buyer within the next 10 days. This greatly lowers the purchase threshold, and many players who originally couldn't afford it will be tempted too. Of course, the agreement can also add terms like interest, service fees, and deposits to maximize the profit. After listening, Su Wanqing was unstinting with her praise. Never thought you looked so quiet, but had a whole system for doing business. I like it. Lin Qingxue chimed in. Of course, my sister and I were both top students in the finance and management department. This is all basic stuff. I raised a concern. But this way we'd have to sign agreement after agreement, multiplying the workload several times over. We're not afraid of hard work, the two sisters said almost in unison, their faces full of resolve. Lin Qingxue rushed to make her stance clear. Brother Jiang Chun, we were just worried about not being able to help, and now's exactly the time to prove our value. We guarantee we'll handle it beautifully. Su Wanqing settled it with one stroke, patting the two sisters' shoulders. Good. With this attitude, very good. The red jade coral trade. I hand over to you two entirely. How to draw up the agreements, how to set prices, how to advertise. I won't ask about any of it. I only want results. Yes, we guarantee we'll complete the mission. Seeing this, I didn't object anymore, only adding, when trading for supplies, remember the priorities. First, the equipment blueprints and materials to upgrade hope. Second, source crystals, the key to raising strength. And once you've gathered enough, you too should devour them quickly too, to raise yourselves to the first tier limit. Last comes the boat upgrade materials, weapons, and living supplies for Dragon Gate's 500 plus people. Once Dragon Gate as a whole is stronger, things will be easier for us going forward. Understood. The sisters agreed readily, full of drive. Lin Qingxue even winked playfully at Su Wanqing. Sister Su, then we'll go pull an all-nighter and get to work in the driver's room. This warm big bedroom. We'll leave to you two. With that, she pulled her sister and ran out of the room as if fleeing, adding one more line over her shoulder as she left. Don't worry, this deal. We guarantee a surprise for you by tomorrow morning. Over the next few days, the players of the entire C-9527 region witnessed a commercial storm. Dragon Gate Guild burst onto the trading channel, and the Red Jade Coral Warmth installment plan. It launched instantly, set the whole sea ablaze. Still shivering from the cold wave? Dragon Gate Guild brings you warmth. The moment the message went out, all the players struggling bitterly in the cold wind went wild, trade applications pouring in like snowflakes. The Lin sisters displayed astonishing efficiency and business talent. One vetting qualifications, one signing agreements, their coordination seamless. In just a few days, tens of thousands of agreements were signed, and Hope's supply reserves began to grow madly at a terrifying speed. Supplies, building materials, food, fresh water, source crystals, blueprints poured in endlessly. The warehouse soon packed full, and Su Wanqing had to urgently requisition 10 large transport boats just for storage. Meanwhile, Mai and the three women's strength, under the supply of source crystals, ushered in a new round of soaring. I was already near the second-tier limit, and after devouring nearly 1,000 source crystals, I finally reached the bottleneck. Su Wanqing, Lin Qingxue, and Lin Qinghan also reached the first-tier transcendent limit one after another. It was just that everyone had been busy these days with trading and sorting goods, run ragged, and I hadn't had a chance to settle down and check exactly what treasures they needed to advance to second tier. It wasn't until the morning of the 5th day, the sky still dim, that a delighted shriek nearly cracking in pitch came from the cockpit. Ah, Brother Jiang Chun, Sister Sue, come look. Lin Qingxue rushed into the bedroom, holding up a golden blueprint. We traded for it. The last core piece of equipment for Hope's upgrade to gold grade. The spatial storage room, the blueprint, and all the materials, all gathered. Su Wanqing and I sprang up almost simultaneously. Really all gathered? Su Wanqing snatched that gold-glittering blueprint. Spatial storage room design, gold grade. Description: a special cabin made using spatial folding technology, providing 1,000 cubic meters of independent storage space without occupying the boat's area. Materials required: spatial stabilization anchor ×1, meteorite crystal ×100, obsidian or ×500, energy core ×1. Su Wanqing checked them one by one, growing more excited as she went. All gathered. Everything's gathered. After confirming the warehouse had all the stock, she laughed heartily. Ha! You sisters have made a great contribution. Stop grinning to yourself, I urged. Upgrade first. There'll be plenty of time to celebrate later. Right, upgrade first. Su Wanqing came to as if from a dream, dashing back to the driver's console to open the upgrade interface, swiftly pulling up and feeding in each precious material. All conditions for upgrading vessel Hope to gold grade are satisfied. Confirm upgrade. Confirm upgrade. The next second, a brilliant white light suddenly burst from Hope's hull. Boom. The whole boat seemed cast into a furnace, violently recombining and transforming within the blinding light. The original 8-meter-plus hull was lengthened, widened, and raised 10 meters, 11, 12. The alloy steel plates on both sides transformed into ultra-density carbon fiber composite, a material only diamond-grade vessels had, theoretically enough to hard-tank an all-out strike from a 4th-tier sea beast. The original fishing boat structure was thoroughly rebuilt into the silhouette of a modern luxury yacht. Even more astonishing, the piles of supplies that had filled half the deck, making it hard to find footing, vanished into thin air within the white light. They'd been automatically transferred into the newly generated spatial storage room. The deck was instantly open and tidy. Then, the functional facilities began to upgrade. A luxurious living room that could host a dozen-plus people for a party, an open kitchen with a bar counter, an entertainment room with its own audio-video system. The whole boat no longer had a trace of the awkwardness of a sea survival tool, but was clearly a luxury yacht. The moment the upgrade completed, I couldn't wait to open the panel. Vessel, Hope, Gold 1 star. Dimensions, 12 by 5.8 by 4.5 m durability, 2000/2000 capacity, 10 power, advanced fuel engine ×2, 500 horsepower, speed, 60 knots, base, plus 60 knots, windrider, equals 120 knots. Ship Soul, Infinite Plunder, SSS grade unique, Galak traits, windrider, C/Soul Awakening, S/Bounty, C. Installed functions, spatial storage room, AI-assisted driving, fully automatic kitchen, seawater desalination, audio-video system, central air conditioning, radar, automatic net hoist, mechanical fishing rig, status, luxury multifunctional yacht, spacious and comfortable, but utterly lacking a firepower system. Work hard to upgrade the vessel to handle unknown dangers. Way too strong. These attributes are simply invincible. I could no longer hold back my wild joy. A top speed of 120 knots, equivalent to over 220 kilometers per hour. On the vast sea, this was the absolute king. Fight when you want, flee when you want, no one able to catch you. Not to mention the hull built from diamond-grade material and 2,000 points of durability. Simply a mobile sea fortress. Meanwhile, a crisp system prompt rang out in all 4 of our ears. Congratulations on upgrading Hope to a Gold 1-star vessel. You have automatically joined the Dragon Nation Region Yacht Club. Permissions unlocked. You can engage in cross-regional chat, interaction, and trade with players in all of the Dragon Nation's waters who possess gold grade or higher vessels. Su Wanqing and I exchanged a glance, both seeing the same thought in the other's eyes. Cross-regional. With this door open, our chessboard was no longer confined to the single corner of C-9527. Wow, is this the new living room? So big. Oh my God, there's an entertainment room too. We can sing on the boat from now on. Lin Qingxue and Lin Qinghan didn't pay much attention to the system prompts, instead darting all over the new boat. One moment slipping into the bigger bedroom, the next opening the audio-video room. To them, this kind of life comparable to a top-tier pre-apocalypse tycoon's was clearly more appealing. Su Wanqing, by contrast, quickly turned her attention to that newly unlocked function. Yacht Club? Cross-regional chat. Her beautiful eyes flashed with a shrewd light, and she immediately opened that brand new channel. I wanted to get a sense of the situation too. Unlike the previous chaotic, noisy regional channel, this club channel was exceptionally clean. Not many people speaking, but every message of extremely high value. Region A, 0087. Buying handguns at a high price, 1,000 source crystals each, as many as you've got. Region B, 1101. Selling heavy artillery design, only trading for advanced materials, no junk. Region F, 6666. Anyone need potions? Can trade for all kinds of rare plants. I scanned a few lines casually and found it dull. At this stage, players with gold-grade yachts were all top figures in their regions, and the trades revolved around higher-tier supplies. It looked high-end, but I'd long since let go of trading. It wasn't my forte. Su Wanqing, on the other hand, watched with relish, her beautiful eyes growing brighter and brighter. Jiang Chun, look. So many people selling source crystals, and cheap too. We can rake in another fortune. And people selling weapon blueprints and advanced materials. Are yacht owners all this loaded? The more she looked, the more excited she got, as if she saw a huge treasure vault opening before her. Buy. Anything useful to us, buy it all. With that, she sank in completely, her fingers tapping rapidly on the screen, leaving me to the side. I smiled helplessly and was about to go accompany the two sisters touring the new yacht. But before long, with the three of them just getting into the swing of playing, Su Wanqing came running in from the cockpit with a panicked face. Jiang Chun, Huang Yimei sent me a message. I turned to see her face a tangle of delight, confusion, and heavy worry. Isn't getting news of her a good thing? Why the long face? Is she in danger? Her ID is lit. She should be fine. She just sent me a coordinate and asked me to come help. Su Wanqing's pretty brows knit tight. But I just tried a voice call, and the system says no one's picking up. I walked over and patted her shoulder. Don't fret. Pull up the chat log and let me see. The log was in the Yacht Club channel, the content extremely brief. Wanqing, if you see this message, please come find me at coordinates 183-44. I need your help with something. After reading it, my brow knit in an instant. After a moment, I said in a low voice, "This matter, it's not so simple." "What is it? Did you spot something?" I pointed at the timestamp on the log. This message was sent 3 days ago. That means she could only chat cross-regionally. You only received her message after joining the Yacht Club and being able to chat across regions. Su Wanqing found it deeply strange too. But she was clearly in the same region as us before, and the regional barrier still hasn't lifted. How could she have gone to another region and messaged me through the club? I shook my head, my expression grave. I'm not sure either. But this coordinate is indeed still within our region's range. It seems something has appeared, some rule or thing that even I don't know about. Su Wanqing could no longer stay calm and grabbed my arm, her eyes reddening. Jiang Chun, she's my best friend. I beg you. Let's go help her, all right? I fell silent. This matter reeked of strangeness everywhere. A distress call from 3 days ago, a voice call that wouldn't connect, and a method that, though within our own region, required a cross-regional channel to reach. Rushing over rashly might land me in danger too. Just as I was weighing the risks, Lin Qingxue beside us couldn't help cutting in softly. "Sister Su, such a strange matter. That place definitely has great danger. Dragon Gate is in its high-speed development phase right now. Should we maybe consider this more carefully?" Su Wanqing, already anxious from my silence, heard these rational words and her pent-up anxiety erupted completely. She suddenly spun around and swung a slap. Slap. The crisp sound echoed through the cabin, and everyone froze. "Lin Qingxue, a few good days and you've forgotten my rules. Huang Yimei is my friend, and someone the captain decided long ago to bring in. The captain hasn't even spoken. Is it your place to wag your tongue here?" Lin Qingxue covered her face, dazed, tears welling in her eyes, and cried in grievance. I'm sorry, Sister Sue. I didn't mean it that way. I just boo-hoo. Lin Xinghan's face changed, and she immediately stepped forward to shield her sister behind her. She said nothing, but that keep your distance chill had already made her stance clear. The atmosphere in the cabin instantly dropped to freezing. Enough. My face sank, and I walked up to Su Wanqing, my gaze serious. Wanqing apologized to Qingxue. Su Wanqing trembled all over, startled awake by my tone. Looking at Lin Qingxue, crying her eyes out, and the frost-faced Lin Xinghan, she was struck with regret, only now realizing she'd forced her own anxiety and anger onto someone else. I'm sorry, Qingxue. Her voice choked. It's my fault. I was too worried about my friend. I shouldn't have taken it out on you. As she spoke, she even ended up burying her head and crying too. In her sobs, there was worry for her friend, the self-blame of helplessness, and regret over her own impulsiveness. Looking at this situation, I was speechless and stepped forward. But Wanqing got one thing right. My gaze swept over the two sisters. Huang Yimei doesn't know me yet, but she's Wanqing's dear friend, and since I've agreed, I'll definitely bring her back. I, Jiang Chen, am no saint, but I'm not the kind of coward who shrinks back at the sight of danger either. So this trip we go. The moment this was said, Su Wanqing snapped her head up, her red-rimmed eyes full of delight. Really? You're willing to help me? Of course. I tugged at the corner of my mouth. Dragon Gate now has 10 fishing boats and a 50-plus strong armed enforcement squad, enough to handle ordinary dangers. You can just manage things remotely via the guild channel. It won't affect development. As for that strange coordinate, just treat it as an expedition. When has there ever been a survival game without danger, fear, and you lose for life? Wonderful. Su Wanqing could hold back no longer and threw herself into my arms. I knew you treated me best. After a moment, she wiped her tears. Then I'll go handle the guild matters right now. And we set out at once. No need. I waved her off, then pointed at Lin Qingxue, still sobbing in the corner. I'll handle the guild matters. You go coax them properly first. It really was your fault just now. With that, I turned and walked out of the cabin, leaving the space to the three women. A few hours later, under AI-assisted driving, Hope sped at full speed toward that coordinate. I'd arranged the guild affairs and sat alone in the deck's lounge area. The sea wind was faintly salty, carrying a bone-piercing chill, but I didn't mind, only holding a glass of red wine, my deep gaze cast toward the pitch-black horizon, full of caution about this unknown journey. A faint sound of footsteps came from behind. Su Wanqing walked out holding a thick down jacket, gently draped it over me, and sat down beside me. How was it? Did you smooth things over with those two sisters? I didn't turn around. They've basically forgiven me. Her tone carried a trace of fatigue and helplessness. But after all, she got slapped. That anger still needs time to dissolve. I let out a snort of laughter. Now you know the punishment for being impulsive? Girls are the hardest creatures in this world to coax. While mocking her with my mouth, I drew the Black Soul Stone and Holy Light Stone from inside my jacket and handed them to her. Take these two and give them to those two sisters. Once you do, they'll definitely stop being angry. These are. I checked their attribute panels. The Black Soul Stone and Holy Light Stone happen to be the treasures they need to advance to second tier. Give these as an apology and reward. And if they're still angry, then they're being unreasonable, and I'll help you deal with them. Su Wanqing said and carefully put them away. She knew the value of these two advancement treasures, and understood that my having her deliver them wasn't just to help her make up for her mistake, but also to help her establish authority. But she didn't get up right away. Instead, she gently rested her head on my shoulder, watching that bottomless black sea together with me. For a long time, long enough that I thought she'd fallen asleep, she slowly spoke. Jiang Chen, will you blame me? Blame me for dragging everyone into danger over my own matter. Tell me, am I very selfish? I didn't pick up her thread, but countered. Then will you blame me? Back then, in that crowd's encirclement, I held a gun to force you to choose, and that's how I kept you. Of course not. She didn't hesitate. If I hadn't met you, I'd surely have died long ago. Then there you have it. I smiled. No one is perfect. We're all selfish, have desires, have things we care about. But since fate let us meet in the apocalypse, then we're family. and family, of course, faces all hardships together. These words were like a warm current, melting the last bit of unease in her heart. The next second, she leaned in on her own and kissed me. After a long while, our lips parted. Su Wanqing collected herself, and that anxious, fragile vulnerability instantly faded, restored to her usual domineering female president style. You've prepared gifts for those two sisters, so what about me? What's the treasure for my second-tier advancement? I was taken aback. You switched so fast. Weren't you just being all sentimental? Never mind that. Hurry and tell me the name, so I can have Qing Xue and the others watch for it while trading. I couldn't help a wry laugh. This woman's drive for her career was truly carved into her bones. I tweaked her nose. Take a guess. How could I possibly guess? She said coquettishly. The treasure your succubus sequence needs is called Crystal of Desire. Crystal of Desire? She was briefly stunned. That sounds not exactly proper. Of course it's not proper. I grinned wickedly. Just from the name you can tell it's another seductive thing. Her lovely face flushed slightly, and she spat. Pa, I'm not talking to you anymore. Time slipped by amid the two's bickering. Early the next morning, Hope was already drawing infinitely close to the coordinate Huang Yimei had provided. I, Su Wanqing, and the now mollified Lin sisters all stood braced on the deck, 8 eyes fixed hard ahead, nerves taut to the extreme, terrified some horrifying monster would charge out of the sea. But when Hope reached the coordinate point, the scene before us left all 4 of us stunned. Where was the danger? On the broad sea were boats of every kind densely moored and shuttling about. At a glance, at least several thousand. Brother Jiangchun, what's going on here? Lin Qingshue's eyes went wide, her face full of confusion. I don't see any danger at all. Looking at this stretch of sea, as bustling as a pre-apocalypse Golden Week tourist spot, I too was at a loss for words. I deliberately swept it with the divine eye and confirmed they were all ordinary players. Danger, my ass. This is clearly a stretch of sea where players are gathering. Su Wanqing's taut nerves relaxed, but her confusion only deepened. But if it's safe here, why could May only contact me through the yacht club? That was what puzzled me too. The facts were laid out before us, but the mystery of her only being able to chat cross-regionally still couldn't be explained. Lin Qinghan analyzed calmly. Could it be she's trapped at some specific spot in these waters, unable to leave and unable to use the normal channels? Possible. I nodded, my gaze sweeping over this enormous sea city. Let's go over and find out first. Hope sailed toward the most densely packed core area. The moment it appeared, it instantly became the focus of the entire waters. Look at that boat. A gold-grade vessel. Which big shot has come to join the fun this time? When will I ever get to drive a yacht? Along the way, all the players cast looks of envy, awe, or greed, instinctively making a broad channel for Hope, not daring to obstruct it. This feeling of being the focus of all eyes made the 2 sisters unconsciously straighten their backs. Just then, a flashy speedboat pulled up from the side on its own. A young man in a floral shirt and sunglasses stood at the bow, waving enthusiastically. Hey, big shot. You new here? Such a sleek boat. Haven't seen it in these waters before. I signaled to stop the boat. You need something? Greetings, big shot. My name is Zhao Sifong, nicknamed Know-It-All. I know these waters very well. Came over specially to see if you need any help. He held out a cigarette, his face all smiles. What should I call you, big shot? Just call me Jiangchun. Tell me, what exactly is going on here? Seeing my strong presence, Zhao Sifong didn't dare hold back and hurriedly explained. Big shot Jiangchun, you asked the right person. 3 days ago this place was the middle of nowhere, not even a single sea beast. But 3 days ago, the main fleets of 5 big guilds suddenly motored here almost at the same time. 5 big guilds. Su Wanqing cut in. Which 5? Heh, those are all renowned existences in these waters. Zhao Sifong perked up, reeling them off like family treasures. Number 1 is the 4 Seas Guild, leader Xiang Kuan. Used to do real estate, now has over 1,000 people under him. Second is the Starshine Guild, led by a woman named Du Hua. Used to run an entertainment company, all beauties under her. Then there's Windrise, Dawnlight, and Mingyuan. Each of these 5 leaders was a renowned big shot before the apocalypse. After listening, Su Wanqing's face turned grave, and she quietly leaned into my ear. All 5 of them were once Huang Yimei's investors, on good terms with her. And Du Hua is the boss of her agency. I listened quietly, analyzing rapidly inside. 5 guilds gathering here at the same time couldn't possibly be a coincidence. Most likely all invited by Huang Yimei. Do you know what they came to do? I asked Zhao Sifang. That's the strangest part. Zhao Sifang's expression was puzzled. After they came, they didn't grab territory, fight for resources, or drive off the loners. They just stayed there quietly, as if waiting for something. Gradually, the surrounding players saw that with 5 big guilds providing cover here, it was very safe, so they all came over. With more people, they started trading supplies with each other, and over time it became a temporary market, much warmer and more personal than online shopping on the trading channel. After listening, Su Wanqing and I exchanged a glance, both seeing the gravity in each other's eyes. It seemed Huang Yimei's disappearance and these 5 big guilds' strange behavior must hide the same secret behind them. And that secret was probably known only to those 5 leaders right now. Do you know where those 5 leaders are? I'd like to meet them. Zhao Sifang was overjoyed. A chance to earn some side income had come. This big shot driving a gold yacht with 3 stunning beauties at his side was clearly an important figure. Helping out should net a tip. I know, of course I know. He patted his chest. I'm on familiar terms with the outer circles of those guilds. Taking you over is no problem. But his tone shifted as he rubbed his hands, showing a trace of difficulty. Those 5 leaders aren't ordinary people, going over rashly. You probably wouldn't even get to see them. How could I not understand what he meant? I said directly to Lin Qingxue. Qingxue, go to the storage room and get him 100 units of steel and 100 units of wood. Yes, Brother Jiangchun. Lin Qingxue answered crisply and turned into the cabin. Zhao Sifang was instantly dumbstruck, his breath catching. 100 units of steel? 100 units of wood? These were all hard currency at this stage. His wreck of a speedboat was patched together from just a dozen plus units of steel. These 100 units were enough to expand its scale several times over. He'd only meant to drop a hint and ask for a bit of food and fresh water as a guide's fee. He'd never imagined this big shot's first move would be so astonishing. Soon, Lin Qingxue set a pile of metallic gleaming steel and neat lumber on the deck. Big shot, this is too much. Zhao Sifang was so excited he was incoherent, nearly drooling. Cut the chatter. Hurry up and lead the way. Yes, yes, yes. Don't worry, big shot. I guarantee I'll get you in front of them. Led by Zhao Sifang, Hope soon reached the core area where the 5 big guilds gathered. But before he could even go over to make introductions, 5 yachts of differing designs had already driven up side by side. Zhao Sifang was briefly stunned. Big shot Jiangchun, those are the 5 leaders' vessels. Looks like I won't need to introduce you. They must have heard a new yacht appeared and come to welcome you in person. I didn't respond, only silently opening the divine eye, calmly sweeping over those 5 boats. Just as expected, people who could reach this level in the early game of a survival game all had vessels with ship souls. The 4 Seas Guild's Sea Guard, Ship Soul B-Grade Iron Wall, triples hull defense and durability. The Starshine Guild's Starlight, Sea-Grade Pact, can subdue a sea beast to fight alongside. The Windrise Guild's Wind God, Sea-Grade Submerge, can run submerged 10 meters underwater. The Dawnlight Guild's Dawnglow, Sea-Grade Fertile Soil, comes with a small ecological farm garden. The Mingyuan Guild's Farsight, Sea-Grade Eagle Eye, enhances radar range. 4 C-Grades, 1 B-Grade, all practical support ship souls. I saw it all and noted it in my heart. The 5 boats stopped not far in front of Hope. On the lead boat, the Sea Guard, a burly middle-aged man stepped out first, and seeing Su Wanqing on the deck, was briefly startled, then laughed heartily. Haha, and here I thought some fairy had descended to the mortal world. Turns out it's the Su family girl. Never expected to run into you here. The speaker was none other than 4 Seas Guild leader Xiang Kuan. The people on the other 4 boats stepped out one after another too. Long time no see, Miss Su, prettier than ever. Last time I saw President Su was at the Haiqing Business Summit. Your charm is undiminished. These few were all prominent figures in Haiqing's business world before the apocalypse, and had had more or less dealings with Su Wanqing, so meeting now naturally called for some pleasantries. Su Wanqing didn't put on airs either, nodding in response to each. until the leader of the wind god, Lin Feng, spoke. Wanqing, I finally get to see you. I sent you so many messages before. Why didn't you reply to a single one? Su Wanqing's face sank at once. President Lin, I'm not close with you. Wanqing isn't a name you get to use. Please mind your manners. Lin Feng's face instantly flushed liver purple, so embarrassed he didn't know where to put his hands. Haha, President Su, don't stoop to his level. Starshine Guild leader Du Hua immediately smoothed things over. This kid's been obsessed with you for years, can't even string a sentence together when he sees you. Her tone shifted. By the way, your Dragon Gate has made quite a name for itself lately. We learned of you on the trading channel but couldn't reach you no matter what. Couldn't even find anyone to buy some red jade coral at a discount. That's not very nice of you. You jest, President Du Dragon Gate's leader isn't me. I'm just an employee now. Su Wanqing smiled and pointed at me. This is our Dragon Gate's leader. Only then did everyone notice that Hope was a combination of 3 stunning beauties plus 1 man. In an instant, looks of surprise, confusion, and scrutiny all fell on me. Lin Feng clenched his fists, his jealousy so thick the sea wind couldn't blow it away. Xiang Kuan knit his brow, sizing me up and down, too ordinary. He really couldn't figure out how a proud, lofty woman like Su Wanqing would willingly bow beneath some greenhorn. This young brother's face is quite unfamiliar. What should I call you? Which prominent family's young master were you before the apocalypse? In their view, the one who could make Su Wanqing bow her head must be a colossus more terrifying than the Su family. I replied indifferently. I'm just a nobody, no match for big bosses like you. Don't mind me. You go on with your conversation. Xiang Kuan and the others were instantly at a loss for words. They'd never expected this young man to be so ignorant of social niceties, speaking so bluntly. The atmosphere was even more awkward than when Lin Feng got shot down earlier. In the end, it was Du Hua who reacted first. No longer dwelling on my attitude, she got straight to the point. Since this young brother is President Su's leader, then he's one of us, so I won't beat around the bush. You came here for Huang Yime's matter too, didn't you? Su Wanqing's heart clenched. President Du, you know where Yime is? How is she? Du Hua nodded and pointed at these eerily calm waters. A few days ago, all 5 of us received a message from her asking for help, but she didn't say the specifics. The only thing we can confirm is that she'll appear here tonight. So the 5 big guilds gathered here to wait for her. After listening, I let out a scoff. So what you're telling me is, in this apocalyptic survival game, you few gave up your guild's development, gave up scavenging supplies, and spent several days just to help an ordinary friend? That reason, do you even believe it yourselves? The atmosphere instantly dropped to freezing. Xiang Kuan and the others were all sharp characters. How could they fail to hear the undisguised contempt and provocation in my words? This attitude was no longer an inquiry, but a blatant slap to the face. Lin Feng's fury was fully ignited. Kid, I've put up with you long enough. What kind of thing are you to deserve speaking to us with this attitude? Think I won't kill? To get where I am today, the blood on my hands is more than all the meals you've eaten. The others, seeing the conflict escalate, all tacitly kept their mouths shut, happy to watch Lin Feng make his move and take this know-nothing young man down a peg. I remained unimpressed. Oh, then please, begin your performance. You're going too far. Lin Feng suddenly drew a handgun. The muzzle pointed from afar at my brow. Wanqing, get out of the way. My aim's not good. I'm afraid I'll hit you. Looking at that dark muzzle, I didn't even lift an eyelid, only asking Su Wanqing flatly. This idiot, does he count as your friend? Su Wanqing was dazed too at this point, never having expected a simple meeting to suddenly spiral out of control to the point of drawn guns. But since I'd asked, she almost instinctively made her choice at once. No, an annoying fly I haven't managed to swat away in years. Haha, then this is simple. I smiled. Qing Xue, Qing Han, grab your gear. Let them see what truth means. Yes, Brother Jiangchun. The 2 sisters quickly took the order and hauled out 2 domineering big things from under the table in the deck lounge. Chambering, scope open, taking aim, all in one fluid motion, the cold scopes instantly locking onto Lin Feng's head. Seeing those 2 weapons, Lin Feng sucked in a sharp breath, cold sweat instantly soaking his undershirt, his gun raising, right arm trembling nonstop. Looking at his dumbstruck terror, my smile grew thicker. Oh dear, isn't this a coincidence? The aim of these two beauties at my side isn't very good either. But fortunately, these two things in their hands pack a decent punch. Wherever they hit, it's all the same outcome. Gulp. Lin Feng swallowed hard, cold sweat cascading, his legs shaking. This is an anti-material heavy sniper rifle. How could you have something like this? Not just him. The expressions on the other 4 leaders' faces froze too. They had handguns and could get hold of some rifles, but killing machines of this level were not something players at this stage could get their hands on at all. This young man, just what was his background? In this moment, they finally understood why Su Wanqing was willing to stay at this man's side. This wasn't bowing down. This was clinging to a powerful thigh. Xiang Kuan reacted fastest, immediately dropping all contempt and piling the smiles back on. A misunderstanding. Brother Jiang Chun, it's all a misunderstanding. Lin Feng, hurry and put away your sorry gun. You want to die? Don't drag us into it. Lin Feng came to as if from a dream, his hand trembling, and the handgun clattered onto the deck. Brother Jiang Chun, we're all here for Miss Huang's matter. We're on the same side. Don't let it harm the peace. Xiang Kuan continued to persuade. We bear no ill will toward you, toward Dragon Gate. Oh, is that so? I raised an eyebrow. Then when this kid was threatening me just now, why didn't you persuade him? Taking sides like this puts me in a real bind. Xiang Kuan and the others' faces turned extremely awkward. They had indeed harbored the intent to watch the show just now, even wanting to use Lin Feng's hand to give me a warning. But who could have imagined the other party would directly pull out 2 truth cannons? How could they reason this out now? This is our fault. We apologize to you. It's all Lin Feng being too impulsive. We'll have him compensate when we get back. The leaders' attitudes did a 180-degree turn. But I was unmoved, my gaze falling on Lin Feng slumped on the ground. Xiang Kuan instantly caught on and barked sharply. Lin Feng, hurry and kneel to apologize to Brother Jiang Chun. What? Lin Feng snapped his head up, his face full of humiliation. Having him kneel to me was harder than killing him, especially in front of Su Wanqing. Jiang Chun, don't go too far. Bang! A gunshot tore through the calm of the sea. The Golden Desert Eagle's bullet grazed past Lin Feng's scalp, and the Wind God's cabin glass instantly shattered. Lin Feng felt a searing, burning pain on his scalp, a hot stream running down his cheek. He touched it, and his hand came away covered in blood. The fear of death instantly crushed all his dignity. I'll kneel. I'll kneel. He slammed both knees onto the deck, his voice trembling. I'm sorry, I was wrong. I beg you to spare my life. The other 4 leaders' faces were extremely ugly. Today the faces of the 5 big guilds had been ground into the dirt by this young man. But they didn't dare utter a word of complaint. The deterrence of those 2 heavy snipers was simply too strong. At this point, Su Wanqing finally spoke, gently tugging at my sleeve. Jiang Chun, let it go. They're all Imei's friends, and a death would put Imei in a difficult spot too. I glanced at her, and in the inside, and put away the Golden Desert Eagle. Since my person has spoken, I'll spare your dog life today. Now get lost. Xiang Kuan and the others, as if pardoned, hurriedly called to the soul-shaken Lin Feng and slunk away. In a blink, only Hope and Starshine Guild Starlight remained on the sea. At the bow, the still charming Du Hua hesitated, not leaving, but instead driving her boat a bit closer. I didn't stop her, quietly waiting for her to go on. Du Hua didn't beat around the bush either. In a little while, a small auction salon will be held on my boat. Several leaders and some loner players will attend, and everyone will bring out some precious supplies to trade. If Leader Jiang doesn't mind, I hope you'll grace us with your presence. Attending is no problem. I finally spoke. But I'm back to that same question. What's the real purpose of you coming here? I don't believe that in the apocalypse, the bond of an ordinary friendship is worth this much effort from you. Du Hua smiled bitterly, knowing concealment before me was futile, and finally came clean. Actually, Imei said she'd accidentally triggered a game dungeon mission, and whoever could help her complete it would get an extremely generous reward. But what exactly the mission and reward were, she went out of contact before she could say. I nodded. This reason was barely passable. Any other reasons? Second is Huang Imei herself. In the hearts of the people, She has tremendous popularity and rallying power. Whichever guild gets her, the boost to future development is immeasurable. Duhua paused. Originally, the five of us agreed to compete fairly. But now you've appeared, and President Su is Imei's best friend. So while they seem amiable on the surface, in their hearts they've definitely already marked you as their biggest competitor. And you? I asked with interest. What role do you play in all this? Duhua smiled helplessly. Though Imei and I are boss and artist, after so many years together I've long regarded her as a daughter. I was going to compete too, but now that you're here, I've given up, and I'm reassured. With that, she nodded slightly to me and Su Wanqing and drove the starlight slowly away. Watching her receding figure, I murmured to myself, a clever woman indeed. But you could also say you inadvertently saved your own life. Lin Qingxue immediately grew tense. Brother Jiangchun, do you mean there's still other danger here? I shook my head. Relax, we're safe. The danger is to those few leaders. As for the source of the danger, naturally, it's me. Or rather, I've taken a fancy to their boats. Su Wanqing instantly understood. No wonder you were acting so out of character just now, talking with such a sharp edge. It was deliberate. Haha, you're all old acquaintances. For me to make a move for no reason wouldn't look good. I had to find a pretext. Who knew you little thing would join in smoothing things over? So I could only give you face and let them off for now. Su Wanqing felt a bit guilty. I'm sorry, I didn't understand what you meant just now. I thought you. All right, it's not your fault. I cut off her self-reproach. If I really killed people over a few words of argument, it wouldn't sound good if word got out. So letting him go just now was also deliberate. We'll just find a chance to provoke him again at the auction salon later. Lin Qingxue's eyes instantly lit up, and she clapped excitedly. Haha, isn't this just bullying an honest man? This I'm good at. Brother Jiangchun, leave this task to me. I guarantee I'll handle it beautifully. I nodded approvingly. Good, good, good. Leave it to you. But just bullying won't do. That guy's too much of a coward. We have to lend him some courage first. How do you lend courage? I smiled mysteriously, my gaze sweeping over Su Wanqing and Lin Qinghan, and lowered my voice. At the gathering later, find a way to trade those two heavy snipers to him for supplies. Remember to act natural, don't be too deliberate. The three girls instantly grasped the core of the plan and burst into knowing laughter. Meanwhile, on the other side, after returning to the Wind God, Lin Feng was like a man possessed, smashing everything in sight to pieces. Jiangchun, I'll definitely kill you. And that woman Su Wanqing, putting on airs of purity in front of me, even in the apocalypse. I swear I'll snatch you over. A lean man beside him hurriedly stepped up to soothe him. Leader, calm your anger. The other party has heavy snipers. We can't act on impulse. I can't swallow this. Lin Feng shoved his subordinate away. However strong he is, he only has one boat and 4 people. And this time I brought over 200. The words had barely left his mouth when the cold silhouettes of those 2 sniper rifles surfaced in his mind again, and the courage he'd just summoned instantly deflated by half. If the other party hit on the boat and used the heavy snipers to aim at him specifically, he'd absolutely be the first to die. Irritation and fear intertwined. Lin Feng kicked over the tea table and roared at his subordinate. Am I keeping you around to eat for free? Hurry up and give me an idea. That subordinate, shaken by the shout, pondered a moment, a glint flashing in his eyes. Leader, there actually is one method. Didn't we obtain a treasure before? In terms of value, it's worth more than those 2 heavy snipers 100 times over. It's just of no use to us at this stage. I think it'd be better if, at the salon later, you first lower your posture and feign weakness, and once relations have eased, find a chance to use that treasure to trade for the 2 heavy snipers in his hands. That kid is just a greenhorn who hasn't seen the world. Faced with such a huge bargain, he'll definitely be tempted. Lin Feng was first stunned, then flew into a rage and swung a slap across his face. Are you out of your mind? Do you know how precious that thing is? 100 heavy snipers couldn't match it. What kind of garbage idea is this? That subordinate covered his face, but far from being afraid, grew even more excited. Leader, hear me out. Think about it. Once the heavy snipers are in our hands, forget snatching that treasure back, that kid's life, along with everyone on his boat. Won't they all be a single word from you? These words were like a bolt of lightning, splitting open the fog in Lin Feng's heart. Right. Once he had the heavy snipers, who would he have to fear? Xiang Kuan and Du Hua would have to read his mood. Jiang Chun was a dead end, and everything on his boat would become spoils of war. At the thought, Lin Feng grew instantly excited. Good. Good idea. Quick, take that thing out. I'm going to that damn gathering right now. Meanwhile, things were lively on the Sea Guard too. Four Seas Guild Xiang Kuan, Dawnlight Guild's Chun Guang, and Mingyuan Guild's Gao Yuan, three leaders gathered together. Chun Guang was the first to slam a palm on the table, rattling the wine glasses. President Xiang, that kid just now went too far. You're highly respected. You need to come up with a plan. We absolutely cannot let some greenhorn ride over our heads. Gao Yuan chimed in. That's right. Su Wanxing came too. And with her relationship to Huang Yimei, if we don't act, our earlier efforts will probably all be wasted. Xiang Kuan didn't speak right away, his fingers rhythmically tapping the table. After pondering a moment, he let out a long sigh. It seems this trouble can only be solved by sacrificing Lin Feng a bit. Sacrifice Lin Feng? What do you mean? The two showed confusion at the same time. Lin Feng just suffered such great humiliation. With his temperament, he definitely can't swallow it. Xiang Kuan said, but relying on himself alone, his courage still isn't great enough, so we have to help him. Our three families each put out some handguns and rifles to secretly back him, making him feel he has the capital to fight Jiang Chun. A smile of total control surfaced on his face. This way, we can sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight and reap the fisherman's profit. Gao Yuan still had a trace of hesitation. But Lin Feng has years of friendship with us. Wouldn't this be too unkind? Xiang Kuan let out a sneer. Old Gao, look at what times these are. In the apocalypse, friendship is a luxury. Only profit is eternal. If you feel guilty, then how about you go lead the charge? Go test the power of those heavy snipers. Gao Yuan was choked into a pale face and waved his hands repeatedly. President Xiang, you jest. Let's do as you say. We'll go arrange it right away.